Screw it, I missed the initialize. Oh, well, whatever. Hello, everyone! Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I did not mean the cold start that, but I pressed the wrong button. I'm a little out of it today. When am I into it? That's always the question. Hello, I am your host, Raymond McNeil, the Celtic Phoenix, and joining me soon will be the wonderful Twilight Guardian. She's running a little bit behind today, as well as the punctual Kaiser Shonen.
Yeah, which is ironic because I was originally going to be late because of things relating to my job, but plans changed, stuff didn't work out, so here I am. Early as a bird.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not early as earlier than the bird because I got in the chat earlier than Rainbow.
Yeah. You're typically, if you have the ability, you're almost always the first. You're like in here like 15 minutes before showtime. I usually get in about 10 minutes before showtime. She looks like Celtic was the early bird. We're both the early birds today. We're waiting on we're waiting on our DigiDestin. She's out doing some things. Is that Monty Python in the video? It looks like it. Yeah, so for those who don't know, we're covering a video called The World Building Hierarchy Every Writer Needs to See, which covers basically I actually don't know. It says that there's like 7 layers to like fantasy world building, and I'm curious what's going to be said about it. But
you see, fantasy world building is apparently like an ogre. It's got layers.
It's got layers. Ogres are like onions. They smell?
No. They get stuck in your teeth? No!
Where's the third one? You mean Twilight? She will be here shortly. She is running behind, and that is perfectly fine. You lay them in the sun too long and they dry up.
Oh, right, I forgot that part. Oh, Zachary
Riker.
Zach Riker, 390 for 2. Lily Orchard's the 0th level of world building. No, she hates world building. Apparently, she just despises it, I guess.
I was gonna say, can we go negative? Can we go negative?
I feel like she's outright negative. Like, she will look at even the tiniest bit of world building and make it seem like, oh man, this is like going into the super like too into the lore mode or whatever the fuck. Like they're making it seem like it's an extreme form when it's not. Like, she makes like weird comments in her video sometimes, which I know that doesn't narrow it down. But specifically, she makes comments talking about how like, oh well, this moment is just fuel for theory crafters and lore nerds or whatever the fuck. As if that's like a bad.
Yeah, it's like, first of all, that's not strictly speaking a bad thing. On the other hand, it's also like, are you missing maybe something important? Silver-haired freak, Milo Winters is negative world building. Milo Winters? Okay, Lily Orchard is negative world building. Milo Winters is 0 level, where it's just like all of the freaking Lego bricks are on the ground and you like arrange them in piles by color, and that's about as far as you get. No Twilight tonight either. She will be here. I keep trying to tell people she will be here. Guys. Everyone relax. She's just running a little bit late today. Would Shadow the Conqueror be negative? We're joking. We're all joking here, but like we're talking. First of all, I have no idea what this woman is going to say when it comes to it. I don't even know
what the criteria is for this.
Oh no, she's late. Panic. This is nothing new. This is actually kind of normal at times. But no, I would probably say that Shadow the Conqueror is like, I like EFAP's typical scale where like, if you start getting down into like 2 and 1, you're talking about the cohesiveness of the entire universe falling apart. I think Shadow the Conqueror, in most bad writing typically lands around, say, a 3 out of 10, where almost everything doesn't work, but it still technically feels like it is a world that functions to some degree. It's only like movies and shows like I think their only current zeros are Crisis on Infinite Earths from the CW,
Yeah.
which actually
Okay.
I think if they understood the larger context might be bumped to like a 1 or a 2, but and Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. So I think Loki is also up there. I think
Okay.
Loki also hits that because Loki just completely obliterates any kind of comprehension of the MCU. Uh,
I can believe that from what I heard about Loki. Yeah.
dude, it's so bad. Like within the first fucking like half hour, they completely undermine the entirety of the Avengers Infinity arc. It's
Yeah, yeah, I heard about that. I was like, what? And Loki was like the fourth thing that came out since Endgame. And they
Crisis,
already decide, yeah, let's just upend this entire shit. Fuck it, why not?
Crisis on Infinite Earths is abject nonsense for how it breaks time and space. I want to stand up for it a little bit because it is a conclusion based upon multiple different series that have had a lot of time to establish things. Like one thing that I would love to have pointed out to them that they didn't catch up on because they didn't know is that like they kept hearing, oh, Oliver got sent to purgatory, and then they show up on this island. It's like, is this what purgatory is? It's just an island. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, purgatory is the name of the island. It is an actual physical space on Earth. Like that's what it is. It's like they're not
Uh,
talking like about the metaphysical purgatory. They are talking about an actual physical place that he got sent to. Um, although,
that's funny though that you would have to clarify.
well, yeah, because it's one of those.
Yeah.
I am torn because I don't know whether or not to appreciate the fact that it's a special that doesn't want to hold your hand and just kind of dumps you cold into a bunch of these ideas, presuming you know them. But on the
Yeah.
other hand, if you're coming in from just watching one of the series, and for the record, they may have also meant purgatory in the metaphysical sense too. Like, I'm not saying that the language in that show is fucking solid at all. Um, but like on the other hand, if I was only watching what Arrow and the Flash, I had no knowledge
Okay.
of say I don't know. Was
Legend.
Batwoman going on? I think Batwoman
Yeah,
was active at
Batwoman
that
was
point.
around at that time. She did appear during that
Yeah.
crossover. So,
Um,
like, I believe it's Batwoman, Supergirl, and Legends of Tomorrow, right?
yeah, Batwoman,
And
Supergirl, Legends of
I
Tomorrow.
guess Black Lightning, I believe.
Yeah,
No,
that's when he
like,
got added. Twy,
I am here.
welcome.
hello.
Everyone always says Twy's not coming today, even though we've repeated multiple times. Twy will be here.
I it's just my babysitting time. I have to babysit the puppers. Hi, Ruby.
Dr. Deegan and the Book of Destiny. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm for the record. I can't defend everything in Crisis on Infinite Earths. It is still awful. Like, let us not make any bones about that. It's just, it's not quite
Right.
to the degree of awful that like EFAP thought it was. But again, that's like moving
That's
the
not a
10
high
point
bar.
that's maybe adding 1 point to its score, which is currently
Yeah.
hovering between 0 and 1.
Yeah.
So that's what you guys are talking about?
Well, we were talking
Uh,
about like, well, this video apparently is going to be introducing like the 7 layers or whatever of fantasy storytelling, and we were talking
Right.
about, oh, is Lily Orchard a 0 on that scale? And we were talking about going negative, and where Milo and Shadow the Conqueror wound up on that, and I've started talking about the difference between whatever this woman is going to introduce to us versus, say, what we would have on like a 10 point scale for the quality of the writing.
Okay.
So like
Yeah.
that's kind of how we got here. Um,
Okay. I mean, I don't want to be fair to Lily Orchard, but to be fair to Lily Orchard, she has not really written many original things or any original things in the fantasy genre. So, I don't know if we could qualify her at all.
what do you mean? What do you mean, Twy? You know that one fic that she made about two adopted siblings, sleeping with each other. That's pretty original.
Uh which one, for starters. But also, that's not fantasy. If it's the one that I'm thinking about, that's like slice of life, which is not fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Well,
Lily's fantasy, definitely.
Yes, but that's not what we're talking about.
I was gonna say if we see how she handles other people's properties like Star Wars, where to some degree she actually fixes one or two things and then she breaks a whole bunch of other ones in the process.
Yeah, yeah.
She's like the
Yeah.
worst home repair person on the planet.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what's the example?
Don't forget your
I
Rahi
could give?
Tupatwai.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I wonder how I would put like Sword Art Online on that scale. I would probably put it like a 2.
Well, we haven't
maybe.
really seen the list yet, so how do we know?
Yeah, James
I know. I'm
DeGeneiro.
just talking about my own personal scale.
There is no
basically.
Stockholm embossing, say. That's how. Yeah,
Well,
like
that's also
the levels of irony in like just the fact that like using Stockholm. I can't. That's hilarious. You're
well,
Really funny.
also
I wasn't
Stockholm
even using
is
Stockholm.
My Little Pony, so you would have to do My Little Pony's world building and fantasy logic, not Stockholm specific, because she hasn't really done anything specific with that world that's really
Yeah.
significant because she just inherently is not a very creative person.
I was gonna say, like,
I'm
you
pretty.
bring up Sword Art
I'm pretty
Online.
sure that. Oh god, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you were talking first. You go.
Okay, I was just saying, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, more like you are right, Twy. I'm just saying that James probably mentioned that just because, like, he probably thought I was talking about Stockholm. I wasn't. I was talking about what is it called again? Scars. Yeah, that's that one. It's called Scars. Where it
Yeah.
literally starts with like the morning after of the two adopted siblings.
Oh my god, yeah.
The
And I was thinking of a completely different one, I think. The one
Okay.
where the sister has selective mutism because she simply just does not want to talk. Not that she has an
Okay.
actual disability, she just doesn't feel like talking.
Although to be clear, for what's the word? To be clear about that fic, um, the sisters did not screw each other there. Okay,
No,
I
but
just want to
they
be
might
clear.
as well have.
it is hilarious just hearing that. Like, no, I wasn't thinking of that one, and it's just like, my God.
Yeah, yeah,
Look,
yeah.
every single thing that Lily has written, with the exception of the Star Wars fic, has
Yeah.
had Lily writing uncomfortably close sisters.
What's the Digimon for the day? That's Seadramon.
Yeah. I actually didn't have a new Digimon set up because I was busy getting ready to do dog sitting. So you have my default Digimon that I have. Which
Um,
I didn't even mean for Seadramon to become my default Digimon. It's just I had the theme for when I did my live streams that there would be the Seadramon lake in the background, and then I had a picture of Seadramon, and then just Seadramon on my head. It would just be like Seadramon themed.
Robert Glendinning, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast, except Dedarex. I hate how much I actually have like added joy to making saying that now because this is funny. Sorry, Dedarex. Enjoy all the custom emoticons that you now have access to here in the YouTube chat, and access to the Team Frostbite Discord server, the Tundra, where you get access. Basically, all of us hang out regularly, so long as you have your YouTube attached to your Discord. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. If it doesn't work, blame YouTube, not me. I don't know how to fix that. Started watching Lovely Complex recently. It's been a blast so far. Oh, good. We have that on our list.
Yeah, I still need to finish that show. What the fuck?
Lovely Complex is a really good show, and stupid men on the internet don't know what they're talking about.
Well, stupid man, one specifically.
Singular.
Let's be honest.
Well, yes, but I was trying to be as vague as possible, but thank you, Kaiser.
Why are
for
we
saying
being
that.
vague about that
no big
asshole?
ghost in this fucking podcast. What are you talking about?
That should mark the JYCT season finale. Dederex gets a membership. No, that's when we start an Always Sunny episode with the Team JYCT crew. that's the title of an entire episode for us, and it's like basically Dederex gets a membership, and like the world starts to unfurl at the seams.
Oh
It's
my
just,
god.
it's just like it is a universal constant. He should not have one.
My goodness.
But I was gonna say, Sword Art Online's interesting. I don't think it would, because like it's not like the universe itself doesn't break. It's more like a video game that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
It's
it's like the
the
specifics of it that like get poorly utilized throughout the narrative and isn't consistent.
Well, here's also the thing. Sword Art Online is just our world, and then you go into a video game. So
Yeah.
it's not that it has any kind of world building in it. It's just a poorly made video game on top of the real world. And even then it is the reason why like it is poorly constructed in the first place is that it is just a generic faux medieval setting, and then you have a couple of monsters tacked on. But even
Sure.
then, they are mostly just concentrated in this one goddamn tower.
well,
So
then
like you could
Good
live
for
your
you.
entire life in that video game and not experience a single monster.
my favorite part about SAO is just like the ending of the main first arc, the one that starts everything off. The explanation given why everyone got trapped in the game is one of the biggest bullshit middle fingers you could possibly give your audience. And so that's one of the best elements of the abridge. The abridge actually does like it's like one of the few abridges that I recommend over the original, just because it does actually fix major plot holes and it understands what could be actually like implemented with the premise. So it actually has a lot of fun with it. And one of the things it does is it gives a really satisfying and really understandable explanation why suddenly everyone got trapped in the fucking video game. And it's actually like, oh shit, dude. Like, I kind of feel bad for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Also, this was a horribly bad idea, but I'm sorry. It's like I never expected for like a death game, like guy who running a death game. I feel kind of sorry for him.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, well, that's kind of pathetic kind of way, but it's like I understand. I mean, that's a better explanation than I kind of forgot about.
Couldn't get into Sword Art
Why I
Online
did that.
Unbridged. I can understand that because like, I mean, by design, Kirito in Abridged is meant to be an abrasive asshole.
Yeah.
Which makes him more interesting than the actual Kirito. I mean, like, because here's the thing. Generally, yes, you do want your protagonists in your story to be likable. It is the very basics of the Save the Cat concept, where, like, you're not going to follow a character that you find inherently detestable. But
Yeah.
if you are wanting to write a detestable main character, you have to give some sort of intrigue to keep the readers reading, or else they are going to DNF your book or your story.
Yeah.
So by giving them some reason to be interested or curious about your main character, you can start them on the journey to show more complex facets of your character.
And this is not to be confused with a character who is secretly deplorable, but ultimately that gets revealed at the end because of plot shenanigans. The one that comes to mind, because, you know, that's what I'm working on. Silent Hill 2. Main character in that, like, you could really go either way on whether or not you think James is a good or bad person. At the very least, you know that he did something relatively unforgivable.
Well, like another example that we can give is Light from Death Note.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a
Yeah.
good
Like
example.
like he starts off as a very upstanding and kind person, but then we immediately see, oh no, he's actually a big asshole. But
Right.
also by that point, we're interested in the story. So even though that he is a deplorable person, we're
Yeah.
interested, we're curious to see how he is going to pull things off or if he is going to crash and burn. And some
Yeah.
of us might be watching because we want to see him crash and burn.
Yeah, he's an engaging he's enough of an engaging character. And part of that engagement is, related to his morality and how the story utilizes it and
Yep.
uses that to explore him or like puts him in different conflicts and stuff. That's the sort of thing that just this is part of why world building, depending on the context of the story, can be a really good resource for doing that, because different worlds can create different or different even cultures can create different responses from people, and by extension characters can react to that as being like part of that world, right? That's part of why Apothecary Diaries is such a really good show. I'm not going to spoil, obviously, but even though it's not a fantasy world, it's fucking ancient China. Um, the fact that it is ancient China isn't just set dressing. It's actually very, very important for how the characters behave and act in that world.
Mhm.
I like Bakugo. Bakugo is a good example of it, but also you can definitely see where, even though he is really well done as sort of an unlikable protagonist, especially near the start, or I guess unlikable dude attack, there's a level to him. He comes off much more like an antagonist in the very early realms of the story, and a lot of people, including myself, did not like him until certain parts of the story. Like I only really started clicking with Bakugo when he was getting grilled by the League of Villains and he stood up to them, and I'm like, oh, oh, okay, we got something interesting. I thought we were going down the predictable, like he's going to become a villain path, but no.
I didn't. I never thought that was going to go that.
I never thought that either, but I have seen a lot of people, including a bunch of my friends, think the same thing. Because I have introduced MHA to a lot of different people, and quite a few of them did not think that he was going to go down the villain route, but a lot of them did.
What?
So like it's a perfect 50-50 almost of the people that I have either directly experienced them seeing MHA for the first time or indirectly. Like I'm also watching a guy watch MHA for the first time. And he absolutely hates Bakugo right now.
Right.
But he's also a bit of a newbie to anime as well. So it's also really interesting seeing this more casual guy get into anime, but also like not really understand the conventions of anime, or
Mhm.
really look too deeply into stuff. Like he's not what I would call like media illiterate by any means, but I think because he doesn't understand yet the depths of MHA, he's not looking too deeply into it. But with Bakugo, yes, from the very beginning, because you don't understand where the story is going with him, you do immediately see him as a bully. Upon rewatching though, you do see a lot of facets to him that you just wouldn't have really caught at first,
Yep.
like his
Mhm.
insecurity for one thing, or how actually very socially awkward he is, and that he masks that social awkwardness with screaming.
The and we know someone who is obsessed with. Uh, I had a couple of thoughts here. I'm trying to figure out where that line of thought that I saw was. I clicked. First thing is a USC Horikoshi's new one shot. Yes. Read
Yes,
it. Loved it.
I,
amazing.
Want more.
I didn't know he made one.
He did.
Oh
It's a
yeah.
new series with like a supernatural horror bent, but also like a central romantic bent. It's really cute.
Okay,
Mhm.
interesting. I feel like Horikoshi absolutely has a lot. Like MHA is good, but I do feel like he would have a lot more potential as like doing more stuff.
But I was gonna say like you look it up. It's called "Don't Smile." Oh, what is her name?
Shishima.
Shijima. It's always like those G
Yeah.
sounds because like we were just talking about gals can't like otaku or whatever, can't be nice to otaku, and one of the main girls is Ijichi, and it's like that is really rough on my English, my English speaking like tongue. Ijishi.
Anyway, the one shot is great. I disagree with you in that I think that MHA is amazing and that this new one shot, if he does choose to turn it into a
Pursue it.
series, could possibly be just as good as MHA.
Yeah.
But like I think that it's useless to speculate on that in the first place. But what I found really fascinating about the one-shot manga is especially because one of the biggest criticisms that people have about MHA is how quote unquote sexist it is. Which I disagree with because I think that people aren't giving Horikoshi his due for how female characters are treated in the battle shonen genre, or at least the what is the Japanese term? I don't know the Japanese term off the top of my head. It's na something, but hot blooded shonen is what it translates to. But those genre of shonen is they've never had a very good track record for treating their female characters very well. And while the female characters aren't the focus of this story, they still, a lot of them still get a lot of focus, much more than the majority of female protagonists in most other shonen that I have ever watched.
Shonen have subgenres. Shonen's not really a
Yes.
genre so much as a demographic. There are genres within the demographic aim.
Yeah, it's calling something a shonen is basically saying this is meant to appeal to boys. So like watching a show for samurai, like if you're watching a Saturday morning cartoon, Samurai Jack, that is geared towards boys. Like women can watch it, girls can watch it, but it is geared towards
Yeah, but that's
boys.
not the target.
Yeah, women aren't the target audience. That is the thing. It's a demographic, not a genre. So a western is a genre, a romance is a genre, supernatural is a genre, but a being for a specific age group is not a genre. But what for the one shot that Horikoshi did, it is actually very, in my opinion, feminist focused, because even though that the main character is male, it all is critiquing Japanese culture and how Japanese culture has treated women over the centuries.
Yeah.
How women have been victimized by a lot of Japanese culture and superstitious norms over the centuries.
It was one of my first comments that like I noticed a lot of parallels with what goes on in Silent Hill F, which is also very heavily feminist bent. Like with a lot of like the sacrifices of women and such. There's a lot more put in the Silent Hill after. There's a lot more to Silent Hill F, but that is one of the very like one of the main themes, especially in your first playthrough or two. The then what else was I going to say on, because I lost my track of thought and we're running. Where was it? Because like I wanted to say something, but I can't remember what we were talking about before the one shot.
We were talking about characters that were you're not necessarily sure how good or bad they are at the beginning until something happens.
Right. I was gonna say with Bakugo, I had thought that it was going to be a fall into villainy arc and then a redemption arc, kind of like as I understood, like that's kind of what Sasuke had. Is that right? Sort of. I thought it was going to be kind of like.
I mean, we could talk about the bullshit that Sasuke went through in order to be redeemed, which is pretty much nothing, but
But yeah, no, to the
that's
point is
neither here
like
nor there.
that's like the idea is like he would basically become a villain for a short time, learn his lesson, come back to that kind of basic story arc structure. That's kind of what I thought they were going for. And basically when Bakugo broke there, I had been watching MHA for a while. And I think that was like one of the ones that like went from being, oh, this is a good show with a really solid writing to there is something special here. And it's a shame that I fell off during the overhaul arc because a lot of shit
It,
that followed was awesome.
it's interesting that I guess mentioning that apparently a lot of people were kind of going in a different.
Oh dear.
Kaiser,
He
give him a
died.
minute. Give him a minute. Needs to reboot.
I'm even pressed actually.
There you are.
Hello?
Hi.
Am I good?
You're back.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. I was saying that it's interesting seeing how many people have a similar reaction to you, Raymond, at least on first brush, because when I first saw the anime when it was coming out, and I got to that part where they captured Bakugo and blah 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 blah, I was ironically kind of unimpressed because I knew that they didn't what's the word? That I knew for a fact that Bakugo was not going to go to that side just because of the specifics of his motivation. I kind of understood that just going in, and especially because of when you actually see the scene play out, especially, uh, the League of Villains they didn't know Bakugo, so they didn't have the knowledge of his motivations to really give him anything he actually wanted in exchange to becoming a bad guy.
Oh no,
So
absolutely.
initially what impressed me was specifically saying, I at first I was all like, oh, these villains are stupid, why they do that? But then, later on I figured, that's kind of the point. But on the point to Bakugo, I come around on that plot point a lot more now. But I'm just saying it's interesting, I guess, the dichotomy of that.
Yeah, no,
From
it's
like first reactions.
we could probably like go more into that because like you can Bakugos is a great character to break down, and I know there's people that are sick of
Really is.
hearing Bakugo glazing, but it's saying like, look, I hate glazing Bakugo too, but like from a construction standpoint, he's great. But
Okay.
I do think we
Story
need.
time though.
Okay, we got to get to the video.
I'm sorry, but like it because I told you guys I never got to tell this story on stream. Like what happened to me at the con. Um, like just going into a vendor, like there was a whole bunch of plushies and stuff, and two guys that were working in that vendor stall were just they happened to be talking about MHA. Um, I think that they were talking about the end of the anime actually. So it's like the one guy asked his friend, "Oh, do you think that Shigaraki should have been redeemed?" And as I was passing them, I just said there's no way that Shigaraki was going to be redeemed, and that got
Yeah,
me
no,
into. Sorry.
yeah. Go ahead. I'm commenting in the background. Go ahead.
Okay. Um so that got me into a whole conversation where they were like grilling me about my thoughts on the series as a whole. And one of the things that was asked of me was, oh, do you like Bakugo? And I said, oh yeah, I like him. And the expression on this guy's face, he was like, oh, she's one of those, of course. And it's like,
Uh,
no, 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 no. I don't like Bakugo because I am a sycophant for him in that I think that he's so hot and he's so edgy and shit
I'm
like
not a
that. Like I
Fujoshi.
like him. Yeah,
yeah.
I and then I was starting to explain to them like my thoughts and opinions about his character, and I blew this guy's mind. It like I don't think that he's ever really had a conversation where he has been challenged on thinking deeply about the story of MHA.
Yeah.
Well, to
Like
be fair, like most fans of anything are not going to really do all that great of a job articulating that kind of stuff either. So
Yeah.
like that can
no,
also play a
what
factor.
what made it really funny was that he called me media literate in that conversation 3 separate times.
Okay, listen, man. I love Bakugo as much as the next guy. Okay, but like, it does not take that much to understand him, man. I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no. It wasn't just Bakugo. Like I was also talking about Hawks. I was also talking about Dobby. Those are actually the 3 times that he called me media literate, actually, because he didn't think very much about Hawks either. Um, so I explained to him like the themes around Hawks because he thought that Hawks should have just died because he was a symptom of the corruption, and I'm like, no, 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 no. He is not a symptom of the corruption. He is the shining light in spite of the corruption. And then I talked about the whole theme surrounding him being a literal bird who can fly and looks free but is actually symbolically caged, and it's only after he loses his ability to fly that he is now free, and that also blew his mind, apparently.
Yeah. See, like, a lot of the depths of Bakugo, I can understand someone missing. Hawks is a little more on the nose.
Yeah.
Or I guess on the wing. Titan Executor, sorry, I wanted to get back to the video, but I clicked away, but I should have. Dedarex getting his membership, and it's just, you fools! You've messed with the natural order! And then the last thing I was going to say about Bakugo, because it's just, it is a damn shame that all the people that hate on dubs use like mimicry of Bakugo's voice to make fun of bad quote-unquote English voice acting in dubs, when Bakugo is like one of the best acted characters in the English dub of MHA. That man put his fucking, like, I guarantee that man has permanently damaged his voice playing Bakugo.
Both of them have. Like, both Bakugo's Japanese voice actor had destroyed his throat for a while. Like, it got damaged playing the final season for Bakugo. And then also Bakugo's English voice actor said that his voice also got damaged in the exact same way, probably doing the exact same lines in the exact same scene.
Yeah, the MHA dub is fantastic.
Like, people who say that English voice actors don't do a very good job, I don't think that they pay attention. And they don't understand the nuances that comes with Japanese voicing and English voicing, and how much more variety that the English voice acting can get in comparison to the Japanese dub, because the Japanese voice acting industry is very formulaic. They force you to say things in the exact same way as everybody else, in the exact same style, with the exact same inflections. They don't allow you to have any variety.
Yep.
Yeah, that's sort of like the what I've always thought in regards to that whole, like, I guess, sub versus dub conversation. But you know, we can go a lot more into that. But this is about world building, okay?
Yeah, this is about world building. So this is.
Oh, I was just gonna say very quickly, to finish off my con story. I also dressed up as Fat Gum for Sunday. And then I got kidnapped by All Might, and then got left with a Wendigo named Mango.
Izanagi, yeah, it used to be way harder on dubs, but these days I'm starting to see the Seiyu industry to be very typecast. Yep.
It's sort of like, what I see is kind of a difference in strengths, but it's like, yeah, that's a whole other conversation. Also, I looked up the one shot. It's called Quit Laughing Shiji Mode.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't quite committed all that to memory yet. Yeah, it's good.
Well, I think it depends on how you translate it, because our translation is "don't laugh."
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm pretty sure Warai can be. I think it can you can translate one word as smile and laugh interchangeably. I think.
Oh no! 100%. I'm just saying it for the audience in case like they want to actually find it, because I think you said don't quit smiling or don't smile or whatever, and I couldn't find it at first.
But yes, on to the topic of today's coverage. We are talking about the world building hierarchy every writer needs to see by Just In Time Worldbuilding. I am not at all familiar with this channel. This was thrown at us. Who threw? Was it you, Kaiser?
I never heard of
them. Also, did I watch together, please? So I don't know what we're about to see or hear from this. For all we know, we're going to agree with 100% of this video, and we're not going to have much to say, and it's going to be a very, very boring stream. Maybe this person is going to be a complete train wreck, and we're going to have a lot to say, and we're going to be here for 17 hours. We'll see.
I was about to say, it's 34 minutes, so...
Yeah, it's 34 minutes. We're 40 minutes into our stream, which means that will probably be done by next month. So let's get going.
There are levels to world building. There are fantasy stories that are amazing at exposing us to fresh worlds, that have worlds that truly contribute to the story, that support the themes. Worlds that are worthy of wandering in, worlds that inspire us.
Okay, I was going to say, why are you using Monty Python? Because that's a comedy and, like, the world building is intentionally bunk. But also, is this AI?
I have no idea what this is.
This feels AI.
I'm very hesitant to say it's AI because I've seen people do like book trailers that kind of look like this before AI got big. So like,
I think it's just stock footage.
I don't know,
I could believe it's stock footage, but like at this point, I am so fucking paranoid that like my brain is like, this is exactly what a lot of AI stuff looks like. So, and obviously because AI is trying to mimic this kind of stuff because that's what's popular.
Yeah.
So I'm just a little on edge, just kind of flagging that in case.
And then there are worlds that are trash, worlds that make the story worse, worlds that leave us wondering, what was the writer even thinking?
What is this
Today,
woman wearing?
I'm going to lay it all on the table. I'm going to give you my 7 levels of world building from the worlds that I've read. No holds barred, what I think is trash, and what I think was great, and what I think was absolutely goated. So,
to hear a woman this old use the word goated. Not saying you can't, it's just like, it's like the dissonance of archaism.
I think that it's mainly because she uses a hard T for it, whereas like we use more of a D.
Yeah. Could be a bad mic, could be AI. I don't know. The voice does sound weird, but it just sounds like not inconsistent. A very strenuous audio cleaning, like a not very careful one.
Yeah. Okay. I was just actually about to say, I think this child looks AI.
Yeah.
Hold on. Check the fingers. How many fingers are there?
That's not reliable anymore.
No,
I know, but it's a good start.
It's mainly how like doll-like the face art is. Like there's a certain plasticity to a lot of AI faces.
Yeah.
I think part of what also messes us up is just like the frame rate of the footage. Like
well,
there's
you also
certain frame. Go on.
Well, I was gonna say what you also want to pay attention to mostly is where things kind of like have very fine definitions. Hair is a big one. Like one thing I'm noticing is in this top right, this single bang that comes down above her right eye, or sorry, her left eye on the right side. It looks like it's actually part of the face paint. And it might be. Yes. It might be part of the face paint. I don't know. It's not in motion right now. But like things I'm going to be watching is like the hair, the flowers in the hair specifically, where the hair meets the skin, the fake elf ears where they meet the ears. That's where you kind of want to take a look at them.
Join me for the ride. Disagree with me in the comments, and let's talk 7 tiers of world building. Welcome to another episode of Just In Time Worldbuilding with your host, Marie Mullaney.
Marie Mullaney.
Was that dragon from WoW or something?
It might have been like a stock asset for like games you can download.
A few ground rules before we jump in. Obviously, this is subjective. It is my opinion, okay? Do not take this to be an attack on you or anything about you if you like an author's world that I don't like. Secondly,
Okay, we're getting into the immediately hitting the objective subjective discussion. Okay,
Well,
mean,
no,
I'm-
I think this is fine because like she's talking about like this is just a video made out of my opinions, and by saying, "Hey, I don't like this story," that's not attacking what you like.
I suppose.
Yeah, that's kind of what I got from it too. Like
Like
I
like if she says I hate Mistborn, that's not meant to be an attack on you and say, "Oh, you're stupid for liking Mistborn." That is what she is saying.
Yeah, I suppose. I just worry about like when you assert then something that might be like factually wrong with like contradictions and such within a story. It's like, are you gonna like lean on?
Well, that's with
Yeah.
the follow through, right? It depends.
Yeah,
on
yeah. Well,
how-
I
how
guess we'll see with the
they
follow
let
through.
you
I'm just
go.
I whenever I hear someone start off with "this is my subjective opinion," I'm always like, you're about to say some shit that people are going to hate, and you want to shield. That's kind of like my like at
Alex
this
Myers.
point, I've seen so many people do that. Yeah, like oh, who was it? Why am I blanking on him? Guy who did the Soma video.
Oh, Joseph Anderson. Yeah.
Joseph Anderson, like where he came out and is like, this was my subjective opinion. I wasn't saying this to be objective. Meanwhile, he was saying Soma isn't a horror game, like it was fucking religion, like it was like the fucking Bible. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
But, you
Yeah,
know,
but she is just. Oh my gosh, I can hear myself.
the disclaimer is inherently fine. It's not. It's
Kaiser.
not a big deal either.
You're feeding back.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
I don't. That has not been happening.
Sounds
though.
like these
I'm
people
sorry.
corrupted that phrase for you. Yes. I have like post subjective trauma.
Yeah. But saying this is my opinion is not inherently bad. You
Yeah.
can still have what you think are objective opinions inside your subjective opinions that can be challenged, or you can just get things factually incorrect within your subjective opinion that can be corrected. But saying inherently, I do not like Mistborn is not something inherently evil.
Right. I'm
Yeah,
just
it's just
kind of
doing that.
flagging. This is a red flag. That's all I'm saying. This is a red flag for me. Doesn't mean we have a full basket of them yet. It's just like, okay, we it isn't
Red flags! Get your red flags!
I think it should be an orange or a yellow flag, not a red flag.
Okay,
should
fair
be-
enough.
This should be a warning to like pay attention, not this is going to be a problem.
It's some caution tape.
Yeah.
I'm talking about world building here. Someone can have an amazing plot and still have an average at best world, or they can write great characters and still have an average at best world. And I will call that out as I go through and say, look, the story here was great, but the world was kind of eh. So bear that in mind as well.
Okay, so we got a
All
good
the
mix
different
there.
tiers can be used for different kinds of storytelling, except for the first tier and maybe the second one. Those two are trash, and you shouldn't be using them. Okay, enough caveats. Let's get into it.
See, this is where like I already keeping that orange flag is like that's very, very direct statements. It's like
Sorry, I missed the whole thing. No, it's fine. My mom just came to talk to me about something important. So
Yeah, I'll
what
roll
was
back.
it?
I'll roll back because she basically said like she started talking in very firm absolutes. All of a sudden, which is like subjective opinion, firm absolutes. Okay.
Average at best world, or they can write great characters and still have an average at best world.
That's fine.
And I will call that out as I go through and say, look, the story here was great, but the world was kind of eh. So bear that in mind as well. All the different tiers can be used for different kinds of storytelling, except for the first tier and maybe the second one. Those two are trash, and you shouldn't be using them. Okay, enough caveats. Let's get into it.
Keeping that
Tier
orange
1
flag.
is trash. This is
Okay,
where the
okay.
world is chaotic, it doesn't make sense, or it's written as a thin veneer so that the author can make some kind of philosophical or social commentary. It is undisguised in its nature. It literally just exists in order for the author to make a point. There is no
So
Ah.
some kind of Shadow of the Conqueror.
Yes, or some sort of like, I don't know, video game that you get trapped in, things like that.
Yeah.
Like a
Oh.
David Cage.
So basically what she's saying So basically what she's saying is that the world building purely exists for the political or social message that the author is trying to tout. That you can tell that the world is held together by scotch tape and school glue. pretty much.
The Vandal Legion offers the word propaganda. I would say that it's
Eh,
it could be like it could go towards. I would say that the world building is there solely to enforce the themes, with nothing
Yeah.
beyond that.
or even just as like set dressing for like a specific scene or idea that the writer had, and they didn't
Yeah.
actually think about how to properly, move between those like vignettes and shit, right? This is where you would probably get something like Ruby, right? I mean, granted, I will say it's probably not made for the sake of one vignette, but it's made for the sake of like, having just this cool set dressing for the story.
No, I would definitely agree. I think that Ruby's world building is completely shallow.
Yeah, no,
In that
100%.
way. I would also say the Assassin anime that Raymond showed
Yep.
us.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that also
Assassin
Redo a
redo.
healer, 100%.
Yeah, redo.
I would say like the simplest way I would put this is it is a world that facilitates getting from point A to point B with as much ease as possible for the writer, with as little consistency between them.
Yeah.
Effectively, you start
So-
at one point, you're in fantasy, you're in basically Lord of the Rings fantasy land, and then suddenly you're up in space and like fighting aliens, and there is
Right.
literally nothing connecting those 2 points.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so like Xenogears, but bad. But like freaking what's the word? Like, I guess I would if I was writing this part of the video, I would clarify that it's not necessarily like the writer using it as a way to facilitate a point as a necessary element. It can be, but I would say that it's specifically made for just the shallow whims of the writer.
That's a great way to put it.
That's how I would put it. Just to be just to catch as many things in the basket as possible, because I feel like all of those things fit into what exactly she's talking about.
Yeah, the shallow winds of the writer with no connective thread between them.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
internal consistency because everything is focused around the author's ideology. I have 2 examples of this. One is uncontroversial, I think. If you've ever had the displeasure of reading Victoria Foyt's post-apocalyptic novel Save the Pearls, Revealing Eden,
Never heard.
you will know
Oh
what
my
I'm
god, I
talking
have.
about.
I have. I
Okay.
heard that this was
Yeah.
racist as shit.
Oh my god, start talking. I'm gonna get a drink.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell it. What is so bad? What grinds your gears about this book, Twilight? What
Oh my
grinds
god.
your gears?
I'm like, it's been a while, so I don't remember what the shit was about this book, but I do remember that it had something to do with a bit of eugenicsy stuff in it,
Okay.
and that like I think it was like darker skinned people were like inherently inferior in some way.
What the fuck? Okay. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Like
Just
it
slap
has
that on there, huh?
it has been a while. Okay, so
Well, I'm glad that was the thing that stuck out to you. It'd be a shame if we forgot about that.
look, it's been literal months since I've heard about this book, okay? And I
Yeah.
didn't go into like a deep dive into the book because I was like, oh, it's just another really shitty book that people are calling racist and whatever.
Yeah,
But
sure.
from what I remember, um the main character is a woman living in a post-apocalyptic environment. Um and there's something to do with like skin cancer that's like really important. And oh, I'm so sorry. If I knew that we were going to be talking about this book all of a sudden out of the blue, I would have refreshed myself on this. But
Well, maybe
that's
we can maybe that could be a stream for another time. I don't know.
yes. Oh my god, I'm going to have to fucking read the book.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to read. Oh no.
Oh, what I remember of it was no, it's like reversed. So like because the main character is white and because of her skin color, she is looked down upon more. So she has to like perform blackface in order to be seen as a person or whatever. That's what it was.
You heard it here
What
first,
the
folks.
fuck?
Black play. You need to do blackface in order to survive.
Yes.
Jesus Christ! Someone fucking wrote that.
You wear a straw hat while you do it and make your lips nice, big, and red, and it just adds to the bonus. The it might. Do you think? I wonder. It's always that question of like, is it going to be interesting enough to do something like bad fan fiction night with it?
Possibly. Yes. We
Oh,
could.
That
God.
sounds fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No,
Oh, no,
that
we're
that
at it.
is like off the friggin' wall, dog. I did not have any idea it was gonna be like that.
Yeah, well, you can see it on the page too. Like half of
I
her
mean, I
face
thought
is
that
white
was
and she's
like, oh
blonde.
man, this girl's got like a dark secret. I didn't know it was that kind of.
Also, wait. Like, are the people in this book like actually like black, like Aboriginal black? I guess. Because like that is not a typical, like, that's not a typical black skin tone. Like I remember there was someone that like as a kid he wrote about how he went outside and I can't remember, it was some book where he saw like, oh, I never saw any black people. I saw, people with chocolate skin, brown, tree bark, like describing all the different shades of brown because, very much a kid doesn't know anything about racial politics or that kind of bullshit. So he's seen it very much for how it is. And it's like, there are no black people. There are brown people of different shades and they're all very nice. And like, it's a very sweet kind of idea. There's not a single person I can think of outside of maybe the Aboriginal tribes in Australia that have that kind of skin tone. And even then, I think that might be pushing it.
Well, there are a couple of tribes in Africa who have like this incredibly dark skin that almost looks blue because their undertones are kind of cold.
Right.
It's actually really fascinating to look at because like humans can have either warm undertones or cold undertones, and that can like drastically change how your skin looks.
Like the Gross sisters from the Proud family. Oh my God, you're right.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes,
God!
actually.
I did not think about.
Also,
Holy fuck.
I was gonna say, like, my thought also went to that like Appalachian town that was like, I can't remember what they reminded me, Cobalt or something like that. And because of how it all got in their drinking water, their skin turned blue. It's just like
No,
an entire town, something like that.
It's not like that. No, it's the undertone to your skin. So like you have an overtone,
Oh
which
yeah,
is
no.
going to be your actual skin tone. But then you have either red, yellow, or like kind of a bluish undertone to you. And
Yeah.
depending on which one it is, it's going to be either a warm undertone or a cold undertone. And that can change the direction of how your skin looks.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that, like, I thought it was just funny, like, talking about cold and bluish undertones, and I'm like, yeah, there's people that turned blue because of like contaminated water. The
Here, actually, I have an image of one of these people.
I thought they were blue because of incest. Look, just because they're
No.
from
What?
Appalachia. Okay, man, come on.
I
Oh,
don't know. I
oh,
don't know.
damn.
Yeah. I've seen like there were some documentaries that I think I saw like bits and pieces of either like starring certain people from Africa or going over specifics of the culture, and yeah, I've seen like people who look a lot like that.
Contaminated with
Yeah,
silver
yeah.
in the water. Okay. Also, I do like how the skin tone makes her look really. She actually kind of looks a little bit like an onyx statue, and it's very pretty,
Yeah.
very shiny. It's just she can be one of those street performers that stands like super still, like, and no one would bat an eye.
Oh my god.
There's actually a woman that does that every Saturday at the farmers market.
That's funny.
Uh, God, those people
Anyway.
are wacky. Anyway, yeah.
That book about.
Oh.
That book is the most atrocious excuse for reverse racism victimhood that I have ever read in my entire life. The premise is fairly basic. There has been an absolutely devastating environmental event. The earth is scorched. Only people with dark skins can go outside without protection because they don't get cancer. We'll get to
Oh
that.
God,
And as such, black
that's not how that works.
What?
They
What?
they have resistance to sun. Like the melanin
Oh
does
my
help them
God.
with sun, but it doesn't make them immune to cancer.
Yeah, like
What
one
the
of-
fuck?
I've heard that even black people don't understand this
Bro.
concept, and so doctors have to tell them, no, you should still put on sunscreen because you still can get skin cancer from the sun. Please
Dog.
protect your skin.
Dog, how did this book not break containment? But freaking what's the word?
It did.
The fucking
just that-
the Zodiac did.
Omega Rob, I sorry, I just saw this. Omega Rob at Celtic Phoenix, I believe they genetically engineered people to be extremely black. What?
What?
Huh?
What fucking umbrella corporation is out there turning people super Vantha black? Are they copyrighted? Are they copyrighted like Vantha Black is? What,
Oh my God.
what the fuck happened, man? Where are you hearing this? We have secretly turned an entire populace of people to extreme Vantha Black. They blend into shadows. They are our stealth spies. Look behind every shadow in your house. There is one of them. They're putting chemicals in the water that are turning the frogs black. Oh, this stream is gonna be full of good sound bites.
Yeah,
Oh,
God,
good.
I did not expect this shit right out of the gate, man. Like, yeah, okay.
Oh yeah.
This
She's
seems like
right
it's-
about this, for the record. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like here's the thing though. There have been such a fucking stream of books lately that have been so off the wall. And like you were talking about Age of Scorpius breaking containment. And that's only
Yeah.
because of the specific circumstances that made it unique, in that like it was a pre-order that got like thousands of pre-orders, and that's never been seen before. But we'll probably see stuff like that happen a lot more now that people are starting to sell their shit off of TikTok and all that kind of stuff. But this, I think, was more quietly self-published, but just the or it like I'm forgetting which ones are self-published and which ones are more traditionally published now, but there have been many books like this. Like one that got really big a couple of years ago, like maybe 5 years ago, was called A Night in Her Moon, which was a sapphic book, or specifically like a lesbian book, but like the whole theme of that book was an extremely dark-skinned girl and an extremely light-skinned girl falling in love with each other.
I
Like,
mean,
I'm sitting here, I'm like,
mean,
okay, this is actually an interesting premise. Okay, so suddenly the entire Earth gets like, you know, super UV radiation, and it's like, okay, what's the premise with that? Okay, so naturally speaking, you're going to end up with people who are much darker skinned because as time goes on, people with darker skin are more resistant to skin cancer. They're more resistant to the UV rays being harmful. It doesn't mean they're immune, but like because of that, that means they're going to be able to do more outside actively, even during like, you know, the day. Provided it's not like, you know, eye meltingly, you know, UV radiation. So they're going to become more utilitarian, more basically beneficial to society. Their numbers going to go up. The Caucasian population and other lighter skins are going to go down because they're not going to be able to do as much. They're not going to be as like basically all these different social factors are going to contribute to suddenly it's going to be what 90-10 to black to white. And it's like, I could see that. I could see interesting social commentary coming out of that. But just starting off on like, what? You didn't put, what did you think? But wait,
yeah,
what?
what?
Like, I'm more fascinated, like, what kind of world, like, would exist? Like, what kind of, like, governments would exist, what kind of underground structures, architecture, what kind of industries. I'm thinking about all these different like geopolitical things that would be going on in a world where the surface is now under scrutiny by it. And like, okay, maybe there's a social story to be told somewhere there, but I'm more focused on like, how is humanity surviving? That's like, Jesus Christ, that's a doomsday scenario.
I think out of like right off the bat, water would be incredibly difficult to find.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And also like power and electricity would probably all be like solar stuff.
Yeah.
Because
And
we
there
we
would
already
be
have like solar technology, so like that they would probably finally solve the energy crisis in that way. But on the other side, you now no longer have a lot of water to go around.
Desalination.
and
I mean,
then
all that
there's,
power
like-
goes towards desalination then, I guess.
Yeah, and then there's like the issue of, you know, what do you do since we can't go up into the surface anymore, okay? And we're living like
Or at least
fucking
not
mole
for a
people.
prolonged period of time, yeah.
Yeah, for not a lot of time. You know, that brings into mind, you know, what like certain health conditions, because there are a lot of people that like definitely need more sun more than others.
I mean, you recommend you get
and so-
15 minutes of sunlight a day for your mental health.
Yeah, so like yeah, is it like, oh yeah, even, oh my god, how is like seasonal depression treated in this world? There's a lot of-
Seasonal depression. You mean just depression at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like I honestly don't know if everyone living underground in this world, because if they are, then we would still have like issues. Maybe you would have to go like near the surface of the cave while not leaving the cave, because you're still going to get irradiated no matter what. Because UV rays still penetrate. You don't have to have like direct sunlight on your skin to start to get radiation poisoning.
Yeah, you need a lot of layers of rock to hide under
Yes.
to avoid that. I was gonna say, isn't this kind of the premise of No, I'm not a human? Like, I don't know I don't think either of you are familiar with that horror game, obviously, but like
No.
the entire premise is that like, the sun is starting to get super fucking hot. You can't really go outside anymore. And also, there are strange visitors impersonating everyone. Don't let them inside your house, but also you should probably let people inside your house so the visitors don't get you. So it's like an entire game about paranoia.
Interesting. A bit. So there's a bit of like, you know, Among Us Sussy Baka-ism going on.
Yeah, it's just it also has a very creepy art style. Are
Ooh,
nights colder?
that's
No.
interesting.
You said it's called No, I'm Not a Human?
No, I'm not a human, yeah.
That's funny.
People are now the new nobility of the world, and they are called, I kid you not, colds in the book.
Oh my
Black
fucking
people
god!
who can't go outside and are thus a burden on society and so on are called Are you ready for this? White
Oh.
people are called pearls. Yes, my honey. The underclass is
Oh.
called pearls.
Oh god.
Okay, no, you know what you call them? You call them chalk. And you know what you call the black people who rule the world then? Where you call them onyx.
Yes.
Or you call them like I'm trying to think of other really like, amethysts, like other precious gems. You call them the nice thing. What the fuck? Like
yeah, what?
Your racism bores me. Obsidians. Yeah.
That's a free yeah, the obsidian, yeah.
You would shorten it to
Oh
like
my God,
obsies.
that's
Like that would be that's how I would do it. I would shorten it to obsies, and chalks you would call chaws.
This is gonna be like so.
And that's because
formal.
only white people like the cha-cha slide.
Wait, what were the black people called in this world? I missed that. 'cause my mom was
Coals.
talking to me again.
Coals.
Coals. Oh.
So
Cool.
the people who are in charge are called coals. The people who are basically useless to society are called pearls. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about it?
I mean, like, yeah, like what you guys said before. Like, if they were called like obsidians and stuff, and the white people were called pearls, you could also make that into a thematic thing, because obsidian has been a very useful tool to humanity for thousands of years, but pearls, they're rather useless. The only thing that they do is look pretty. So
They're vanity.
like they're a vanity thing. So like
Which what you know what
I
you
mean,
could do? What you could do is if you have a section like maybe keeping one of these light-skinned people as like a servant or something could be a status symbol if you're like have a weird feudalistic
like the
story.
actual pearls in Steven Universe.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, I guess to be fair, coal has also been like an extremely useful mineral to humanity for thousands of years as well. But like that still does come with the racial baggage.
Yeah,
So I think
yeah, and not
obsidian
only that, but it's like when you think of coal, you think it's useful, but in sort of like a down dirty kind of grungy kind of way where it's like it's a
Yeah.
necessary thing that isn't very pretty. It's not how you would describe the people who are ruling the fucking planet.
You could use it like a caste system. Like you could have a whole caste system where like people have like this slang terminology where like maybe the lowest dark-skinned person in this society is called a coal, which is not pretty, but it is ultimately very useless. Or is it very useful? Brain work with me here. Is very useful. And they would be on the same level as, say, a pearl, which is like the best of the light-skinned people. Like basically the idea is you have that tier system, and then we get like even worse insults like chalkies or whatever as you go down for the lights. Like you could segment that. You could have like study different caste systems throughout history and learn about the different hierarchies that have existed and why they existed, and try to apply some of that knowledge to. If you really wanted to make this kind of social point, you could, I guess. But you could be smart about it too and make it interesting and try to like actually tie some points together, not just throw it in there like you're suddenly making a point when the caste system that you establish is an insult and a praise. Like I don't fucking again, your racism bores me. Get better racism.
Yeah,
hi manga comment. What a crazy line to enter on.
Yeah, welcome manga comment.
I do understand what this person
give common
means.
context.
I do understand what this person means though when they're saying like this is a tier 1 level world building book.
No, 110%.
Yeah, the world building is just so shallow, and it you can just scrape it off with a knife or something.
Well, it goes even deeper. This is where I would probably say like it goes maybe into like zero or even a negative way, where it's like, okay, there's an obvious broader messaging you're trying to come at this here, and like is so blatantly like either misguided or just completely dog shit. about how knowledgeable you are about these broader issues and how this would actually be enacted in a hypothetical scenario.
Get better racism. Yes, if you're going to have a shitty ideology, at
better
least be
racism.
interesting about it. Like that's
Yeah.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like be interesting, be somewhat thoughtful about it. And I know that seems contradictory, but you can still have a shitty ideology and have it thought through. Like it can exist, guys.
Yeah.
It's a thing. But yeah, it's Jesus Christ. We might have to add this to the list.
Yeah.
Though I'm
this-
also
Honest to God,
scared.
man.
I cannot. Anyway, disregarding that atrocity, what bothers me more about this is that it makes no sense. Our skin tone is a development of evolution based on reproduction. Getting cancer from the sun actually happens to both white people and black people. And to make it even worse, black people often get diagnosed later because of the lesions from melanoma might not
Yep,
be
that's
spotted,
true.
resulting in the
Yeah.
cancer getting caught later when it's harder to treat. Darker skin reduces but does not eliminate
Yep.
the chances of melanoma and skin
Yep.
cancer. For that, you need skin cream, a substance that apparently the author just forgot about or something.
They kind of forgot about.
Don't
the
worry.
sunscreen.
Don't worry, Assassin Anime didn't forget about it somehow.
Although, like, this kind of goes into another facet when it comes to just like institutional racism, right? Because of course, I think we mentioned earlier about like the assumptions a lot of black people have, where it's like, oh, we don't have to worry about putting on sunscreen because blah 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 blah. But like, no, you actually do need to take care of yourself in that sense, and a lot of that can be traced back to just the ways in which public knowledge about these ailments, cancer especially, has put a lot of minorities throughout history, especially black people, on the back foot, right? Like the first thing that comes into my mind in terms of that is the Tuskegee Institute, when they were like purposefully injecting people with stuff.
Yeah.
So like that can be another like interesting facet that this story could have gone into. I'm assuming that they never even tried to go that hard at it.
Oh no, it sounds like to me this is like the most basic bones is like we need to
Yeah.
make the white people the subjugated ones.
What if the whites were oppressed, guys?
Which isn't even the first time that that's been done. And
I
like,
doubt it, yeah.
oh yeah, no, like there have been a lot of times throughout the decades where the situation is reversed as a hypothetical for good and for bad. Like but this one is just like egregious because of how lazy it is.
Yeah, like there are healthy ways to examine the nature of racism by flipping the script. Like, and you can do it with any like opposing like idea. It's like if you apply this standard to this group of people, you must then flip it and apply it to this group of people and see if it is fair across the board. That's typically pretty healthy for people to do. This is not that. This is absolutely not that. You've created a high concept just to kind of push shitty politics. Oh.
Also, it's not evolutionary significant to get cancer because, and this is important, cancer doesn't stop you breeding except if it's a childhood cancer. If it did, it wouldn't still be a scourge on the human race. What black skin does prevent is too much UV irradiation during pregnancy, which breaks down the folate in the body, and folate deficiency can cause malformed fetuses. That
Interesting.
obviously negatively impacts your reproductive capacity. That is why evolutionarily, natural selection selects for black skin the closer you are to the equator. White skin, on the other hand, one of the reasons why it developed so strongly in Europe is because without enough UV radiation while you are a child, you develop a condition called rickets, which can be
okay.
deadly
Yeah.
and can negatively impact your evolutionary potential due to, an early childhood death. So, in a
Yes.
place
Yeah.
where you have both low levels of UV, like Europe,
I knew
and
that,
you
but
have
like,
low
it's been
levels
so
of
long.
vitamin in your diet, you evolutionarily naturally select for whiter and whiter skin to block the UV rays less and less.
And
Even
also,
if the sun went
like one of the reasons why we had developed as white a skin as we did in Europe is because of our diet as well, which she did briefly mention. But like why other groups of people who live in higher elevations, or like in Canada, for instance, the natives, the native peoples who live up here, the Inuit and the other native peoples in Canada, why they didn't develop white skin is mainly due to the fact that, unlike us who are more farming based, and we mostly ate just purely vegetables and stuff, they had more variety in their diet. They had a diet that allowed their skin to stay a darker color, despite the environment that they lived in, which was much colder.
Right.
Yeah. Also, I love blank canvas here in chat. Yo, Kaiser, I need to ask, how's a Pearl gonna borrow a fry? Pearly, are you gonna give it back?
Oh my God, Twilight, you got the media literacy sign. Thank you, Titan.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Got a little get that official plaque above your head permanently. What else we got here? We got Omega Rob giving us a couple of memes. We've got we have to get to the video. Too bad I have an anecdote.
Dude, somebody needs to make that meme of like that one I don't know if it's like a One Piece opening or ending where it's like Aokiji in blue and Akainu in red, and people have done like a lot of memes sort of like this where it's like the word are like filling in for either racist or rape. It's like the C and the P standing off.
We also got this is media literacy 1, media literacy 2, and media literacy 3 going up the sand forms.
So is
Wonderful.
Ultra Instinct like ultra literacy?
And then we've got Guys Night 9. The early bird gets the worm, because we were talking about being early to the stream.
Why is it guys' night? I joined like 5 minutes into the stream.
It was because you were late at all. Like, that was part of it. It's like we were just
This is unfair.
Listen, we can bring either Noel or Saria for a stream at one point. Y'all can have a girls' night. How about that?
At one point. yes.
I mean,
actually.
I'm sorry. I meant to say at some point. What the fuck? Why did I say that?
But yes, having a girls' night would actually be phenomenal. I'd love that.
I don't know how that would work, because like I'm the one that has to pump it through to my YouTube channel.
Well, here's what you do. You just sit back and just listen to us.
Well, then it wouldn't be a girl. Well, then it wouldn't be a girls' night because he'd just be there.
Well, it doesn't matter because he's not gonna be there. He's just gonna be the thing.
So he would just
projects
leave
the
it
screen.
on after cutting it on. I guess.
Yeah, he could like take a nap or something. He can work on it, Silent Hill F.
Oh no! If I'm running the stream, just blow up my computer. That is a 9-hour video file. You think my computer can run that and a live stream and everything else that's going on with Discord at the same time?
Mine can, and it's a laptop. What's wrong with your computer?
With intensive special effects. Oh.
But
Also,
listen,
Silver, you know what, Silver Hair Freak, you're
wouldn't be
right.
that
This
one-
is 2026, guys. Women can be a part of Guys Night now too. Okay?
As long as we can sign up for the women's is it women's football or soccer? Was it soccer or basketball that opened up that like a couple of male players decided to try and audition for because of how not audition, go for the draft. You hear about that recently?
Oh, no. But Raymond, the Mighty Blast Force is now saying that you're half a woman now because you're bi.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh,
Mods,
I
carpet bomb that guy's address.
I'm sorry, I have not been hit by the magical futa beam, so it's that's not how that works. Well, girls' night, you can watch Power Rangers. Oh my god, we just finished watching the In Space episode where they introduced the Silver Ranger, Zane,
Oh, nice.
and he says the most wild fucking thing where he's like, "I've never met a girl ranger before." And, like, he's only saying it to one of the girl rangers. There's another one that's also in the room. It's really fucking weird.
Also, because I know that Power Rangers has a history of being unintentionally racist, with Mighty Morphin. He says, "I've never seen a girl ranger before," to the one white girl ranger.
I expect that. That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I fucking thought. Bro,
Poor Cassie.
That's literally on the level of, wait, hold your fire. This man isn't black.
No,
Yes.
it's absolutely just like, it's just weird because it could so easily have been like looking at both of them to convey that, like, I've never seen girl rangers before. It's just like, why? Like, he gets like so nervous when she like introduces herself because I think they're setting up like a romantic triangle, maybe. I don't know.
They're setting up a very brief love triangle. I remember this being only brief. Like about as brief as the time that Ashley tried to get Carlos to fake date her.
Astronema, my queen. We also watched the body swap episode, or I guess the appearance swap episode. My god, they had so much fucking fun with that. Ashley's actor and Astronema's actor, they are both phenomenal. They really managed to capture each other really well.
I've been meaning to like actually sit down to watch the whole like In Space, just from start to finish.
Hey, Celtic, if you're bi and only dating a woman, doesn't that make you biased? Mods, split that man in half diagonally to make it awkward.
People would get cancer more, and that would be the problem. It would be that their children might be malformed if the mother went out into the sun while pregnant. It wouldn't be that black people would get cancer less. It would be that their mothers would be able to go outside more often while pregnant. That's what would reasonably happen. The book's setup makes no sense and exists only because, I don't know. The author says she intended it to highlight the evils of racism. I would say she missed the mark by a mile.
This probably sounds, this could go either direction. Either it's someone who is horribly racist making a point, quote unquote, or it's the other way around. It's someone woking too close to the sun.
I was about to fight literally with this book about
about the sun.
Killing everyone. Oh my god.
Oh,
that's so funny. That's so fucking funny.
It's a perfect example of that too.
Yeah. It's literally sort of like on the level of David Cage's Detroit Become Humans messaging about like relaying robots to fucking black people and minorities.
Oh god.
It's like probably worse from the description of this. I feel like this might be a little bit worse. Maybe. I don't know.
I was gonna say there is some interesting world building in in Detroit Become Human, and like also like there's a major twist at the end that's actually kind of neat. In terms of like how like all this allegory was going to go, but like still, also God, now I'm just looking at the title, Save the Pearls. Ugh.
10 months. So, that was my first example, and as I say, I think uncontroversial. There are some amazing reviews on Goodreads about these books, and you can check out their glory in ripping apart this piece of trash, and it deserves it. The second example is going to be more controversial because I'm sure I have people in my audience who actually do like this author and this piece of content.
Shadow the Conqueror.
And that is Terry Goodguine's The Sword of Truth. The first
Never
book
mind.
wasn't so bad. It was but it was passable world building.
Also, can I just say I hate modern book covers? I like, okay, look at this. I mean, it's hard to see because of the video stuff, but like at the very top, what do we've got going on? Something,
we got-
Terry Goodkind, like the author from, and then the bottom, Wizards First Rule, the basis for the new television series Legend of the Secrets. Like, what am I supposed to be looking at? Like, it's all in the same color and text. Can we, like, maybe distinguish this a little bit more? It is better, mind you. It is better than all those fucking books from, like, the 90s and early thousands, and I think maybe 2010s, that had, like, the author's name in big, bold print, larger than the fucking title of the book.
Yeah, I hated that. I was like, what? I just typed the guy. I always keep thinking that like that was the title when I was much younger, and I felt fucking stupid when it wasn't. It was like, why the fuck is it bigger then?
Oh my god, Terry Goodkind. That's the asshole who made a whole bunch of like really controversial books, and like a lot of his
Oh.
books were incredibly sexist, right?
Oh,
So
God.
what you're saying is that is my teacher right there.
Yes.
All right, sweet.
So from like I have not paid attention to Terry Goodkind because
Okay.
I remember a lot of people talking about how unpleasant he was just as a human being, let alone the kinds of things that he had in his books. But from what I remember, there was a book series where it's like either only women could use magic or both men and women could use magic, but only women turned evil if they wielded magic.
Well, okay, is this like a hard? It's like a hard rule that like if women use magic, I'm going to draw
Yes.
my blinds with telekinesis, and suddenly I want to slaughter innocents. Is that like how it works?
Like I'm pretty sure that was how it worked.
Oh my god.
And any female character that were in his books that were not magic wielding, they were always like helpless damsels in distress, and they barely had any personality or anything. They were just there to be objects for the man to save.
That's wacky, man.
Okay, so yeah, that is like insane. But I would, and it's even worse because I would say that this would be fucking what's his name? Why did I blank on his name now? Fuck.
Like, okay, all right.
Prep
You know
for-
what? You know what? Here's a challenge. Could you make a premise like that work?
Like the premise of like women turning evil.
Yeah,
when
like
they use
magic is ubiquitous, but women specifically turn evil when using it. Could that be like, could we use that as a jumping point for potentially a good and interesting story that also isn't strictly speaking like sexist? It has like the core premise is like a sexist bent to it, but could we turn that into something that isn't directly that way?
Maybe if it's exploring the whys and how to potentially solve it.
Yeah, I could see something like that, definitely.
Right.
Like that's always like when you get to like, oh, maybe there's a problem with what's going on and we need to solve it. I think that's typically how you address a lot of that stuff. But like, I'm just curious. Like now, it's like, all right, brainworm time. What do we do with this?
Let's say hypothetically.
Let's say hypothetically.
We could make this.
Let's say hypothetically, my wife is a doctor.
The thing is, though, the more the saga went on, the more he just overrode his world building and broke his own canon. And Goodkind was a worshipper at Ayn Rand's objectivism philosophy. And the whole magic system basically just changes its rules whenever Richard Roll needs to prove a philosophical point about individual supremacy. Because that is
I
the
love
whole
that.
philosophy of objectivism. The individual is the only thing that matters.
So he copied Ayn Rand's philosophy, but didn't copy Ayn Rand's, like, I know she has pretty dry books, but like I haven't heard them being inconsistent. So I'd say
They didn't put as much thought into it.
Yeah, it sounds like they forced the philosophy instead of actually writing a story around the philosophy.
So first, Azure Phoenix, you know, you're right. So first we had a racist author, and now a sexist one. I'm noticing a pattern here with bad world building.
Yep. Flashlight.
Bro,
Wait,
we're
what?
hitting the whole spectrum. Okay, so we
What-
got sexism, we got racism. Do we get homophobia with the next one, Chad? Do we complete the Triforce?
What is this flash Omega Rob made this meme, Flashlight by Susan Choi. I hate you. What is Flashlight by Susan Choi? I am not familiar with this book.
Also, Ryan, what do you mean by I'm back? I was never gone. I mean, I left to get a drink for a second. That's about it.
Oh, is an ableist author next? Yeah, okay, we need a homophobic, we need an ableist.
Yeah.
Do we loop
The
together
Ables.
the able? Well, she needs to bring it up. Like, we need her to hit the hat
I
trick.
know.
Yeah. That'd be really funny though.
God, the Ables is another great example of woking too close to the sun.
Yeah, yo.
Oh God. I meant back from your vacation. I just came in.
Oh, I've been back for a week. Like I got
Yes, you
in
look-
to
She
last
was-
week's Jack stream at the very end after Kaiser.
No
left.
one cared about Campaign Evolved. We had like 20 people watching us by the end of that stream. I was really
Damn.
sad, honestly, because like there was a lot to fucking talk about. There was plenty that we didn't get talking about because there was too much to talk about with Campaign Evolved. Everyone go back and watch that stream. We had a fun time talking about Campaign
Yeah, it
Evolved.
was a good time. It was a good stream.
Yeah,
Oh.
I
Like,
had
even as
fun.
is someone who like isn't really much of a haloid? Is that what you fans are called? I don't know. I don't know what the name for y'all is. But like as someone who isn't, you know, into the series or whatever, I thought it was insightful. I thought that we got a lot out of it.
Sorry, man, I was busy. Well, I blame you for the loss in revenue. Directly just you, Sketchy Sid.
Yes.
No, I love you, man. Ahoyd. No, actually, I don't know if Halo fans have a name. Also, Twi, do you know the book Flashlight by Susan Choi?
No.
Okay,
I
so
don't.
I don't know what this reference is.
Yeah,
Omega
I'm
Rob.
completely confused.
Apparently, I hate it. So I'm presuming that like it has it has uninteresting racism. That is what I'm presuming the meme is about. My joke about interesting racism.
Yeah.
Oh, it was released last year.
Oh,
What's the premise?
the book cover.
It's about
Oh, the book. Okay, no, we're talking about. That's right. We were talking about the different like book cover designs. I know this one's fine.
Oh, yeah,
one's
they're equally big.
Well, no, I think the name of Flashlight is bigger, and it's like there are two things on the page, and it's a very simple like your eye. It's actually really good graphic design. Like if I can break this down shortly here, like the art's graphic design is where your eye goes, and so the first thing your eye is going to be attracted to in this image is the big red circle. From the big red circle, it's going to split off either up or down. In either direction, it brings you to Susan Choi, the author, or to Flashlight, the title. And then off to the side, you can also just very briefly get a novel. It's actually very smart graphic design. I actually quite like this book cover.
Yeah, I think it works.
Yeah. So, but that's I'm really big on graphic design for covers and such. It's why the big title things annoy the hell out of me. So I'm like, there we go. Anyway.
Yes, anyway.
And then we reach book 7, Faith of the Fallen. Richard literally defeats an entire collectivist empire, not through military logistics, not through strategic warfare, not by established magical laws, not even through superior philosophical arguments. No. He defeats the empire by carving, I kid you not, by carving a really beautiful statue out of white marble. The statue is so perfectly individualistic that it causes the enemy to socially disintegrate. I swear I'm not kidding. That whole
What?
Oh my god.
Bro,
I-
dog, you know what?
I need ask. I doubt it. But the only defense of this, and this is 7 books in, so I doubt it, would be this is a parabolic story. Like, this is supposed to be something along the lines of a legend or a myth being told. And it's like, and he built a great statue, and upon viewing the statue, the people wept, and they disbanded. Like, something like that. If it's not that, no?
Do you want to read all 7 books and find out?
No!
Well,
sounds awful.
No, Raymond, wrong answer. You're supposed to say not for free.
Fuck is this Fountainhead level of horrid ending? I need to read the Fountainhead. The
World exists only to prop up objectivism as seen through the eyes of Terry Goodkind. So those are my 2 examples of utter trash world building, and you can fight me in the comments if you like. Do not implement this kind of world building, I am begging of you. I understand using your world to make an ideological point. Believe me, I do. I read for theme. I write for theme. I like theme. But theme is not supposed to be a mallet smacking the reader in the face. Theme is supposed to be a thought-provoking...
okay. I bring up the orange flag because a lot of those are very definitive statements. In terms of like the whole the thing is, I agree with her. I agree with her as described. I agree with her completely. It's just, you didn't need to softball this. I think you're actually making very strong arguments that I think have very strong weight.
It's purely because people usually scream at the YouTuber in the comment section.
Like I said, that's why when I hear someone say it's my subjective opinion, I'm like, you're putting up a shield.
It can go either one of 2 ways, you know. It could be like, okay, either they are just giving a disclaimer, you know, defensively, because some people in the comments might be crazy about whatever they gotta say, or they're, you know, using it as a shield, as a preemptive shield, as they say something incredibly fucking ignorant. Alex Myers, fucking, you know, that type of shit.
I just want to maintain consistency with myself, because I call people out that I very much disagree with, and when they do stupid shit and use subjectivity to protect them. Even when I agree with someone, I'm going to be like, I don't think you needed to say that. I think you could have asserted these things very full-throatedly.
No, 100%. Like, I feel the same way. It's ironic that, like, Moncommon is here or was here. But, like, there were quite a few videos of his where he does give a disclaimer like that, like at the beginning of the video, or like in the middle of the video, or like a few more times, and I feel like we're necessary, where it's like, I don't know, man, I don't feel like you really need any of that. I feel like people are just gonna do what they want.
Yeah, people are gonna be pissed anyway. Like, that's kind of thing. The shield doesn't work. People are just gonna be pissed at your opinion.
Yeah, like I believe that you should only have like one very basic thing of like, hey, this is just my opinion. And then
Yes.
like don't focus on it for the rest of the video, because like at some point, if somebody is watching the video all the way through at one go, it can start to get very repetitive and just
Yeah.
start to make it so
Oh,
that
absolutely.
the only thing that you hear after a while is this is my opinion, this is my opinion.
Yeah, it feels like weirdly, it feels defensive in like a, what's the word? Not pathetic, but in a fucking what's the word? Like I guess
Preemptive?
it's too preemptive, right? It's the kind
Insecure.
of thing where
Someone
it's
said
like,
insecure.
oh yeah, insecure. That's perfect. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels too insecure when you say it more than once, right? And there are ways in which you can like structure your video's language where it's very clear, where that like, okay, you're talking about this from the framework of your thoughts or your whatever, which all you have to say at that point, in my opinion, is I think, or to me, or something like that.
Well, I was gonna
And
say,
you don't
like,
have to like seriously stress it.
you had Joseph Anderson make the whole parody. Remember his video where he was like,
Yeah.
I think that this is my opinion. And when it is my opinion that this, like, he went like, and do you see how tiring that is? And I'm like, no, you don't have to use that
No.
constantly. One of the things that I do, like I typically do is like, okay, yeah, I can occasionally slip and say it's my opinion because that's true. But typically what I say is I say the thing that I think is correct. And then I say, I could be wrong. Which is at the end, it's like,
Or
I
something
could
like
be
that.
wrong, which asserts that, like, I believe what I have just stated to be objective fact. However, I recognize I am a fallible human being and I can be wrong,
Yeah.
and I invite people to talk about it.
Yeah, and it's such an easy thing to do that you typically only need to do a couple times in your video. Like, depending on how long it is, depending on how the subject matter, I realize, caveat, there's a chance you would need to do it a little bit more if the subject matter is particularly intense and has a lot more interpretation inherently behind it. Not your
Yeah.
take on it specifically, but the subject matter itself is controversial. Like if I were to make a video talking about, I don't know, the fucking hospital scene, the one in the end of Evangelion, and why I think that was a well done scene. I probably would use a little bit more of that language because I understand that that is a very sensitive topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the only other time that I think that it would be appropriate to reiterate something like that is usually when you're talking about somebody else's opinion and then restating your own, that this thing that you're now about to talk about is your own opinion and
Right.
not the other person's opinion.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Idea that makes the reader think. All right, let's move on to tier 2, the merrily vapid.
Merely. That's
I'm
an
sorry to
interesting way
pick
to
on
say it.
YA and romantasy for this one, but I am going to pick on YA and romantasy. So,
Nah, fuck them up.
tier 2
Go
is
for it.
cosmetic or
I'll hold your drink.
derivative world building. And again, I've got two great
Oh,
examples.
God.
The first is Fourth Wing by
Of course.
I had a feeling. I heard so much about this.
I have the subtitles up. So, like, I saw that appear. I'm like, oh, God. Can I get a stronger shield?
Oh.
Yeah, it's called being apathetic to the whims of the sheep. That's the stronger shield.
God, but yeah, I heard. Granted, I haven't heard all that much in regards. Excuse me, the world building of the story
I have.
being bad. Aside from like a couple of things, it's mainly just the conflict relating to the main character and her, like the dialogue and her relationships and stuff like
Is
that
this-
being inconsistent.
Is
So
this on our
Raymond
list?
or Kaiser. Yes, it is on our list. So Kaiser,
Yeah.
what if the entire focus of this country was
Yeah.
the conflict between another country, and that the only thing that we learn about this country is that they have a death school where you
Yeah.
learn to be a warrior to go fight in the war with this other country. But in order for you to be the best warrior, they have to make sure that you don't get culled. And that over 60% of the students that enter the school will die before graduating.
Yeah, I
to fight the war.
remember. That's one of the things that I knew was like completely fucked in
That is-
regards to how this world works.
Isa says,
That is-
oh, God. Isa, frothing at the mouth. Fucking hell, that book. I couldn't even get through the first chapter, and everything the world building I hear is just shallow, backwards, and painful.
Yeah, but like Isa, you get angry at the smallest of things. But at least you tried. At least you tried. But here's the thing. That is the main crux of the entire world building of this world.
Yeah.
So a death school where the majority of the students and some of them are drafted into this school. They don't get a choice because they are the children of prisoners of war. Get
Mhm.
drafted into the school and die. The majority of them aren't taught how to be better warriors. They just get sent off to do these perilous things and see whether or not you survive or not.
Yeah.
And then the majority of it is just in the later books, because there are later books. Absolutely fucking nothing until you get to these very
Okay.
certain points of interest,
I haven't.
like a house
Go.
or a fortress.
Yeah, like most of what I heard about the world building, aside from the first thing you mentioned, is just a lot of it is just very, very shallow, which absolutely does fit into what uh this lady is talking about. And
Silverhaired
like
Freak.
yeah, that seems to be like the running track record for a lot of YA novels I've noticed.
Yes.
At least the ones I've like listened to videos about and like
Silverhaired Freak
read
says
when I was a kid.
60% of students will die. Wow, it's like 40K, but bad. Really?
Yeah.
Only 60% and you're equating it to 40K?
Look, we're like it's been a while since I have focused on Fourth Wing. The percentage could be higher, but the thing is like you don't have an infinite amount of people to go into this school every term.
Yeah.
And also you're trying to make warriors to go fight a war, and then the majority of the people that you recruit die before they even see the war. You kill them off specifically.
Yeah. How are y'all even still standing after all that? Like,
So
how
75% die in the
have you not
initiation exam.
lost yet?
This is, oh my god, is this Ruby but worse?
It
Yes.
sounds like it.
That's hilarious.
So
Now,
like
I've got
the very first thing that the characters have to deal with in the very beginning of the book is an initiation to see whether or not
Oh,
you'll even
right.
be a student in the school. And
Yeah.
at least 40% of the people who went in to do this first trial died before they even got into the school in the first place. And then from there, that does not mean that you will survive, because also eventually if
You
you
gotta do the
don't die
dragon
off,
initiation,
yeah,
right?
you got to do the dragon initiation, and the dragons, if they for whatever reason you
If they
smell
don't
bad,
like you, they eat you.
or they just fry you. So you can also die from the dragons. But even then, even if you choose a dragon, some of your classmates may also be jealous of the fact that you got chosen by a dragon and just choose to gank you and just murder you so that they have a chance of getting the dragon.
What is this fucking world? But you're gonna have like 2 people alive by the end of all this.
Exactly.
Is that just to get the 2 main characters together so they can get the fucking real fast?
Yeah, but
Well,
also the reason why the main characters get to fucking is because the dragons that chose them all already a bonded pair, and
yeah.
they have a psychic connection to their dragons, so that whenever their dragons get horny and start mating,
Yeah.
they get horny.
Yeah. God, man. I learning about that
conceptually
made me so
conceptually I'm not quite against that, because like that's like kind of a common through line in terms of like the psychic connection with dragons, and then I guess yeah, theoretically if these 2 dragons are mated, it's just like
Have I told you that this is supposed to be an enemies to lovers story?
no, that changes things.
Yeah.
Were the dragons mated before or after they got connected to the
Before.
writers?
They were
Before.
mated before.
Why are
And they
these
hated
dragons
each
that were
other.
mated
Yeah.
before like on opposite side? Are they like separated? Like are they divorced?
No, it's supposed to be that I think his name is Zayden.
Yeah, Zayden.
Yeah, Zayden. He is supposed to hate our main character because he is one of the prisoner of war children. Specifically, her father or her mother was supposed to have killed his father. So he is supposed to have a grudge against her and want to take revenge on her for the death of his father and for his imprisonment. supposedly.
Okay, so what's nice is that like right now I'm actually not processing much of that because I'm also like trying not to remember it so I can be freshly surprised when we read it.
Fair enough.
But that sounds awful. I wonder what she's gonna say about it.
Nothing against her writing, and I know she's been very popular and that a lot of people really enjoy the Dragon Riders and everything else. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the world building is not great. So let me explain why. The setup of the story is that you have high potential Dragon Rider candidates who are in this academy where they compete to the extent where they assassinate each other, and they can get executed for minor failures, or if they fail at certain obstacles, they risk death due to the obstacle itself. That's the early tension in the books. But the thing is, the Kingdom of Navarre, where this is set, is locked into an intense generational war against dark magic users known as the Venin. And they have the Navarre that is, have a critical shortage of Dragon Riders. A critical shortage. But they let the kids with the highest potential kill each other during training. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
Please, I am begging of you, make it make sense. There's also a whole bunch of biological inconsistencies in the book. The
That's never a good
magic
thing to
of the
hear.
dragon bond dictates that a rider's death often causes the death of the dragon, and mated dragons share a sympathetic bond where the death of one kills the other. So, there should have been domino effects multiple times during the book, with a whole bunches of dragons dying due to battlefield death of one dragon or one rider. But that sympathetic chain reaction just never happens.
I mean, fuck. If that were the case, none of you ever all of you are getting castrated. Holy shit.
Yeah, not even that, but like, nobody, honestly, maybe we just shouldn't use these fucking dragons. I don't know, man. I feel like they're more trouble than they're worth.
Also, it's noted that the main character is the special Mary Sue girl because
she gets 2 dragons.
yeah, she gets 2 dragons, and she's the first person in the history of ever to be bonded with 2 dragons.
Wait, okay, so wait. And one of these dragons is mated to another dragon, right?
Yes.
What? So what happens if like her other dragon mates another dragon and that one guy dies? It's just a chain reaction of like what 5 other people dying.
Yes. So if one of her dragons dies, or if both of her dragons get mated, one of those dragons dies. Her dragon therefore then dies because they have a bond, which means that she will probably die, which means that her other dragon will die, which means that the other dragon will die, which means that their rider will also die.
One moment, I'm gonna get a quick diagram out so we can do this. All right, so we have Mary Sue, we have D1 for the dragon. That's not what I wanted to. D1 for the dragon. We have D2 for the other dragon. We have mate 1. We have mate. I'm gonna make this simpler. Mate 1 will be over here. Mate 2 will be over here. We have rider 2. We have rider 1. So basically what we're looking at is a cascade failure. If rider 1 or rider 2 or mate 2, like basically anyone dies in this equation, it will chain reaction and kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other people died because one person died. Yeah, no, what is it? Is that Kilimanjaro? That might be Kilimanjaro.
So I think actually that it's only one way, so that if the dragon dies, the rider doesn't die, but if the rider dies, the dragon dies.
Okay,
So
it'd be chain
the
reaction here, I guess?
I can't see.
Sorry.
Oh, hang on. So if the main character dies, it would cause a chain reaction in both directions. But if like Rider 2 dies, it would kill yeah, it would kill right sorry, if Rider 2 dies, then it would kill Dragon 2, which would also kill or Mate 2, which would also kill Dragon 2, which would leave only the one side done to survive.
Okay.
But it would be the same in the other direction as well.
So basically, if either of these writers die, then she's just shit out of luck and she's on her own.
Yes.
What the fuck is this? Who? And like, apparently, it doesn't
Wow,
come into
this is
play even. Like,
hardcore.
who fucking thought like you? Like, all right, you have this set up, and you know what? You could do a whole bunch of interesting shit. What if Writer 1 and High Writer 2 hated each other, like, to a violent extent, and they couldn't kill each other because the chain reaction will end up basically destroying everything that they're linked to? Like, you could have a bunch of different rivalries and shit with these three characters and within these dragons. You could have, like romances between the fucking dragons interacting and shit. But, like, it doesn't actually come back. What the fuck is this book? It's hilarious.
Yeah, so the only thing that they really Rebecca Yarros does with the book is set up a Twilight-esque love triangle where it is very obvious where you know where the romance is going, so I don't know why you even bothered to set up a love triangle, because it's very clear that the main character doesn't give a shit about the other guy, and the other guy is never set up in any kind of romantic situation that he is in with the main character. So I don't know why you bothered to do this.
It's
Also,
no Momo
he's
Tochi
kind of
Kairi.
no.
Do we want to talk
It's
about
not.
do we want to talk about the EDS or not? The what? Is that some? It's like Isa, we're not going to talk about Isa. We're not going to talk about erectile dysfunction syndrome on stream. What the hell, man? Mystery Geo, member for 3 months. Thank you for that. Inheritance Cycle did dragon bonding better. It sounds like it. I remember at least like the first 2 books being fine. I don't remember it being anything like this.
We're not gonna talk about the disability because that's going off into the weeds, Isa.
Well, she might bring it up, so maybe we'll continue the video and see if that gets mentioned.
Yeah, we'll bring it up when and if she brings it up.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna hit the restroom, but you guys have control over the watch together, so you can, if you find something interesting, you can stop it. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's all set up to happen, but the triggers never pull. It's like a Chekhov's dragon just left lying there in a pair-bonded heap of nonsense. And then the dialogue didn't make any sense to me. The whole aesthetic of the world is a medieval military aesthetic, but the characters' dialogue is pretty much modern slang and therapy speak.
I forgot about
And
that.
that, for me, was very jarring. Anyway, so that's my first example. My second example is an older book, and it's actually an author that I do like. And I don't want to dog too hard on Terry Brooks, but The Sword of Shannara, the early books especially so, are extremely derivative. They are so Lord of the Rings. You could literally just copy and paste the races straight into it.
Yeah, like I have heard that the Shannara books are like that. I've only read the Elfstones when I was in 8th grade, and I remember thinking that it was fine. I remember it, kind of being a little bit generic. But it was fine. It definitely fell under the category of Lord of the Rings knockoff, because there have been a lot of them over the decades. And I think these ones started in the 80s, so this one was only like maybe 20 years after Lord of the Rings came out.
Yes,
Or
the
maybe it started even
Shakira
in
books.
the 70s. Shakira.
I was gonna say, she mentioned, because like I couldn't pause obviously, but the she mentioned like, oh, it's full of modern slang and
It
and
is.
therapy talk, and it's like, oh, it's Milo Winters all over again. That is actually kind of
Yeah,
the plague
honest to
recently,
God,
is a
man.
lot of the modern dialogue going on in these like period pieces.
Yes, yes. Also, I am corrected. The Sword of Shannara came out in 1977. So, like roughly a decade after The Lord of the Rings came out. So, like it is understandable that the Sword of Shannara was very derivative of the books because people were still flabbergasted and absolutely had their minds blown by the book series, and it was the big phenomena, guys. But
Yeah.
What's
yeah,
therapy
when it
speak?
comes to
Therapy speak is like, you're triggering me. Stuff like that,
Yeah.
like saying shit
Yeah.
like that.
Like or your what's the word? You're a narcissist. Well, not necessarily you're a narcissist. I think it's the way that you gotta say it. It can work in fantasy setting. It's
Yeah,
just the way that you say it can be very modern coded, I guess.
there's a couple of fanfics that I actually really like, but there's occasionally these moments where it breaks in with these characters that are talking with very, very like therapy speak. And it always annoys me because occasionally it's like, oh, this actually
Like
kind
if
of
they
works
say
in
that's
character.
valid.
Yeah, well, that's
Like you're
like
valid.
your feelings are valid, but you need to understand how you're making other people feel. It's like it's very. It comes off kind of condescending because it's not coming from a licensed therapist. Um, it's someone trying to explain away why you do something and how you do it to your face and trying to explain what is a healthier alternative. It's sort of stuff like that when that's not really how people talk to one another. And when they do,
No.
it's incredibly fucking condescending.
So also like this is one of the books that I remember a lot of people talking about with the prose in general, not just the dialogue. Um because we're in the main character's head. Like this is a first person POV. And she always did this thing with the dialogue where it's like, "Oh my fucking god."
Oh, you gotta be careful when you mix dialogue with
No.
character. Prose with character. I love mixing prose with character. It's very
Yeah.
fun. It can also be a double-edged sword because sometimes you overdo how much character is in the prose, and when you do that, it gets obnoxious as fuck.
Like that apparently happened way too much. Like the period after every word what was how I said it, and apparently that was like a staple in that book.
One of the things I have to catch myself because I was writing Himiko fic. One thing I had to catch myself a lot, and I had to make sure I didn't do too much, and I might still have too much in there. I have like whenever Himiko, because she's the main character of it, reacts to something that catches her off guard, I would have like just in prose, what period? Like the idea is that like the prose stops because her brain stops. She is just confused for that moment. And I like doing I'll probably do it with other characters too, just because like I find it fun. Think people do get thrown off. But it's one of those I will have to catch myself from doing it too much because I just like it that much. And I can get very annoying if I overdo it. Also, for some characters, it might just not make sense. So, anyway,
You have to be very careful.
And it's just basically a knockoff of the whole Tolkien environment. So he falls into this tier as well, into this derivative world building tier. And I will say he's capable of building way better worlds. I really enjoyed Magic Kingdom for Sale Soul. So Sword of Shannara is just, well, it is what it is. It's derivative. And that's enough of the bottom feeders.
There's a lot
So
more there's a lot more books in the Shannara series than just the trilogy.
she was specifying the
and
early
from-
one specifically.
Yeah, but like the world building has gotten different since then. Like I think that he did take those criticisms into consideration, and that is why the world of Shannara is actually what remains of a previously dystopian future of our world.
Ah.
Okay.
So like Shannara excuse me, takes place like thousands of years into the future, after a post-apocalyptic event that
Right.
destroyed our civilization, and then the fallout from that had mutated different groups of people into becoming elves and goblins and things like that.
Is that
And
so they
then
pulled
magic
is that
appeared.
is that the first series to do that? I wonder what the first series to do that was.
I don't know.
Because like
I'm
that's
not
become a trope in
entirely
of
sure.
itself.
Actually, I wonder when it came out because Bastard, which is a manga series that has like an OVA and also like I think a new anime adaptation that doesn't seem very good. I feel like the that one did a similar thing. I wonder when that came out.
You know what I'm thinking of?
Um,
It would probably be Planet of the Apes, which was 68. That probably did the trope first.
yes.
Okay.
So then,
Bastard
but
is 1990.
Shanara, I think, is another early adopter of that because the series did come out in the late 70s.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm actually interested now, like in terms of like, oh, what is the history of like these different tropes? Like, where do they originate from in our modern parlance? It's kind of interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's probably
Meddling.
something older. I would just need to like research it.
So how do we feel about her tiers so far? We have 2 of the 7 tiers.
I think that they're kind of reasonable, but also the first 2 tiers are so similar to one another that you could probably just put them into a single tier.
I was gonna say the criteria feels much more specific to me, than I feel like it really needs to be. It's like it's itemizing both quality and like the quality of it and the qualities of it together, as opposed to like keeping them more. Because like again, on like the 1 out of 10 scale that I typically lean on, I think Kaiser does too. It's more about just the internal consistency, and the further removed you get from the consistency of the world building, the lower your score gets.
Yeah.
And that's much more straightforward. This one is like, okay, it's because of this and because of this. Tier 2 is about being derivative. Tier 1 is about being thematically or I guess shallowly driven.
Yeah, like shallowly. Yeah, like just
Bankrupt.
made for the shallow whims.
It's more
of the
worried about
author,
the
right?
why as opposed to being worried about the
To
how.
the degree.
Yeah.
Because like there are a lot of stories where I could definitely say that okay, world building wise, this does feel pretty derivative, but I wouldn't necessarily put that at like a 1. So like for example, most modern isekai, I would probably from the ones I've seen, except for the the standout ones like Slime Isekai or some of the other ones. Those ones I would probably put like a 3 or 4, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the whole derivative one doesn't speak much to the quality of the actual story, if that makes any sense. To the one that I would go to is Shangri-La Frontier compared to SAO. Shangri-La Frontier is very derivative of SAO, but it is so much better put together. It has a lot more careful world building put into it, a lot more thought compared to SAO. Yet we all know where it was.
Is actually functional.
Yeah, it's derivative of that entire genre, but it's much better. And so I don't think it would belong at a tier 2, and I don't think it would be one that you say you shouldn't do that. I think being derivative, I mean, being too derivative, sure, but being derivative at all, it feels like making that such a strong element of tier 2, that she called it out specifically, feels like it's undermining one of the best elements of iterative storytelling, that you can take someone's core concepts and then build upon them.
Right.
Well, yeah, I think that the distinction should be like lazily being derivative because like you said, there are people that are taking derivative elements and then building upon it. Like we've talked about how we want to talk about how shonen has changed over the decades because shonen is actually a really good example of this with how incestuous it is,
Yeah.
for lack of a better term. Because like a lot of shonen are inspired off of earlier shonen that the authors have watched when they were kids or when they were teenagers and stuff like that. And so a lot of those elements bleed into their work as well. But that does not necessarily mean inherently that that is going to be bad. Because like Saint Seiya inspired Yu Hakusho, which inspired Bleach, which inspired MHA, all these things. All like it's building upon each other, but not like for better and for worse, I should say.
There's no better term than
Um
incestuous for the state of modern anime. A lot of modern media is kind of in that pool right now, honestly.
Yeah,
yeah.
100%.
Like one of the reasons why I mean like people dunk and meme on this quote, but when Miyazaki said anime was a mistake, he was referring to the incestuous nature of anime. He was
Yeah.
saying we don't take inspiration from the outside world anymore. The only thing that we do is just take from somebody else's work. It is becoming too derivative. He was saying that one of the big problems with anime right now is that people don't go outside and have their own experiences.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was the first to say go outside and touch grass.
The more that I learn about
There's a lot.
Miyazaki, he is just a cantankerous old man.
Oh
And
yeah,
I
he
love
sounds like
it.
he sounds like a
Wow.
prick, but it's kind of funny.
He does. Yeah.
Just before we get there, though, I have some super exciting news. My upcoming fantasy novel, Blood and Bloom in Las Vegas, has been funded on Kickstarter. Blood and Bloom is an urban fantasy mystery written in a gritty noir style, featuring a druid protagonist. It actually won the Flash 500 novel opening competition, and it has all of the deep, intricate world-building elements you'd expect from this channel. And I realize the irony of saying that while I trash other people's world building. But what can you do? My world building, which is hopefully
money,
not
money.
trash, includes a fully realized magical economy where fairy dust is the base component. No fairy dust, no spells for you. And that means navigating the complex politics of keeping the local Bloomfae happy. The
Oh.
story also has deep mythological roots, stretching all the way back to ancient Babylonian myths, and it actively draws those myths forward into the modern
Sounds
world.
right up your alley, Twilight.
If that sounds like your kind of read, follow the link in the description below and back the Kickstarter to get your copy of Blood and Bloom in August. And then you can judge me and plop me into whatever world building tier you like.
Yeah,
I will
everyone go
say,
support that.
though-
Sounds good.
Yeah. I will say though that like while it does sound intriguing, I would still hesitate to say that necessarily it is right up my alley because she did focus a lot on the currency, and that gave me kind of flashbacks to Spice and Wolf. To be clear, guys, I did not hate Spice and Wolf. It's just it teased me with an element that I found so much more intriguing, and yet the main crux of the plot surrounding the romance between these two characters was the overly complex currency exchange of this world. I'm like, I would like to see more of this other thing that you teased me with. Can I get
Which
more
is
of that?
actually, you know what? It's ironic that you say that, Twy. I'm guessing you're talking about, you know, the
Original.
Yeah, that the magical elements. It's very ironic that you say that. So like, you know how I made the video talking about the Spice and Wolf remake versus the original, right?
I know that you made it. I have not watched it because I wanted to watch the remake myself.
No, it's all right. So like,
Yeah.
basically everything in the in the remake is kind of sort of same as in the original anime, except for one arc at the very end of the story, which I believe is like 16 episodes in, where the crux of the conflict is a little bit more about that.
Okay.
More about,
So
because like specifically what I found intriguing was how humanity was slowly starting to lose its connection with nature, and
mhm.
how Japanese society was slowly getting away from the old gods, and how the gods were struggling to survive in this changing environment. That was something that was very intriguing to me. And I thought that Spice and Wolf was going to go into that a little bit more, but it didn't. And that's fine. It's just that's what I would have been more interested in. Um
Yeah. I mean,
and
Yeah,
then
and
go ahead.
also like I mean, the most obvious defense is they only adapted so many of the light novels. There were tons of them afterwards, so it's very possible what you
yeah.
wanted were in those. It just didn't get what you know. It'd be
Yeah,
sad.
exactly. And I'm not saying that Spice and Wolf was bad in any kind of way. It's just like it was hard for me to concentrate and fully appreciate what Spice and Wolf was doing because I
Yeah.
kept waiting and hoping for this element to pop up.
No, I
Um
got you.
yeah.
So when
That is a little bit of bias on my part because that's kind of what my novel is trying to go for.
yeah, which is fine. What I'm saying, what I was saying is that like the last arc in the remake, from what I remember, anyways, tackled that element a little bit more, that particular theme.
Ooh. Ooh.
At least
I'm really
by
excited.
comparison to the other arcs in the show.
I'm
Whether I think
excited.
you'll like it or not, that's up to you. But I feel
Trade
like,
off, trade off. Twi.
that's like,
CGI Holo.
nah.
I'm not as against CGI as you are.
Oh, let's see. Cos
Honestly,
Hooper.
CGI will
I
lose
don't
my
know if you
fuck.
know this, but the Seven Levels is a video trend that started with the channel called Dupe Play about the 7 levels of rapping. Oh,
Yes, I was actually going to say that this video is actually one of several that does the 7 levels of world building or storytelling or character development or whatever. Like there are several different videos in this vein in the writing sphere.
wait,
Okay,
is the
so
entire panel
this
working
was
on
like a
original
trend.
novels? I'm more. I have a ton. I have a lot of stories I need to get to actually fucking writing. I've been so busy with other things, but yes, I have a couple of novels. One of which I need to go back and actually rework on. Twi's working on one. Kaiser, are you working on a novel at all?
I had ideas, but I
Okay,
haven't really had much time. I'm just focusing on life,
that's
writing
fair.
the real life novel, me, I guess.
Uh
But yeah,
Okay, back
I've
to the show.
commissioned. Oh, sorry.
oh,
I commissioned a couple artists to like make art of certain characters I have in mind for a story, but I'm not sure if I would want it to be a novel or if I would prefer it to be like a web comic or something.
Oh, what happened to that story that you were building a couple of years ago that you got me to look at the first couple of
That
pages?
I'm talking about that one. Yeah.
Oh, oopsies. I dropped my phone.
oh no! Oh
I didn't know if you guys heard that big bang, so
No, we
no!
didn't.
okay, good. Um, but
But yeah.
yeah,
But
no,
yeah,
I
no, I was I haven't really touched it all that much. Like since then, there have been ideas or things that stood out to me, and I just like put them down. But it's just been so far from my mind. After that point.
Yeah.
yeah, and like for me, I am roughly around halfway done my work in progress for Cadence, but I've barely worked on it. Like I've worked on like maybe editing a couple of sentences here and there, but I really need to just hunker myself down and just get on writing it and
You
continuing to work on it and
get
stuff
too
like that.
wrapped up trying to decide if dragons or snakes.
I know.
I
I
I'm sitting here
know.
like I'm sitting here like, wait, aren't you like the first person to complain about getting wrapped up in world builder's disease, and yet you're here trying to debate whether or not this dragon constitutes a serpent?
Look, look. Okay, it's very important because this human-ass fucking man has 2 snakes as tumors coming out of his shoulders, and he is considered a dragon.
Is that okay?
That's
So
not,
like on the
how is that
scale-
important to the story? Your
Yeah, I was about
story.
to say on like a scale of 1 to 10, how integral is that?
I don't remember Wicca suddenly bursting out with 2 giant snakes on his shoulders like the fucking darkness.
Well, okay, so doing this also does help me with my world building in the sense of like I'm thinking up ideas of what could be in the story for later on. And because I'm doing this because my magic system is so relationship oriented, understanding where these creatures are in relation to each other and how their development could have taken place because of magical relationships can help me discern which characters might have certain relationships with other characters, which characters I might need to include in future stories in order to help with characters that I have in my story right now, things like that.
Professor Squid, maybe the Serpentine
yes,
Dragons are a type or a
Yeah.
No, you, dude, trust me. She has a phylogeny chart. This is a whole thing.
Yeah, I was about to say
Trust
counterpoint
me.
to all what you just said, Twi. How long is the chart again?
700-ish creatures on the animal side, and then about 400 on the humanoid side.
I was gonna say, at what point, Twi, are you going to be satisfied enough to say, "Hey, I think I have enough here that I can really start working on my first novel"?
Well, I am already working on my first novel.
I mean, actually finish your first novel. I don't try to like, oh, but I've already no. You have spent like the last 3 weeks on these fucking dragons, it feels like. Get to your writing your novel. Put the dragons away. We all love playing with our dragons here, but you gotta put them away to work on your book.
See, you're asking for a kick in the ass to help with
Yeah.
this issue here.
Well, I'd say this out of love. I'm trying to make sure you actually accomplish what you want to.
Yeah, no, I do agree. Like I was planning on, once I finished fixing up my phylogeny chart because it's in pieces right now, that I would put it away for a while and then start working on my novel. It's just I was a lot farther along than I thought that I was, so it's been like me going over a bunch of these dragons all over again, seeing if they're already on the list, realizing that they are already on the list, and then going, ah, shit. So it just needs to be me putting them together in their own little mini chart, because dragons have gotten so numerous at this point that I need to put them on their own mini chart, so that there's a total of 4 mini charts on this chart. And then I'm gonna put it away, and then I'm gonna just focus solely on Cadence of Magic and Fractured Fairy Tales.
Well, I know inevitably what's going to happen is that you're gonna like, oh, I'm done with the chart. Oh, hey, wait, this looks like it's out of place, and then we're lost to you for another 3 weeks. Because it happened before with the dragons.
Yeah, once I finish my trees.
So don't worry. I will hold you down and make you right. But yeah, we should probably carry on.
Also, yeah, Sketchy Sam, no, I do not like Sonic the Hedgehog. I will probably not ever like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. It's one of those series that, like, I realize I'm kind of a fan of Sonic, but like I haven't played a game in fucking forever. Like it's like it's like, oh, I have fond memories as a child of Sonic. Okay, that's weird.
I've only ever watched 2 TV shows. I watched Sonic X and I watched Sonic Underground, and that is the crux of my Sonic knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched those, and I watched a little bit of Sonic Boom when it came out. And I was like, on it, and it just left it alone.
Level 3 is standard tropes. I have only one example here, but there are many others. However, the example I always use for this tier is David Eddings and the Belgariad, which I swear was written to be a standard trope. He uses Planet of the Hats. Drasnians are sneak thieves, Rivens are quiet, introverted people, Chereks are warriors, and so on and so forth. The setup of the book is also a trope. The whole quest is to find the magic thigamy, and then Belgarion uses the thigamy to defeat the Dark Lord. He gets the girl, and all is happiness ever after. It is all just a trope, start to end. But there is a place for this kind of world building.
How is that? I'm sorry, your whole thing about derivative in the last one, how is this different than the other one that was derivative of Lord of the Rings? I guess being very specific about being, instead of derivative, what you would need to use then is ripoff. There's a difference.
No,
Yeah.
I think that what she's meaning here is that this is very stock standard, but it's not necessarily badly written. So she's saying that, like, oh, this is another hero's journey story, but this is still a decently enough, well-written version of it. It's just, you've seen this type of story before.
Standard.
Yeah, it's bog standard.
I've run into a mechanical problem. Please carry the stream for me for a little bit here.
Oh,
okay,
dear.
cool.
I tried to close my blind and it fell down.
Oh, no.
Well.
So yeah. So
which you know, if that's the case, that's I suppose that's fine. I guess the only thing about me, like, she's obviously has her scale differently compared to, like, you know, I do, but it is, at the very least, yeah, at least she defines, you know, what she finds, what qualifies to these tiers, you know.
So to reiterate the tiers so far, we have a world building that is so shallow that you understand that it only exists to serve a really shitty story. Then in the second tier, you have slightly better world building that is still poorly written and is so shallow that you wouldn't even get your ankles wet if you stepped in the puddle.
Yeah, specifically because it's ripping off, especially as a huge element, it's ripping off somebody else.
Yeah. And then tier 3 is, you have something that is so you go down a path that is so well trod upon that it's no longer interesting, but at least it's safe. And that the story itself is technically inoffensive. It's just not all that interesting in the sense of you're not going to be surprised by what you find.
Yeah. That about sums it up.
Yeah.
I don't like it per se, but what it does is it lowers the barrier to entry. It's for people who aren't deep fantasy fans, for people who don't enjoy exploring a world and all of its cultural depth and nuance yet. People who haven't read Malazan Book of the Fallen and can't get there without a stepping stone. They would enjoy the Belgariad because it is accessible. And there's nothing wrong with writing accessible books or accessible fantasy. They were my entry into the world of fantasy as well a long time ago. So even though I'm rating it as mid, it is its world building that is mid. This kind of world building can definitely support a rich, well-rounded story. It can provide the author.
Okay, I guess there's like that kind of resolves one of the things that we were talking about before, where it's like, okay, is it like the quality of the world building, or is it these specific qualities, or the specific qualities, you know? Because I was going to say a huge example, actually. I know I'm another anime. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm fucking weeping out over here. But a good example of this, in my opinion, that does it fine, and it's good, is Dragon Quest: The Adventures of Dai. where basically the way the world building of the story, and aside from a couple things about the magic system that I find interesting, everything is pretty much very, very not derivative, but like, just bog standard what you would expect. But the way in which it is told is still very engaging. And there are a couple of decisions that I would say that are very unique. Um,
As
so
Stravinsky
like,
says, it cookie cutter, but the ingredients are homemade.
yeah,
Yeah. Now I don't think that she's saying necessarily that tier 3 has interesting elements to it. Again, I think that it is more that she's saying that these are perfectly safe.
yeah.
And
I said that I talked about the interesting elements as sort of like a caveat where it's like, okay, this is where I would feel like, okay, it would fit a little bit less in this
Yeah.
tier, might be a step higher, but otherwise, yeah, it's a pretty safe fantasy battle shonen.
The only thing, unfortunately, that I would have to disagree with this woman on so far is I think nowadays tier 3 is a little bit is considered not as accessible as it used to be. I think that tier 2 is now what is considered the barrier to
standard.
entry for fantasy.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, I
God,
guess
you're
so.
right.
Give it. I
Yeah.
mean, give it like, the first example of that in tier 2 was Fourth Wing, and
Yep.
as much as we bemoan that, we know exactly how big that has gotten. All right,
Isn't there a movie in production?
I'm not surprised.
I thought Fourth Wing had a movie in production. Am I wrong on that?
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Guys, give me
Television
one
series.
sec.
Okay,
My
this is gonna
mom-
be a TV series, man. Holy shit, we may want to do like a reaction or discussion stream about that. when that happens.
Why are we suddenly dropping viewers? What? I walk away, my blinds drop for 5 fucking minutes, and suddenly we're like, oh, I guess one of the 3 hosts, because this happens every single time one of us 3 aren't here. It's like suddenly everyone looks like we lose. I guess it makes sense. We lose a third of our audience.
Fans with you whenever you step
Guys.
out of your room.
Guys, my mom wants to show you guys the zucchini and cucumber that she got from her garden.
Oh,
I'm scared. Put a photo in.
I did.
Oh my god.
What?
Did they just buy that thing?
No, it's in her garden.
Oh wait, sorry. My bad. But dog.
Wait. Is zucchini and a cucumber?
Yes. That's a zucchini.
Yellow zucchini.
Yellow-
There's yellow and green.
Yeah.
Okay, I've only seen green zucchini, so I was confused like fuck
Yeah,
for a
me
moment.
neither. Dog, I had no
That
idea.
looked like a yam.
that yellow.
They thought
Yeah, it
was-
looks like a yam. It looks like some kind of like. No, not
God
potato.
damn.
It almost looks like a
That's
banana.
fucking that's Larry the cucumber right there. Jesus Christ.
That's wow.
funny.
Do they grow like that often?
A girl like this often tell them only when we don't have a lot of rain.
Well,
Oh.
okay.
I have this one too.
Oh, she's
Well, if-
gonna give us another one to look at.
Well, too
Alright,
bad I'm
sweet.
drawing Larry
Well-
now.
Well, if there was ever an argument for staying hydrated, it's that 100%. If y'all want to turn yellow, oh wait, that would turn. You know what? That sounds really, really bad. Now I think about it. Never mind.
Oh, okay. Holy shit.
And I took that much off.
You took that much off?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, this
That-
is
that
a
gets
zucchini, right?
Yep. A green one.
Green zucchini. Okay. So I'm gonna give you guys a green zucchini to look at.
That half was already eaten.
There we go.
Oh my god!
What is going on in your garden?
That thing's a football.
It's half eaten.
Yeah, what?
I'm sorry. You're in Canada. Don't you have that registered as a lethal weapon?
That's too funny.
Yeah. Is it like the? I don't even know. I don't even know what to say.
Oh,
about it.
And how are we
The
losing more people? This is hilarious.
The funny thing is yes, we live up north. Usually things don't grow like this, but we are having an exceptional summer, more sun, so things grow bigger and more.
That's crazy.
Oh,
Okay, sorry.
No, that's
Sorry
fine.
for interrupting.
that's just wild.
I just thought it's
Yeah. Cameo from my mother.
Yeah, Mama Twilight.
Yeah.
I didn't quite
Yeah,
manage to
I-
capture the Larry energy, but I think it came out fine.
Yeah,
Get
I
the
think
fuck
it
out of
looks good.
There we go. All right. Well, back to the world building, because apparently we're bleeding people watching for some reason.
Oh, gee.
So with a strong basic framework on which they can hang their story, and if they do their characters well and use their tropes well, they will write a
Mm.
great story that will resonate with a wide audience.
Oh, sorry. Sketchy Sam, zucchini bread. Never tried it, but it sounds interesting. Zucchini bread is one of my favorites. It's goddamn delicious. Oh God, it's
And
I
it's
never had it.
so moist.
yeah. I
It
was
is
about to
perfect.
say it is a very, it's like very cake-like.
Okay.
I love it.
Yes.
A moist bread. That's interesting. I never
Yeah,
had it.
well, it's like a banana
right.
bread, effectively, but it's much. I find it much sweeter.
Yeah. And like Raymond said, it's very cake-like.
Interesting. Okay.
I should make some zucchini bread.
That is good for the
Yeah.
genre of fantasy because it brings in new readers who might eventually graduate to Malazan Book of the Fallen. So, I don't look down on this kind of world building. It's not a world that I would ever build. The standard tropes. Okay. A step up from this is tier 4. A world that has scaling issues.
Mm.
I have 2
Interesting.
examples of worlds with scaling issues. I don't know how controversial they're going to be, but I'm going to hit them both. I'm going to start with Harry Potter. Now,
Okay.
you can
Oh,
nitpick
okay.
a lot of world building issues with Harry Potter. There are some things where the world building door is big enough to drive a barn through. Do not get me started on time turners. But
Yeah, don't get
the
me started on them
scaling
either.
issue is particularly severe because of the population. Hogwarts is a school in England that teaches magic kids. And it's big enough that all the magic kids in England can study at Hogwarts. Well, in Great Britain, really. Europe has 3 other schools, presumably for the magical kids in Europe. Okay, cool. All good so far. Now, here's the thing.
Mhm.
Wait, 3 other schools? I
Um
thought there were only
yeah,
2.
there
Because there's French and Russian, like the 2 French and Russian. What is there?
yeah,
a
there's
third?
there's the French and Russian ones. There might be a third one, but I think it's just those. I think that she might be mixing up that Hogwarts is included in those 3 European schools.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be that all children in Europe go to one of these 3 schools. But I think that what people don't understand is that the wizarding population isn't meant to correlate to the muggle population.
Yeah, I thought it was a relatively small population.
Yeah.
Yes.
To the point that Diagon Alley is like a major shopping center for the whole of the wizarding world, and it's a fucking alley.
Yeah.
According to canon lore, there's 1 school in Asia. Count it, 1.
Yeah.
There's 400 million people
Mahou
living in
Tokoro.
Europe and 1 billion people in China alone. Their magical population would have to be larger than Europe. How
Not
do they only
necessarily.
have 1 school? Make it make sense.
You see, the totalitarian regime of the People's Republic of China.
Like, I do you think that Rowling didn't think about the world building of like outside of England very thoroughly, but also people are making assumptions that the population of the Wizarding World is correlated to the population of the Muggles, and thus saying that that must therefore be a world building issue, when no, you are pulling that shit out of your ass. We do not know. And more that the world building and the story suggests that the wizarding population is actually quite small, especially because we know that the population of wizards is so tiny that the pure-blooded wizards are starting to become incestuous because they want to keep pure-blooded wizards alive.
Yeah.
Like
That is how
Well,
small the population is.
my big thing is just
Yeah.
like, oh, it applies to all of Asia, right? It's like, you have no idea. Like, if France and England have different schools, they probably have it a different school for a reason. China and Japan would absolutely have separate schools for a myriad of reasons, and that's not including fucking Korea, Vietnam, the rest of sea, Thailand, like India. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Can you imagine a school
India.
that has Indian and Pakistani kids going to it at the same time?
Oh,
Jesus
no!
Christ!
Oh no!
Like I can
Well,
only imagine, man. That can get nasty.
I think that it would be very interesting for somebody to do like a fanfic based off of these different places, but also
Yeah, that'd be dope.
again, you have to remember that the Wizarding World has been cut off from the Muggle world more or less for hundreds upon hundreds of years, perhaps even thousands of years, depending on what region of the world that they are dealing with. When it comes to Europe, for the most part, they got cut off from the Muggle world around the time of the witch hunts, even before that. So, like, I remember somebody complaining that the world building in Harry Potter is bad because most of the wizards are Christian, and it's like, yeah, that's because wizards and muggles interacted with each other around like prior to their separation, which was
Right.
after Christianity became a founding religion to the area. So no fucking shit that a lot of the wizards would be Christian as well. Like that is just
Yeah.
history at that point. Like
Yeah, in terms
you
of
just
the
don't know your history.
yeah, in terms of the fucking what was it, the population of wizards and stuff like that, you know, I guess the discrepancy can be debated. Like, I guess I would imagine personally, I guess that like it would depend on like what the books say the ratio even is. Like not even
Yeah.
like in terms of specific number, obviously, but like just any suggestions about that. But
We don't have a definitive number, but we do know that um half-bloods outnumber the pure-bloods by a lot, and
Mhm.
that the population of pure-bloods is so small that they are starting to become incestuous, that they are starting to marry their second cousins and things like that. So we can assume that
Alabama
the
country.
population yeah, we can assume that the population is small enough in the wizarding community that they have to start intermingling with muggles again if they want to survive as a species or as a people group.
I think it would be
Um
hilarious if like the American wizards were actually more chill with their modern counterparts, like the muggles of their world. I know that's not how it is, but like if they were more chill with it, and so they go over, like they get mocked by a bunch of British wizards who are like, "Oh, you Alabamans sleeping with your sisters." Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You sleep with your cousin.
Yeah, for real. God.
You're
Yeah,
so determined about purebloodism, you're gonna turn into the fucking Habsburgs.
um so I think that it would actually be very interesting to have a fanfic where you take elements from like from India and Pakistan, and then find a place where you just arbitrarily cut off wizards from the Muggles, so that like maybe the conflict between the two people groups are still there because the uh it happened after the conflict started to happen, so that would still be in wizard cultural zeitgeist. Or you could do it prior to that, so that the wizards of that area would not have the same conflicts, and then you would get instances where half-bloods would have issues with the purebloods, who just look at them completely baffled and like, what are you talking about? I don't understand why you have this issue with me. You know?
Uh,
Right.
I
Azure,
think that would actually be very fascinating.
Azure Phoenix. Okay, Breaking Bad, but with wizards. Jesse, we need to cast.
Oh my god. Dude, fairy dust could be the name of the fucking crap.
Oh my god, you're right. I was gonna say, like, I still can't get over how the Japanese/Asia school is just Maho Tokoro, which is magic place. But then also it's like, oh, they've been cut off. It's like yeah, it's called Magic Place in Japan. It's called Maho Tokoro. And
No.
you know what? You want to know where it is? It's one of the most hilarious thing.
Where?
It's on the second island of Iwo Jima. Those kids had a first row seat to fucking World War II's, one of the bloodiest battles of World War II.
Oh my god, dude.
It's like, oh, they're split off from the Muggle world. It's like, I can see the fucking warships from my dorm room.
I actually had a conversation about the naming scheme of Mahou Tokoro with Noel. And she did say, like, she did complain about the name and like how generic it is. And I'm like, Noel, look at the name of some of the places in Japan. It is just 5 Rock Place.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm like kind of torn on. I'm like, on one hand, it would be hilarious, like it's a bell curve. I think it's a bell curve of like at one end you have, I think, Rowling naming the place like, oh, it's Magic Place in Japanese. That's all I need to name it. And it's like, yes, that's the low IQ. Then the larger bell curve in the middle is like, we need to name it something very thematic and like go into these deep research and such. And then the intellectual side of the bell curve is, because of how Japanese people name things, we're just gonna name it Maho Tokoro.
Yeah.
Like, it's the bell curve of like both sides, the dumbest and the smartest for Maho Tokoro.
Then Hogwarts teaches only magic, history of magic, magical skills, and all that kind of thing, and that's great. I appreciate that these kids need to learn magic. But normal high school was quite important in a lot of ways. You learn a fair amount of math in high school, and that's kind of useful. You also learn a fair amount of science and geography and stuff that will help you cope with the real world, which these people
But
still
wizards
have to
don't
interact
deal with the real world.
I was about to say, like, there's actually kind of a point to be made there. I don't know how intentional, but wizards are so inclusive. This is why anyone talking about, like, if the Muggles, if they actually decided to enlist the Muggles' help, they might have actually been able to really win the war, because wizards are not prepared to fight modern wars. And I know it's like they have like the whole anti-technology field, and it's like, that works to a point, but I guarantee you firearms still fucking work, because that's a chemical reaction and like raw mechanics. There's not a single electronic in that. Like a firearm, like just bringing a gun.
The bullets, Raymond.
Yeah, I was gonna say, bringing a gun to a wizard fight when they're not expecting it.
Yeah,
it's like a win button unless you're like completely outnumbered.
Unless if you make a spell that is anti-gun, but
yeah, I could see there being an anti-ballistic spell, but like you got to know
Harry
prepare
Potter
for
and the philosopher's Glock.
the Glock,
But,
like the Glock's for a stone.
The thing that this lady is talking about when it comes to the fact that like math and science and stuff is so important to the real world, and it's like, yeah, but that's for muggles. Wizards don't have to deal with that shit because they are not really in our society. They have a society of their own, which is like at minimum 200 years behind the times of muggles. They still have pre-industrial um aesthetic to their culture, or are just starting to get into industrialization in their culture. um a lot of their stuff is still like clockwork, steam powered things that happened like at the dawn of aviation and all this kind of stuff. But they don't even have aviation because they have broomsticks and they can just magic things into flying. What do they need to learn all of this kind of stuff for when
Yeah.
they don't have to? So saying that like this kind of advanced mathematics and science and stuff is important is kind of irrelevant to the culture of wizards. And that isn't even to say that like it wouldn't be helpful, it's just that wizards themselves do not find this stuff important for them, so why would they learn it?
I was going to say, I'm actually going through the list now of all the core classes that we have information on. We have astronomy, charms, defenses against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions, transfiguration, and then we have electives, which is 3rd year and up. We have arithmancy, which is a branch concerning about numbers. So they actually can, some of them can do math. Care of magical creatures, divination, muggle studies, core in 1997 and 1998 only. That's a shame. Study of ancient runes. 6th and 7th years get advanced arithmancy, alchemy, apparition, and then there are other classes. There are the dark arts, which I believe was during the Voldemort year, flying, extracurricular subjects, ancient studies, art, field studies, ghoul studies, magical theory, muggle art, muggle music, xylomancy. So they had some things from the muggle world, but not a lot, because again, why do you need to know math if you know a spell that does effectively the math for you when you need to like measure out how long a plank needs to be?
Exactly.
Damn. Wait, they got calculator magic in there? Give me some of that, actually.
I
was
mean,
gonna
they
say-
have. Sorry.
I was gonna say arithmancy's for nerds.
And like even then, a lot of the Muggle studies and a lot of the Muggle subjects is more like treating Muggles like they are this uh this foreign thing to be studied. Like, oh,
Animal-like.
isn't it? Yeah, they're animal like. So it's like, oh, isn't it quaint how they're able to do all of this stuff even though that they don't have magic? They're trying to be like us, but they're not us because we're better than them. Like even with the Weasleys, with
Arthur.
Mr. Weasley, Arthur, he loves muggles, but he also treats them as though they are animals to be seen in a zoo. Like he is
Mhm.
fascinated by them, but he doesn't treat them as though they are a people group. So like there
Right.
is this element of racism embedded in the wizarding world inherently.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, I understand where she's coming from making these criticisms because they are very common for a lot of people that don't like Harry Potter is one of those series that like it's on the bell curve of like I enjoy it because I am not really paying too much attention. And then like the smarter you get, you do go up into the wait, why doesn't this work like this? Or why doesn't this work like this? And I do think some of the problems are genuinely need addressing, like the whole time turners
Yes.
thing. They needed to destroy it. But like there are other things that like when you come back down the other side of the bell curve, it's like, okay, no, this actually makes a lot more sense than I thought. And this is one of them.
There's
Is like
there's nuance to the whole, what could be said about the series.
it's the
some
difference.
Some things are more some criticisms are more bullshit than others. Sure.
Yes.
Right?
And like to be fair, like a lot of a lot of the criticisms that I had seen that I was talking about aren't necessarily like what she is talking about. I had seen this big criticism thing on Reddit from a number of years ago. It's where I got the criticism that oh, the world building is shit because all of them are just Christians. Like it's not engaging with the material and just saying that, like, oh, because I want it to be more fantasy like, therefore it's bullshit that this contemporary fantasy has contemporary elements from our world, you know?
Okay, this might be going off into the weeds, but when wizards started isolating themselves from humanity, when was that roughly?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was around roughly the 1000 to 1300s.
When did Islam get formed? I know that seems like a fucking
ooh.
curveball, but we are talking like the religious like
Yeah.
leaning. Because I was just thinking
Not
like
as much of the curveball as like the very start of the video.
back to my just going back to my idea of like if you put a Pakistani kid and an Indian kid in the same school, and like
Right.
you suddenly flare up the Hindu / Buddhist rivalry with Islam that goes on, like would that happen? Or does
So
Islam even exist by the point that they start isolating themselves? Is like I think
well,
it does.
that's why I said it would depend on when you want to separate the Indian and Pakistani kids or the wizarding world from the Muggles. But also by that point, I don't even know if there would be an India and Pakistan because we're talking about it in the modern era.
That's true.
And also to answer your question, Islam started in the 7th century, so in 600.
Yeah, I see Robert
Like the year
Glendinning with
600.
the 610, 610.
Hmm.
So yeah,
So like
just interesting things in terms of like you could take a much edgier story if you really wanted to with some of these things.
yeah, and part of the fun about Harry Potter
Wow.
in that way is that you can go into as much or as little detail about this as you want in your own fanfics.
In
Yeah.
Hogwarts Mystery, there is a
But
female character that
it's just that this one, this specific idea might get certain figureheads in online politics a little riled up. Son.
yeah.
Dude,
in
I swear
Hogwarts
to
Mystery,
God,
there's
dude,
a female character that wears a hijab. I don't know if I can take anything after the main like series written. Like if it's not written by Rowling, I don't know if I can really trust it in terms of like. I mean, look, we already have complaints about the casting for Snape in the new one. Like if you understand the modern discourse around Harry Potter, people trying to shove representation in and not realizing the accidental backfire that it might have. If that was set
that's another example of
before
what
modern
Timecodes is
England,
saying.
Also, like they're trying to take a story that is inherently a period piece and have modern day casting in there because people forget Harry Potter, like the books came out in like 1997. That was when the story ends. So the books take place from 1991 to 1997.
yep.
It's a period piece.
Sure.
Don't forgive him for something to do. Are people still talking about Sonic? Is there a whole like sub story going on in there about Sonic? Because I was like, don't forgive him
Probably.
for and some of the team for what they did to Sally, but yeah, Sega didn't really help at time.
Oh, they're talking about Ken Pender.
The Stranger Things animated TV show, the animated show problem. Did they diversify? Oh no. God, look, I am not against diversity, but when you make a period piece, you must be mindful of the period and place that you are setting it in, because if you're not careful with how you handle diverse casting in that, you can wind up with a lot of very, very bad implications.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Also, this goes into
Harry's gonna be racist,
What-
guys.
this goes into what I've been saying for years, in that the reason why diversity casting is bullshit in the first place is because it's still mostly focusing on white stories in the first place.
Yes.
Start doing stories from Africa, cowards.
Yeah,
But you're
yeah,
not going to
like,
do that because you're fucking racist.
No, 100%, because like let's be completely fucking honest. Like no one okay, how would I guess yeah, we in that circumstance that would probably like just never ever happen. Like let's say they adapt the fucking Lion King and they have it be wolves instead.
Laura Spillers, don't worry about getting that off your chest. You can have a chat with anyone
Yeah.
in there talking about Sonic if you want. As long as you're interacting and
Yeah.
chatting, being respectful and having a good time. Like that's the most
Yeah.
important
Yeah,
thing,
no.
honestly.
We're more just amused that there is this giant Sonic conversation.
Yeah,
going on in
the
chat.
bomb that is Sonic the Hedgehog.
We're
has
here.
just started this whole thing.
We're here talking about historical religions and where they place in the Harry Potter world and all the implications that can come with, and diversity casting and world building. And you're just here like, I didn't like how they wrote Sally. It's just kind of just like
It's very funny.
It's very amusing. We love having you here.
Yeah.
Magical studies notwithstanding, why do they teach nothing of the normal world, the normal sciences at all?
Did you
It
miss
makes no
Arthur
sense.
Weasley?
If
They
you
don't
scale
understand
the world
it.
up and you think about all of these people not knowing how gravity works, never seeing phosphate explode, having no idea how an atom gets split and creates a nuclear explosion.
Well, yeah,
Can you-
because there's a
Can
spell
they
that
even
does it
contain
for
a
you.
nuclear explosion? If we nuke Diagon Alley, would they be able to prevent it?
I feel like most things would not survive that. I have the strongest feeling that might be
So
a universal concept.
I did not have that on my bingo card today.
So, lady, there is a reason why Hermione is considered one of the smartest witches of her age. And that is in part because she has a lot of muggle knowledge. Wow.
Yes, she-
What a concept.
It's almost as if like the whole point with Hermione is that she is dragging the wizarding world kicking and screaming into the modern age by applying modern muggle knowledge to her magical knowledge and thus enhancing it in a way that fucking wizards and witches never even thought to, because they are a backwards people that think they are superior when in reality they still shit their pants and send it to the poop dimension.
They
I'm
used to
sorry.
do that.
You know that
Somebody asked-
plenty of them still do that.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe, but like that was a question that was asked, like what did they do prior to installing like relatively modern plumbing in the castle? So she had to answer that. But also like what did any other peoples do around the world before they invented modern plumbing? They had to do some gross shit like just pooping in a hole.
Do some of this. I saw something. Where was that? Harry Potter and the Nuclear Winter. That's what I was looking for.
But like yes, you could think of these things, but again, like I just feel like this woman has not read Harry Potter in a very long time, and that also kind of calls into question whether or not she has recently gone into any of the other books in the series that she is discussing, because now I'm starting to question how many of the books that neither of us, or like me,
Yes, neither the
Kaiser-
three of us.
yeah, neither of the three of us and any of the three of us have like read, so we don't have context to them, and she could just be saying bullshit about those books, and then we would never know. We would just kind of nod along and saying like, yeah, that feels right because that's what I've heard or whatever. But it could be completely wrong. But the only way for us to know about that is if we picked up and read every single one of these books. Because, like, again, the only context that I have for Terry Goodkind is that I've heard that his books were incredibly sexist and had the problematic ideologies that it has in the book.
This is that classic case of the newspaper, how everyone trusts the newspaper until they talk about something that they know they're intimately familiar with, and then suddenly, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. And you start realizing maybe that applies to all the other things you thought they were actually conveying properly. It's like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is just one of those things. Like, you've stepped in a situation where now we're questioning what you are actually talking about on a lot of these different topics, which we should probably let her get back to, honestly, because we have been lingering on this Harry Potter point for a while, and I just fucking
Yeah,
nuking
Twilight, you have no
dialogue.
right to complain whenever we talk about Star Wars ever again.
No, like this was me going back, like finishing that conversation, but going into the idea of this whole video of like, well, now I'm not sure whether or not I can trust you on any of the other books that I haven't read personally,
No,
because
that part,
Yeah.
which is absolutely fair. I'm not decrying that part. I'm talking about the rest of the
Yeah,
conversation.
I was just, to be fair, I was the one that last paused just because of nuking. I can't get over that.
Also-
That's hilarious to me.
we have not discussed Harry Potter very much on the Jack streams, whereas you guys bring up Star Wars like every other Jack stream, it feels like.
No,
Right now
I
doesn't
don't
count
think
though.
so.
Anyway,
No.
we should.
I don't think we even bring it up even that much.
We can
it
debate
feels
this
like it.
later. I'm going to continue the video. I'm going to run and get a drink. You guys
They be
stop.
able to hold that kind of destructive power? And if they could, did the nuclear bombs drop in 1945 and why? So, scaling problems. The other example that has
Bullshit.
massive scaling problems is Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins. Now, I love the Hunger Games. The themes of media exploitation, class warfare, and PTSD are absolutely top tier. But structurally, the math of Panama makes no sense. First, let's talk about the energy math. We're told that District 12 is the sole provider of coal for the entire nation of Panama, including the glittering, high-tech, energy-hungry metropolis of the capital. But Katniss explicitly tells us that District 12 has a population of only 8,000 people, and they're mining coal using the 1930s-style manual pickaxes and coal carts. How? How on earth is a single impoverished Appalachian village of 8,000 people extracting enough coal to power a sci-fi super city and a continental high-speed maglev train network? The math is off by several orders of magnitude.
I have nothing to comment on this because I haven't even seen the movie in ages.
Yeah, I haven't
I've only
seen the
ever seen like
movies.
the first movie in like the trilogy or whatever.
I've seen the entire trilogy. I have not read the books. I think my books are in storage, so I will probably maybe see if I can take those out and read them. But again, it goes into this idea of, well, it probably got explained in the book somewhere, but you just are either not remembering or you never paid attention. So therefore, you are complaining about a problem that isn't actually there. I do not know, but now I am questioning the validity of your criticisms. But like, sure, we can say hypothetically, if it is exactly how she says that it is, then that does pose a problem. Especially if we do not know or it is confirmed that there is no other method of energy production outside
Yeah.
of coal. But like, do we know that coal is the sole energy output thing that we have for the entire continent,
Is
pretty much?
is Katniss
Yeah, or is
reliable? Does she know? Is she just stating off the cuff
Yeah.
that how firm is her statement on that?
Yeah.
Is there any other information? Basically, is there any other like information in the book that might point to, oh, well, the coal mining stuff only like helps run like certain specific things, but broadly we're run by this. You know, there's a lot we don't know about this here, so there's not really much to comment on. But the previous example does, muddy the waters,
Yeah, like I do wish that I had just taken the time to sit down and read the books, because I do have the books. I just never got around to reading them. And I think that was partially like me being a not like other girls, honestly. I'm like, oh, the Hunger Games is like really popular. Well, I don't want to read it because everyone is reading it. Like that is me being a bit of a bitch.
So I'm gonna do some number crunching. You can keep watching the video because I am curious about this.
Oh,
now.
about the. Okay, do you want me to roll it back so
No,
she
I was
can
here.
explain the math again? Huh?
Oh, she didn't even say the math. She just said orders of magnitude. I'm like, is that true?
No, I'm talking about like describing like the population and blah blah blah.
Oh, she said 1930s America. In terms of the quality, and it's 8,000 people. So we'll get there.
Yeah, 8,000 people.
Okay.
Second, there is the fragile monopoly problem. Panem is structured around hyper-specialized districts. District 4 does fish, District 11 agriculture, 12 coal. From an authoritarian control perspective, it's a great metaphor. But in economic terms, it's a logistical nightmare. If a single district experiences a crop blight, a mining strike, or a massive storm, the entire continental supply chain collapses. Finally, you have the empty continent problem. Panem is supposed to span the entire continent of North America. Yet the total population of all 12 districts combined is estimated to be only a few 100,000 people.
Okay, hang on.
How
hang on. So you're kind of arguing against your own point here, because you're saying, well, what if a single area experiences a storm? But you are also saying the entire of Panem extends to the entire continent of the United States. So that just logistically shouldn't be possible, that a single area would experience a storm.
Wait.
That's not how things work.
Wait, what did she just say? Sorry, I was doing my calculations. What did she say?
So she is saying that because different districts are specializing in different things, like what if there was a storm that wiped out an entire section, but also an entire section is a huge area, probably the size of Texas, because the entirety of Panem stretches the entirety of the continental United States.
Let me get a map of Panem.
Also, Kaiser, there's a lot of noise.
Yeah, you're typing loudly, man.
Oh, sorry. I was typing because originally I was using my other laptop to do that, but I had to. That one was running out of power. So
Okay.
I'm just using this. I'm replying to a role play.
I think this is the actual map. I'm not sure, or a map of the different districts. Just double checking, making sure. Actually, we don't have many maps of this. Why don't we have any more maps of this? This might be a better. Regardless, looking at this, if this is roughly accurate about the different districts, I mean, I can see her concerns. Like, I mean, obviously, but that's not something new. Like, we have like the Dust Bowl in the 1920s during the Great Depression, which basically starved the entire society and people were dying in droves. You could have bad calamities that happen. I think she's phrasing it poorly. I think that's really it. You can have a calamity that ends up destroying an entire industry pretty cleanly.
Well,
I
yes.
think another thing about this that I think is probably important to sort of like harp on a little bit here is that I understand that, like, assuming what she said about both of these things are true, which likely not, I don't know. But even if they are true, I'm not even entirely sure if this would be enough for me to say that, like, the world building would be this significantly low on the list overall, really. Because if in my mind, I guess, and this might be a difference in standards, in my mind, really, like, I ask myself, how much does this element affect the story?
Yeah.
Do
That,
we
you
know
know what I
the
mean? Like, I'd imagine that I was hoping she would maybe bring up a bigger example of, like, hey, this world building isn't as bad as like the previous tiers, but this is something that actually has an effect on the story
No, basically
or the
what she is
characters.
doing is she is saying, how easily can you poke holes in the world building? And if you can easily poke holes in the world building, then I'm going to make a tier out of that. But also, the world building is I just either didn't pay attention to the world
Well,
building or I don't remember the world building. Therefore, I'm going to arbitrarily poke holes that there might not be.
yeah,
But
that's when we get to like the actual specifics of her argument. But even just taking a step back and looking at it broadly, this
yeah.
kind of just brings out just the fundamental issue I have with the way that this system kind of works.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the math might check out with it. It's rough. Because we don't know the number of people that live in the capital. Basically
It's supposed to be very, very few people in comparison to all of the other districts, isn't it?
no, it's actually supposed to be more apparently.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to be
Um,
larger combined.
so going back to like the catastrophe thing. So like if the districts are like the size of Texas or whatever, I'm thinking about like storms or catastrophes of like you have these weather events and some of them can be huge but some of them can be more localized. So like for instance, you guys just experienced a tornado,
Yes.
but that
Right.
tornado is not going to cover the entirety of the district. It's going to cut through a portion of the district and go into a different district, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that wouldn't destroy the entirety of the system. That would hurt a lot, but it wouldn't they would be able to rebuild and there would be production still going on in the meanwhile, for
I mean,
instance.
the ones that come to mind here is that I could see District 11 being wiped out by like a hurricane. I could see that. You could easily get
Yeah,
massive
definitely.
damage in this area if you get cold weather. But then again, that's not as big an issue because they don't rely on electricity in these areas as much. Earthquakes out here might be able to hit District 4. Otherwise, you get tornadoes in the center here. It would be hard to wipe out an entire district, but also the distribution of resources is going to be within the districts themselves is going to be very complicated.
Yeah.
I could see her point. I don't quite agree with it because it is relatively well spaced out, but like it could get more and more complicated the more information you get. It could be, by the way, that the power wise, you get about 8 tons of coal if you're using it at the rate of the number of people with the technology they were using. This is being on the lowest estimate. You get 8.5 tons, and that would translate out to if I multiply by 2,000. That translates roughly to 17,391 kilowatt hours, which an average city of 1 million people uses 4.3 billion per year. So why I say it could make sense, we really need to know the population density of capital city and like the electronic efficiency of the items they use, the equipment. We need to know like exactly what kind of mining efforts they have, pure refinement efforts they have. Like I know it's supposed to be a lot of crude stuff, but we don't know what the technology exactly is like. But I am leaning towards she might be right on this one.
So the entirety of the population of Palladium is 5 million people. And their main industry is luxuries. Same with District 2, they have the exact same population. The entirety of the population of District 12,
BRB gonna get food.
yep, is 500,000 people.
Is that the mining one? Which is the mining one? I thought it was District 8.
District 12 is
Oh,
coal.
really? Oh, yes, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So you said it was what? 800,000?
500,000.
Oh, okay. No, that changes the math. She said like 8,000 people, didn't she?
Yeah, like that could be people who directly work in the mining sphere, because we do know that there are families that are dedicated to like bakeries, like and stuff like that. But I would imagine on the whole, the majority of the population would actually have at least one family member work in mining.
So even if we quarter that, that's what, roughly 100,000 people as opposed to the 8,000 I calculated. So that would multiply my number by roughly. I would multiply my number by like 100. So yeah, no, it's very possible that actually you could produce with that many people.
Yes.
Maybe what she's getting confused by, maybe what Katniss said was that it was like her local area within District
Perhaps,
12.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
very interesting, like just like forcing me to really think deeply, which again, it does seem like she hasn't read these in a while, which does bring into question what are you basing a lot of these observations on? So,
Mm-hmm.
Tiny space population, maintaining infrastructure, high-tech border force, and a massive military presence required to keep a vast, wild continent locked down. It's a beautifully polished diorama built to serve Katniss's immediate narrative arc and highlight the themes of the vision. But if you step back and try to run the country's budget and logistics, Panem falls apart in like 5 minutes.
Well,
Anyway,
also, like, you
that's the
have to
scaling problem.
understand.
And again,
there it is. Sorry,
Sorry,
blowing my
I
nose, so I got
my
caught.
apologies. Like, a lot of the problems that I have with people who bitch about world building in this way is that a lot of world building is only done up to the point where it needs to function in order to tell the story. There could be a lot of other things that are going on in the background that just were not important enough to be told in the story. And that the author did not bother to think about in any kind of way, because that would be a lot of useless time spent world building their world that wouldn't even appear in the world in the first place. So the problem that I have with people who think about world building in this way is that they are asking every single author to basically be dedicated world builders, to
Yeah.
have an entire functioning economy around the world, one that is global, and then have only a small section of that in the story, but still you have to also have none of that shown in the story as well. So you are basically doing a whole bunch of work for very little gain. And that is so inefficient. Like, you wouldn't ask any other kind of person, any other creative kind of person to do that kind of work, where it's like, oh, in order for you to create a bracelet, you have to fund your own mining company, somewhere in the world, you have to pay a whole bunch of these employees in order to mine the minerals and the jewels so that you can then build the machinery uh or buy the tools that you will need to make your jewelry to sell on Etsy. That is the kind of stuff that people are asking writers to do for their world.
Yeah. What's Aragorn's tax policy? That's the kind of argument we're seeing here. Yeah, it feels like that. Although, again, it feels like there are enough answers there that she is just missing the information on. Either that or we're being misinformed by the information that we can quickly find. So it could go in any direction here. But it does feel like it's not quite necessary what you're trying to squeeze out of this. It feels like trying to get blood
Yeah.
from a stone in terms of criticism.
Yeah. And like the population that I gave you, that was from the Hunger Games fandom wiki.
Okay. Hopefully that's reliable.
You can write.
I mean, like usually it is.
Usually, no,
Like-
I'm just saying, like fandom wikis can have their
Oh
weaknesses, but
shit. I accidentally closed the tab when I was trying to go back into it.
don't worry about it.
Reopen close tab.
Great stories here, but
Go
be
back in
aware
there.
that
Thank
people who look skew at your world can rip it apart. Now, let's move on to the higher tiers and talk about grounded realism. Tier 5 has two wonderful examples. The first is Joe Abercrombie's First Law. He adopts a minimalist approach to geography and lore, famously refusing to include maps in the early volumes of his books. Many of the foreign lands are simple, recognizable historical analogues of Europe. My cats get very excited sometimes, and they were about to get into a fight there.
Beautiful
So I had
cat,
to go
by
rescue
the way.
her.
Yes, that was a wonderful cat.
Many of the foreign lands are simple, recognizable historical analogues. However, the world achieves a deep sense of reality through its grounded social and political systems.
Oh, I'm
Wars
sure
are
that you
fought
can
not
figure
over
out a way to say how completely ineffectual that is if you get pedantic enough about it. In
I
the
just
same
got
way
back.
that. Welcome back.
Thank you, Omega Rob, for. Have you ever wondered what would happen if you nuked Diagon Alley? Well, I did. Thank you, Michael from Vsauce.
So where are we at now? We're at tier 5, but
We're getting a little more. We're giving her a little more pushback because, like, we kind of assessed what we did from the Hunger Games, and we kind of found her information lacking compared to the information that we could find. Again, it's possible we were wrong, or like it's not sourced properly, or what have you. But we kind of trust our
there's
source.
room for doubt. Yeah.
There's room for doubt in our assessment, but we were pretty confident our assessment is right, that she's wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
and now I am being a bit petty towards her because she is talking about how because of the lack of information that we have in the book that she is currently talking about, and that the setting that we do get out of this book is just an analog for a real life place, that means that the world building is therefore stronger. And I'm like, nah, I'm pretty sure that if you tried hard enough, you can be very pedantic about breaking down this world, because that is the kind of thing that you were doing with the other tiers.
One of my favorite things
Yeah,
in
probably.
all things is the idea of map making and how bad maps get made. And someone brings up a great example. Let's see, bad map meme. Where is it? Oh God, it's a very famous, like, bad fantasy map, maybe fantasy map. Oh, here we go. This is it. I'll put it in here for you guys. But this is one of my favorites. As a bad fantasy map. And it like goes into, like, let me guess, this vast land's unrecognizable cluster of tundra and wilderness and a supply officer's nightmare. Hint, real life doesn't work that way. I bet you just got bored and never bothered adding any interesting features for the top or left quadrant in the map. Here be elves. I'll give it a circle. Is that an inland sea? Looks R word. It looks Maverick. Must strategic choke point. Weird jagged coastline. Who designed this? An alien. Probably a naval power because being located on an island is a strong. So if you guys don't get the joke of what's going on here,
Yeah, I've seen this before. It is just our world, but tilted by
This is
90
the first I've
degrees.
seen this, but this is funny.
yeah.
Yeah, like it's making fun of world building maps and people who complain about world building maps.
Yeah, it's
Right.
it's one of those things. Like, I do think you should have some care and effort in there, but at some point you gotta A, stop getting into the details because it will just eat up too much of your time, and B, it might not even be worth it. Like, there is a
Yeah.
cost benefit analysis that an author has to do when designing something. So those are old maps that treated California as an island. Yeah, and those are fun. Like, I love those kinds of old maps. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. It's like, I love that shit. I try to, like, if you guys know any of my short stories, if you look into it, when I have a series that is set in a period of time, I did research on the maps of the period of time that I set it in, equalized to my setting, because like my setting has like rough equivocation to our modern world. So like the maps that I did there was one map that I did that was a fucking that was a plane map from like Google Maps. Like I did a flight generator for like, do you want to book a flight? And I did that for like one of the modern set ones. I wanted to have fun with it. Maps are fun, man. And it's like, you have fun with the world building. Just be sure to keep mindful that you will have things that people complain about.
Abstract concepts of good and evil, but are driven by outstanding debts, interest rates, and calculations of powerful banking institutions. Magic is presented as a fading, radioactive-like force that leaks out of the world, leaving behind physical and psychological consequences. The political cynicism
Damn, magic
really
is Chernobyl.
grounds the world. Political
But does it turn women evil?
That's the
institutions
real
are
question.
driven by realistic class exploitations, industrial decay, and bureaucratic self-preservation, stripping fantasy of its romanticized monarchical tropes. So, that is one fantastic example that takes a minimalist approach to world building, but grounds it well in strong social and political setup.
This is a problem when people praise something. That was not very detailed.
No.
Uh-huh.
That was very, very, like, broad strokes. Meanwhile, you're coming out here hot about the education of Hogwarts, about the coal production of Panem. Like, you're just kind of like giving, oh, it's good because it did these things well. It's like, well, why did these things get done well? What specifically about them? You mentioned the radiation. That's cool, but what else is there?
Yeah, but how did the story treat the implications about the radiation? Like how did various cities or countries deal with the problem? How did the characters react to it? Is there any specific information that stands to be consistent about it? Like, yeah, it's as you said, Raymond, as we go further along, especially at this particular tier, she's just much less descriptive about specific examples. Like,
well, let's see. This is one where like she might, the second example, because she's been giving 2 examples per tier. Maybe the second one will have a little more detail.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a couple of examples where it was just one, and I think that this is the first tier where she said this is the only example that I have so far of
Oh,
this tier.
okay.
Actually, that was I think that was in not tier 3.
Tier 3? No?
No, in tier
2?
I think it wasn't tier 2. Yeah, tier 3 was the first one where it's like, okay, well, I only got
tier
this one
1,
example.
tier 1, tier 2,
Yeah.
tier 2.
Because that was
tier
the
3.
very
Yeah, you're right.
basic fantasy story thing.
Yeah, okay. Did she say that she only had one example for tier 5 too, or
We'll see. I mean, we're right at the end of the example, so
Yeah. Also, like one thing that she noted was like the politics of it, the I think that she mentioned currency in this world, and it's like, why is that important, and why does that make it good world building? Like, you have to world building isn't meant to just be there for the sake of being there. There has to be a reason why it is there in the first place, and that has to relate back some way to the story, even if it is just characterization. um like if you have a specific festival that the characters go to, the festival has to be there for a reason. It cannot just be there for the sake of world building, because that is just as shallow and stupid as the reason why world building exists in tiers 1 and 2.
I was going to
World
say,
building cannot just be there for the sake of world building.
she mentioned currency, and it's like, why is currency special? Every single society has currency, even when you get down to barter. So, like, you need to tell me what's special about it. And it's what we can bring back Spice and Wolf. And one of the reasons Spice and Wolf is so good is that it does, like, its main focus is mercantilism. It focuses a lot on the currency, and it goes into depth analyzing the different types of coins, what they're made out of, the specific weights, and how they trigger different things, and how, like, the different minting of them creates different chains throughout the entirety of the economics. You get political
Yeah, and it's
intrigue with
not
the
just
church
that
and the local
implication of it.
politics.
Yeah, it's not
Oh,
just
but
the implication of it like broadly, but also how it, specifically affects the story. Like there are multiple times when Lawrence and Holo have to do something very, very different from what they were going or planning on doing, specifically because, oh, the trading on this or that product or this or
Well,
that
they
coin
get
has
screwed
gotten
over.
lower.
They get screwed over
yeah,
Yeah, they
because, like,
got screwed over.
they buy a bunch of, like, arms and weapons thinking that a war was still going on. They get to the place that they're going to trade it, and they learn the war is over, people are coming home, and suddenly
Yep.
they're just left with fucking up shit's creek with a bunch of weapons that are worth nothing. It's like, oh
yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, like that's exactly what I mean. Like there has to be a reason why you're bringing this up. And I'm kind of thinking back to her own plugging in of her book now, cuz she mentioned like she spent a lot of time on the currency of her world and how the currency is fairy dust, and it's like, okay, but like why is that important? Like
Yeah.
she didn't really say like why the fairy dust is important as a currency. And it's like, yeah, if you don't have fairy dust, you don't get to
To use
trade and
magic,
things and
yeah.
use magic and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's usually how trading currency works. Thank you for telling me about how money works. But like, why is this important? Like, she didn't say anything about that. She just said, this is what happens. It's like, yeah, in
It's
your world, you trade in fairy butt powder instead of in metal coins.
very
And
fun. The fuck? This kind of reminds me a way that you do this well.
Fairy laxatives are in
I
high
mean-
demand.
very butt power. That's some bad dragon ass shit.
You say that, but you know what's hilarious is that I had a teacher who was a pharmacist, and he talked about, like, you want to know a real thing that exists and is actually rather popular because it has to be. We have to make a thing at the pharmacy called magic butt cream. That is actually what it's called. And you get this little, like, you know, like how some cosmetics come in that little jar. You get like you get a little jar and you just put some on and you stop like hemorrhoids and shit. And it's like, what the fuck?
Jesus Christ, man. But like what I'm going to say is that there is a smaller creator or relative creator. He started before me, but we have been neck and neck in like subs or whatever. He talks about a lot of like modern Marvel movies and Disney movies and stuff. His name is Alistair Haken. And there have been many times in his videos where he's talking about specific like story or why this or that doesn't work. And then he plugs, you know, a novel that he himself had made. I forgot what it was called, but he doesn't just go into like just saying broadly what the example is. He kind of gives you the sort of step by step of it. And I can understand, you know, on the outset that that can be, hey, you know, that might make the video a little bit longer. But I think as a result of doing that, you're rewarded with not only me being more engaged with the idea of your story, but it's also just like, oh, what's interesting about your story is how you integrate this idea, not just the fact you have this gimmick. That's what it feels like. It feels like the thing with the currency is like a gimmick within the story, but like, you know, it doesn't tell me anything else.
Yeah. Sorry, I was getting back to work on Larry. Anyway.
My
Damn
next
it, Larry.
writer in this
Oh, yeah.
category
Only have
is
one.
Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn. Okay, now note what I said there, Mistborn. The magic system in Mistborn is fantastic.
I'm going to stop you right there. The reason I stopped reading Mistborn's first novel is because it fucking threw me into the deep end with absolutely no flotation device. That first chapter killed any drive I had or interest in the book because I was so fucking lost. Like there was a lot of proper nouns being thrown around, and I just didn't have the fucking time. I don't know what you would consider that. I would consider that probably execution. I don't know if that you would consider that world building, but I have a disposition against Sanderson. I know a lot of people love him. I could not get into his work, so I just wanted to make that kind of clear.
I will say there was a book that I read when I was still living in Vancouver. And this is mainly because I wanted to start reading books again, and then I fell off on that again, except for during Bad Fan Fiction Night. But there was this book that was fairly okay, but it did piss me off in some ways. And one of the reasons why it pissed me off was because it did just throw me in, kind of like how you said for Brandon Sanderson's book. But it's like it took until halfway through the book to explain what the fuck living metal was. And living metal was such an important element to the world building of this story that to have to wait half of the goddamn book to have it explained to us what the shit it even was, oh, I was livid. And then it also goes into the it barely even touched upon the reason why these characters were in the war in the first place, because this was supposed to be a fantasy World War II. And it has something to do with like pockets of like god groves and whatever, and like conflicting ideas on religion and all that kind of stuff. But it was an almost blink and you miss it element to the story that it just left me really wanting, because the majority of the focus was on the research that the person did on how it was to be a woman uh fighter in World War II. Specifically, I think they were based off of the Night Witches.
Right.
And it's like it was really great to see that this person had done all of this research on how bad the food was and how bad the conditions were for the girls, and how they had to work with these planes that constantly broke down in the middle of flight, and all of the sexism that was in during that time, because this is based off of the 1940s and all that kind of stuff. But the fact that the fantastical elements to this world was such a thing in the back of this person's mind that was barely even dealt with really frustrated me, outside of the fact that the premise kind of lied. That was the other thing that really pissed me off about the book, was the premise lied, because the book was sold to me as Night Witches in fantasy World War II, where these two girls would become really good friends. They did not become friends. They became begrudging allies who tolerated each other.
I'm subscribed to Alistair Halcyon. His videos are pretty good, and I recommend his stuff. Who? Oh, it's someone else you're talking in chat. Okay. Watch Redo and or read The Sword of Truth. Do not watch Redo. Never watch Redo.
Why would you watch Redo?
Are you referring to?
what the
Is there
fuck's wrong
some
with you?
other Redo? Are you talking some other Redo? I hope you're talking about some other Redo. I don't know any other Redos, but if you're talking about a different Redo, then fine. But not the
Redo a
Redo.
pharmacist?
Maybe.
Redo a pharmacist?
But yeah, no. So I'm already off to a bad foot with this, but we'll see.
You take a metal, you burn it, and it gives you certain abilities. It works great, it's well integrated into the world and the politics. The whole setup is very cool. But the reason why, for me, this is tier 5 grounded realism and not tier 6, the intricate weave, is because Mistborn is very contained. You have the Scar, the nobles, the Lord Ruler, and a little smattering of the middle class in between. It's a very minimalist approach to world building. Now, that changes in the later series as it gets woven into the Cosmere and Era 2 and so on. But Mistborn itself, the first 3 books, this setting is tiny. I never got a sense of a vast world all around us. It's a
Why do you need it?
The book starts with the sun god dying or some shit like that. It's like slaves and lords. What do you mean? I was overwhelmed with what was fucking going on.
Yeah. Also, like, why is it that the greatest fucking world building of all time has to be this expansive lore that takes where you understand the politics of like 1,000 different cities across 15 different continents on this planet? Like, why do we need shit like that?
Yeah.
And it has to be contained in one book for it to be good. It can't be that these things are spread out across an entire series. No, it has to be the one book has to tell me that there are 15,000 cities and each of those cities have like 7 billion years worth of history to them across the galaxy, in a land far, far away and shit like that. I'm getting kind of pissed.
Oh, also, someone pointed out that Hunger Games, they're using water. They use a bunch of different sources for dedicated power facilities. District 5 utilizes a mix of green and advanced tech, prominently featuring massive hydroelectric dams, solar collection arrays, and nuclear capabilities. So it's not just the coal.
Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry,
There you
like
go.
I was on the fence about the coal, but the minute that you fucking add in nuclear, sorry, your complaints die. What?
Yeah. And like,
Again, it just speaks to like you're not you're focusing too much on one thing.
yeah.
No,
And like,
oh god.
I was just gonna say, like, I have not read Brandon Sanderson, so I don't have any bias towards this. I'm just getting upset at the idea that world building needs to be so nitpicky about like these things that don't actually matter.
Well, like I said, it's more about like I don't know if the gimmick of the world is what's the word? Is feasible enough or has the least amount of holes in it rather than how it's like used story wise.
But
Like
that's not what she's saying for this book. She's
Y-
saying that her complaint for the story is that the world didn't feel expansive enough.
The I was gonna say,
yeah, but
here's
what
an
I'm
interesting
saying
question
but
for
the
you.
reason why hold on. The reason why I'm talking about that is that I feel like that in of itself speaks to that bias towards wanting the world building to be as expansive as possible, even more expansive than it already is in the story. Because instead of just focusing on like, okay, it does it work enough as a way to convey it as is.
But so far, like, she might go into more detail about this if we continue on, but so far she's mainly just going into the broad strokes of these things and saying like, oh, well, this isn't going into as much as I would have wanted, and the world feels so small and contained, which Raymond already had said that that was bullshit because the story started out with the death of a god,
At least
somewhere in
I
outer space.
I was gonna say I could be wrong on that. I remember there being a lot of highfalutin talk. It was from a ground view. I just don't remember. I know it started at the very least with a lord talking about slaves. Like it's like that was just like, all right, we're at a specific, we're at like a nation level scale here right now, minimum. I could
Yeah,
be mixing
and
because my
she's
friend described what actually happened in those books once, and I was like, oh, yeah, no, I have no interest in that.
yeah.
Oh, for the record, this is interesting because I was looking it up on the Hunger Games. The information about District 5 comes from the Hunger Games Tribute Guide. It's an ancillary piece of information. How does she feel about world building when extra details are added in extra materials?
Yeah,
Like
I
does
wonder
does
about that
that
because
does
there's
that
some
modify it?
Yeah. Because there are some people who just do not accept when there is ancillary material. They think that it's not canon unless if it's directly in the book itself, which I find to be bullshit. Because if like a lot of world building that can be done has to be left on the cutting room floor if you're wanting to tell a cohesive and concise story. That
Yep.
is just
Right.
how things have to go. And then you're saying that because those world building elements had to be left on the cutting room floor because they didn't matter to the overall story, that is bad world building, and that you should just have that exposition in the story anyway, or else it's not canon.
My rule typically
Mhm.
comes down to is like how vital is this element to understanding the story? If it is vital,
Yeah.
it should be in the book. If it's like within a couple of tiers of vitality in terms of it should probably be in there. The one that I come to, and I know I've gotten a lot of pushback for, is the nature of the construction that happens in the around the time of the Dark Hero arc in My Hero Academia. There's a whole bunch of
I was
logistic
not
stuff. I know
I
you
was
were
not
you're sitting on
going to
that.
bring that up.
But I was gonna say, like, that's like pushing my boundaries in terms of this is significant enough. I feel like there should be more detail here. However, I understand why you push back on me on that. I get it. And I think we're pretty well settled on that. However, anything below that point, anything beyond that, I am perfectly fine being an incidental detail in terms of like in an extra guide or in one of Horikoshi's notes. Because at that point,
Sure.
it's not as vital to the main premise. Like it's only when it becomes like actually influencing the story on a larger scale that I feel like it really should be brought in some level of detail.
Like the
Yeah, like
information of where Xylopero's hollow hole is vital information.
yeah, or
Yeah,
like
dude.
if for example, like in Fruits Basket, you know, let's say with not to spoil or anything, but like Kyo's secret, right? What if hypothetically his whole thing was put in like a completely like separate property? Like well, let's say it's in like a freaking guidebook and that was never explored within story. That would be pretty freaking chopped, you know, story wise, right? Because then you would have all this, because all this build up and hullabaloo about why the Soma family, you know, has a strong distaste towards Kyo would have far less bite to it because we don't know what the consequences are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be like that. That is important to have within the story itself. And surprise, surprise, it's made better for that.
Also, again,
Yeah.
we'll let her continue, but I'm not getting a lot of details here either.
Yeah. So like to go off of your point, like the we know that the Soma family is incredibly rich and they are a very large clan, not just a family but a clan, so that
Yes.
to the point where you have people who are part of the Soma clan who are not technically even related to each other. The clan is so big, and that they're all rich. But we don't need an episode describing what each and every single member of the Soma family does as their career to make the clan rich in the first place.
Yeah,
Or a
exactly.
backstory to like their generational riches that they had like hundreds of years ago. Like
Yeah,
that's
that,
that's
at
not
that
important
point you
to the
get
story.
into like, the gimmick territory of it all, really. You
Yeah.
get to the point where like that you're dealing with details that learning about any of that information does not change anything about what the characters do or what decisions that they specifically make in the story. If they don't, then that's a pretty good sign that yeah, you should absolutely cut that on the cutting room floor,
Yeah.
which is used for cutting. I said cutting twice purposely.
Small world, and to me, that makes it a grounded realism world rather than a worldwide tapestry. And speaking of worldwide tapestries, let's move on to Tier 6, the intricate worldwide tapestry.
All right. Impress
Brandon
me.
Sanderson's Stormlight archive falls here for me in Tier 6. This is a world that is fully integrated and it feels vast. There are storms that travel around the world providing stormlight, which is used in the magic system. There's a whole process of capturing the stormlight and of storing it, and it is embedded in the world and the politics of the world. That's a really great setup for the politics of light eye versus dark eyes, what that used to means, what it means now, and how that class system changes. The Bridge Crew 4 was set up so well in Book 1. It's this group of soldiers that are battling for their lives in an unending war, these common-born soldiers, and it was really, really nicely done. So absolutely, Stormlight Archive fits here for me. The other one that fits here for me is
I was some details in there, not as much as I would like because of a lot of like so well done's thrown in there.
Yeah.
It's not like you've been
Like,
only
you
catching
can't-
bits and pieces of the stream, but this feels like she really has the world builder's disease of vastness over relevance. Yes, it does
Yes.
feel that way. Also, like, again, one of the things that struck me is like it feels vast. And it's like, can you please elaborate on how you achieve that? How does he go
Yeah.
about achieving it, and why is that good?
Yeah, like you're saying a lot of grandiose words, but those words themselves do not mean anything in the context of what you are saying. By saying like, "Oh, this is really well done." It's like, but that does not mean anything because you are not telling me why it's well done. Like you have to
Yeah.
explain why it's well done, why it's good.
It's I know we joked about how long we would take it with this video because it's 34 minutes long, but like unironically, I feel like this video could have benefited from being longer. I think as a
Yeah.
result of that, you could go more into the
I-
specifics of how these things were utilized in these stories.
I was gonna say, like, there's also a difference in like how it's delivered. Like, because I think about Lord of the Rings and how Middle Earth is really about only as large as Britain is, because it's very Britain
Yes.
focused. You get in a car, you could
Mhm.
cross Middle Earth in a day, roughly speaking. Like, I know it's not, equivocation, but like this vast, grand journey could happen in like 2 or 3 days instead of months. It's very much a difference of how long it takes to get from point A to point B. And that's a lot of what adds to the majesty and vastness of it. But when you get down to the end of the day, it's a relatively small amount of land to cover by modern audience eyes. There's a lot of subjective and societal differences that can change how much you view the vastness. And it's all about asking, how does the author go about conveying this information to make it feel that way? And you're not answering that question for me, and it's very frustrating.
Also, like, I'm gonna say, based off of her tier list that we've done so far, like the majority of people, and I suspect that Lord of the Rings might be on this list, because
It's the top.
it's
It's the top.
usually it is? Okay.
I'm almost certain it's the
Mhm.
top.
I would say based off of her own criteria, though, Lord of the Rings would actually be tier 5 or 4 because compared to what she is saying is her requirements for the type of world building that she needs to have at the top tiers, that it would not fill her requirements for good world building.
Hmm.
I would be interested, like, is she, like, taking into consideration something like the Silmarillion, which answers a question about whether or not she takes expanded information into account.
Well, yeah, but like if you are only taking the 3 books,
Yep.
the Fellowship of the Ring, the Two Towers, Return of the King. If you are only taking those 3 books into consideration, if you are skipping the Silmarillion wholesale, I would say that by her criteria, the Lord of the Rings trilogy would only be tier 4 or 5.
Yeah.
That it would be incredibly easy to poke holes in the world building of that story because
And people have over the years.
yeah, and
Like,
like
how many times have people complained about the fucking Eagles or whatever?
Yep.
well, like that's not even that's not even what I'm talking about. Like that's more logistics rather than world building. Like the world building that I'm thinking of is how um there isn't actually a whole lot there. That the strongest world building that we have is when we get into these tiny little pockets of cities or towns that we get into, but everything out of that is very sparse. We get quite a bit on the Shire. We where we spend like 50 years in the story sitting and smoking and eating food and talking about like very countryside things, because it gives you a very good sense of what the countryside of Britain is like. But that is just one place, and it feels very small, and it is very small because that is the point of the Shire. And then you get into this vast stretch of nothingness that is only broken up by a bunch of banquets. And then like elves are leaving the continent to go to Middle Earth heaven. Like it's a different place, but it is effectively heaven. The Undying Lands. Um and then we get into like this the place of the elves that I'm forgetting, and into Mirkwood and all that kind of stuff. And we mostly see the death and the dying and what is that in the past it used to be better, but everything is decaying and all this kind of stuff. But we don't actually see a whole lot there. We don't see festivals. We don't see the different types of foods. We don't see the different types of clothing. We don't see how the magic goes through the world. Um we don't see we hear a couple of songs. We hear a couple of little stories about like Peter Pan and the fairies, and also Alice in Wonderland and those kinds of stories like that, but like very a few smatterings of small little stories like that help to make the world feel more lived in, but by her criteria, I feel like that wouldn't be enough.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I feel like this is really putting a cart before the horse here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll get back to the video.
Catherine Kerr's Devery series, which is a big world with Devery itself, the Bardican worlds, the elven areas, the dwarves, the Horskin, and so on. It also has a magic world where time flows differently and a fully integrated reincarnation cycle. I don't want to spoil too much, but there's also some portal magic going on here, which makes it really interesting. It's layers on top of layers, and you explore so much of this world and so much of its depth and cultural nuance. And a third example seems appropriate here,
Oh.
and that is Brian McClellan's Powder Mage.
It'd be interesting if
trilogy.
the top tier goes
This is a
backwards in
world
a way.
built to match a kind of Renaissance levels of technology, and the story opens with a conclusion of a successful revolution. If you know me, you know I'm a sucker for political stories, and this one was really interesting. Rather than telling us the story of building up to the revolution, we get to see what so few authors write about, the aftermath and complications, and how you keep a revolutionary coalition together. There are 2 magic systems that are excellently built and well woven into the plot and the religion. Oh my goodness, the religion. Go read Powder Mage, you won't be disappointed. Okay.
Not a lot of
So
detail
those
there.
would be my examples of great world building, but not yet GOAT. So, let's move on to Tier 7.
There's no goat on the screen.
It occurred to me while
Yeah,
editing
what?
that there are a whole bunch of names I didn't mention, and that I really should, say something about them. So the one is John Gwaine, who built an amazing post-apocalyptic world for Bloodborne, which I'm really enjoying. I'm enjoying.
Why
the
didn't you
books,
just re-record this on your
and I'm on the
couch?
3rd book now. They're great. Check them out. I would put him in Tier 5 because it does feel like a fairly small world. And then there's Robin Hobb, who wrote the Live Ship Traders and the Fitz, the Assassin books, and Rain Wilds, which wasn't that great. But great books. And Robin Hobb, I would put into Tier 6.
I need to say, this feels more like she wants to gush about these books than she does actually want to critically, categorize them. Because it's like, oh, there's some books I wanted to talk about, and so I'm going to add them in. It's like, are they really good examples, or are you just going to throw them up there and say that they're good examples? And that's what she's kind of doing. She's just throwing them up there to say they're good examples instead of actually being any kind of critic, adding anything of substance to it.
Yeah,
I am
honestly,
getting. Sorry.
for all this really amounted to, you could have just had them at the corner of the screen and had while you were talking about the actual examples, and just have a caption that says, honorable mention, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
that kind of
easily.
thing. Yeah.
And then we're going into Tier 7, or this clip is going to come in just before Tier 7. And you're not going to see Robert Jordan in Tier 7. You're not going to see him anywhere in the video. And that's really why I'm making this editor's note. I never got into the Wheel of Time. I tried. And every time I get stuck on that Two Rivers village and on Matt, I just cannot get past that kid. I cannot get past how childish he seems in that introduction.
A child is
And
childish.
So I just never got into Wheel of Time. But I've read enough
More at
about
11,
the
I guess.
world to know that it's a spectacular world. One I would probably
Oh,
really enjoy if I could get into the story.
That's not.
Is what it is.
It's not how you
So
should
that is
add that
why
in
you
there.
won't see Wheel of Time here, even though I do think that Robert Jordan base is
The story, the world serves the story. The world serves the story. If you're not reading the story and observing how it's benefited by the world, then you're not really talking about the nature of the world building. You're just talking about world builder's disease. You want a tabletop RPG world source book. That's what you want. And I've made one of those to some degree. I've built the world of Eshion from scratch. But that
With a
took
box
time.
of scraps.
That took time and effort, and one of the things that I learned while doing so is you don't need the details. You need a rough blurb for a lot of the setting locations, and basically you build it out as the stories make it relevant. That's what you do. You set up a world with a bunch of very vague, kind of pointed in one direction type deals, and then you fill it out. For example, we're playing right now with Mahar Voln, which, by the way, this Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mahar Voln, the last session for the arc. You have characters like Melos, Kaiser's character, who's helping me fill out Sisypho. You have Halara is the one from Sojourn, I believe.
Mhm.
Like helping me kind of fill out a little bit of the culture of Sojourn. You have Twy, who really, with all of her questions, really had me sit down and pen out Krillia and Kagaton and really get some thoughts on the different politics going on there. I've had to think about Anpinse, these different facets of the world and how they all interact. I had to think about them because they were relevant specifically to the story that I'm trying to tell. And I am bringing all those elements, I am elevating those elements now to flesh them out more. But before that, I left them very basic and left them only mentioned. If they ask about a different world, a different setting, a different place in the setting, I should say, a different country, I'll give them different information. And sometimes I will fuck up and give contradictory information. That just happens when you're doing it on the fly. But like, I leave it vague for a reason because it's not necessary until it is. Very frustrating how it's like, oh, I've read enough about this world to know that it's great. And it's like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, like the world should be there. Like what you've heard of it should be enough to intrigue you to go back to the book. And should, like, if the character is frustrating you, the promise of an interesting world should be enough to get you past that moment where that's annoying you.
Okie dokie. Well, let's continue.
In tier 7 of a world building video. Okay. Back to the ones I did choose to be the goat.
Oh, multiple. Okay.
These are people who started with the roots of their world, the anthropology of their world, and built their way
Tolkien.
up to the top. I count J.R.R.
There
Tolkien
it
with the
is.
Silmarillion, of course, and his world creation story, the development of his world, and the
You are now no longer to complain about Harry Potter or about Hunger Games. I'm sorry, you've lost. If you are adding in the Silmarillion, which is an additive tool, it is not an actual comprehensive story. It's more of a thesaurus, or a thesaurus. Why am I blanking on the term? God, I'm blanking on it. It's like an atlas, or not an atlas. It's a compilation of information about the world that has some light narrative threads. Companion. It's a companion. If you're allowing that, we have plenty of those for the other series, and you are not taking those into account.
I was about to say Harry Potter's gotten like a shit ton of them.
Appendices.
Well, not a shit ton, but like so.
Almanac. That's the word I'm looking for. An almanac. So so if you're taking it, I'm sorry, you kind of shot yourself in the foot.
You did.
his
Like,
races and his languages in this.
There we go. Sorry.
I am very frustrated with people just glazing the Lord of the Rings, mainly because it is known as the most popular fantasy story. And I'm not saying that Lord of the Rings is bad by any capacity. I am saying that my frustration comes that, like, it is a rule for me but not for thee scenario where the Lord of the Rings and Tolkien is allowed to do this stuff, but not any other book. Any other book tries to do it, well, they're not doing it good enough, or they're not allowed to do it at all, or they're hack writers for doing it that way, even though that Tolkien did it and they give him a pass.
Yeah, it is very frustrating. It looks like we're talking to some people here with James, because the thing is, I adore Lord of the Rings. I still need to watch the extended versions. I've not read the novels because I know the novels, like, they don't sound like I would be conducive to them. They sound kind of dry. My friend talked about.
They are. I've actually read the books. Well, I've listened to the audiobooks, and they are very dry. But that's mainly because I'm pretty sure that that's kind of a convention of the time that, like, writing has changed over the decades, and what we find acceptable in a story has changed over time. But even then, I would say, like, Lord of the Rings is as they are as standalone books, not with the Silmarillion or anything like that. They are a bare bones story for today's standards. They they have a lot of characters sitting around by the campfire and singing songs. There's a lot of people sitting around eating food and sorry.
Huh?
What?
Sorry, what when you say shit, it just brings back memories to
Oh.
me. I'm like, yeah.
Is that your mom again?
Yeah, that was my mom again.
Sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
You're fine, ma'am.
How dare you interrupt us?
But yeah, no, just the idea that Lord of the Rings is this untouchable masterpiece simply because it was the first to do this expanded sort of story, I think really shoots a lot of people in the foot. Um and really puts Tolkien up on a pedestal that he never wanted to be on in the first place. He said, yes, my story isn't perfect. Yes, I have a lot of issues with my story. There are going to be people out there who are going to do this thing better than I can. I am just one man. Like, he was very humble about his book and about his series. And I think that it does him a really bad disservice to say that he is the only one who has ever been able to do this properly or to the extent that he did. Um and also I think that there's a level of elitism that a lot of people have because he just happened to be a language professor who did a lot of this stuff for a living, and then he happened to write a book series. Like, because people say like, oh, in order to be like Tolkien you have to create a language system, but the only reason why he did that was because he was in the unique position to be able to do that in the first place. Like, you are saying that in
Yeah.
order for you to have a book as good, to even reach the levels of Tolkien, you have to become a language professor who specifically deals in ancient languages. You
Where
have to
he's
basically translate fucking Beowulf in order to be as good as Tolkien.
Yeah.
Whereas I would imagine in most stories that wouldn't even be close to being relevant or necessary for it to be, good or bad or whatever. And I
Yes.
think going along with your point, I feel like it also putting even I guess on the flip side, it also just discredit when you describe things this way, it kind of discredits the things that Lord of the Rings does correctly, where okay, you're telling us that okay, he did a good job doing this, but as we kept on saying, I'm not going to harp on uh too much here. You're not really giving us any description of why it's good. You're just telling me it's expansive, but as I think we've always credited on this podcast, this channel, our individual channels, the execution matters.
Mhm.
And when you're talking about something that you love, I feel like there's an even greater what's the word, expectation on you to be able to accurately describe what you love in a way in which, like, why does it succeed, you know
Yeah.
I talked about a lot about, and I know this is another one for the fucking jar, World Trigger. But like, for example, I guess the broad freaking weakification you can probably say example is like the fact that side effects, these smaller sensory superpowers exist within the world. They're somewhat separate from the alien weapons that most of the other characters use. And it's like, okay, that's an interesting idea. It means a lot more when I tell you that there is a character whose side effect is that they get pins and needles, they get like sensory information from people's emotions directed at them. which forces them to wear lengthier clothing and a face mask to cover their skin. And as a result, they become fucking antsy and highly aggressive towards other people, which is not only relevant character-wise, but also dangerous for him as a combatant when the main characters have to fight him later. And
Right.
that produces a, interesting obstacle for them to overcome. That's where the interesting part comes in as a result of the world building.
I'm always a big fan of keep it simple, but keep it strong. Like, that's just, you
Yes.
always, I go to like some of my favorite films of all time. John Carpenter's The Thing. It has one fantastical element about it. That's all it needs to carry the film. Freaking Unbreakable, one of my favorite films of all time, has one fantastical element about it. That's all it needs to carry it. Iron Lung, it's a very fantastical setting, but it's very confined. Needs only just literally, it's a one room story. That's all it needs to tell its story. You get you can get super complicated stories out of very basic world building. You can literally anything of Shakespeare. You don't need massive amounts of world building, and it's where like it comes down to like this world building obsession needs to serve a higher purpose, and she's not hitting like why it's important. She's just saying these are the complicated bestest worlds, and it's like that's not it. That's getting into the weeds about genre. Sometimes you don't need that deep world building.
Raymond just made this for you out of your cucumber.
Oh, that's so awesome! Thanks, Raymond.
Had fun with it.
He had fun.
Oh my god!
Cucumber.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's the one from earlier. That's
yeah. I botched it earlier, so I started from scratch, and I'm much happier with it. What about Ben-Hur? Feeling you might enjoy Attack the Block, though I'm always recommending that movie. I hear that's good, and I hear that's John Boyega before Star Wars ruined him. So, anyway, let's hear what she has to say.
This tier,
Yes.
naturally. Another example of this, Malazan Book of the Fallen, which is amazing. It is such a huge world. The magic system is fantastic, and the
Why?
setup of the story is just amazing. The
Why?
thing
Why?
about Malazan that I really love is that it doesn't baby you. It doesn't hold your hand and pretend you're an idiot who needs the world building explained to you. Malazan says, here, sink or swim, honey, this is the world. It's all world building all the way down, and all of it is great.
Oh, this is painful to listen to.
Thank you. What is it that?
That's we got that in Dallas. Here.
That's
Sorry.
What's going on over there?
They are making me have a shot.
Oh,
See the gun?
Yeah, there's a gun in the shot glass.
Yeah.
Do I have to well?
No, you have to drink what's there. If
do you need
don't
a license for that in Canada?
Just drink if you like that. I'm fine with that. I mean, man, we gotta do cheese. Huh?
I'm
I'm
about to say, are they more American than we are?
I'm trying to
Good
think
job.
of like freaking
What do you think?
um
Oh, that answers my question.
well, we're now a spirits reviewing site where we're now talking about should I have no, I'm not gonna have a shot of vodka. I'm just trying to think of other things that I think are relatively simple. Halo 1 is a good example. It's a very simple story. Resident Evil isn't actually all that complicated. It gets like the world building fleshes it out, but the overall story and world building isn't all that deep initially. It gets more complicated much later, but Halo definitely does too. In fact, I love Halo's world building. You want to talk about epic? The Silent Hill is literally, it is a town. It is a town, and it tells some of the most emotionally moving stories in the medium.
Yeah. I think
What-
one of my
Oh,
one of
goodness.
my favorite stories. I don't really think I've talked about a lot on the podcast. A show called Kaiji Ultimate Survivor, where it's set in our world, and it's essentially about this guy Kaiji trying to get out of his massive amounts of debt as a result of gambling, borrowing money, just making a lot of mistakes in his life. He has to go through all these different death games and stuff like that, trying to get out of like the this scheme or that scheme. It starts off very simple, and the world building is very minimal aside from characterizing the organizations that kind of funds these things, but it's a very emotionally gripping story, and it's very tense about this one guy not only trying to get out of debt but also quitting the habits that made him that way in the first place.
I just thought of a great example for world building in terms of narrative. Ace Combat. The Ace Combat series has a very sprawling and expansive world, and yet the reason it has that is because we learn about it a bit at a time with a very broad stroke brush to a lot of them. We get a lot of little details that we can explore if we really want to look into it, but we don't have to for the story. The world is there. We can explore it. It's the beauty of an interactive medium is that the main narrative can be hoisted purely on the moment to moment gameplay and the characters and the broad mission descriptions. It's a little hard to articulate because it's such a different medium, but it's a fantastical, beautiful world. There's a reason why they called it a strange real world, and that got morphed into being Strange Real, the actual name of the setting. I if you want to look into world building and keeping things vague and then leave enough detail in for like you to grip onto for your narrative, Ace Combat's a great place to look. Twilight, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. They're just getting a bit rowdy, so I
Ah.
had to
Okay,
mute.
no problem.
Fair enough.
We can probably what's the word?
Continue.
I mean, we got like 5 minutes.
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly.
I
Yeah.
love Malazan's world building. I rarely mention it because it's so complicated that breaking out individual sections is hard, but it is great. George R. R. Martin falls here for me as well, and your mileage may vary. Fight me in the comments. I know
Oh,
I sometimes spoke
we'll fight you
George a
here.
little bit for being very derivative in terms of history, but he did put a lot of effort
Also, I'll be
into
right back.
integrating his magic systems, his fantasy creatures, and so on into the derivative history that he took out of our world.
I don't remember now. Granted, that me personally, I haven't read the books, and I've only seen like the very first episode of Game of Thrones. But I don't remember the magic system, like the magical elements in the story to varying degrees. I know broadly are important, but I don't know if they were like all that expansive, I guess, like in the books from what I heard about them. I don't know if that's true or not. But it is what it is. Izanagi for $5 says, I can't believe it's not butter. I'm joking. I can't believe I'm saying this, but complex doesn't equal good. Don't confuse the two because that can lead to downfall and light novel level crap. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
No,
so
no, no.
I've watched the entirety of Game of Thrones, and
Okay.
I've read like snippets here and there of the actual books.
Okay.
But I would say for the most part, I wouldn't have to read the books because I know the basic story of the War of the Roses because I did my research on it for my own book.
Mhm.
And I would say, yeah, if you know the history of the Wars of the Roses, you know how Game of Thrones happens. You know all of the elements to it because he just lifts whole moments of the Wars of the Roses and then puts it in his book.
Yeah.
The Purple
I
Wedding is
see.
just the Black Wedding in the Wars of the Roses.
Huh.
That kind of thing.
The do you think you will start work on volume 8 or just wait till I will start work on Volume 8, but I am currently doing a massive Silent Hill F project that is currently sitting at 9.5 hours long in just raw audio. Or not raw, but edited audio. Give me some time, man. I'm working on other things right now. I am more than just a Rubyman. Okay, please.
Yeah, Raymond has a life outside of fixing Ruby, guys.
I appreciate that you came here to ask me that, but that's I know that's probably not the answer you want to hear right now. Don't worry. We are still thinking about ideas. It's not like we don't plink away at thoughts about it, but like it's not our main focus right now.
Nah, you come on, Raymond. Be the villain that Lilith Farron wants you to be.
I will as soon as she returns.
She's never gonna return. Good riddance.
I found
she's probably hiding away on fucking.
No. Like she probably is, but like the main villain right now outside of Seeker is just Crimson XE.
Oh, wait. Have they been talking recently?
No, but like they were big for a while. Oh, that one person on Tumblr that just goes after everybody who does any kind of criticism of Ruby or who hypes up fixing Ruby as good in any kind of capacity. I don't remember their name, but they're pretty much a little fair and light.
Okay. A little Thaccolite, you might say.
Next, you're gonna tell you have a life outside of Ruby. Next, you're gonna tell me you have a life outside of YouTube. Okay, now slow your roll. All right. Let's not not jump the gun there.
We ain't saying all that,
guys. I'm a VTuber. Look at this. With the fucking that you're really off scale there. I was gonna say like I'm trying to think of which is the equivalent to my Jin Karia for my antagonist in this equation. Who would be my Aizen, I wonder?
Ooh.
Or my Yuhabaha. Fat Man's my Yuhabaha. There we go.
Fat Man's your Yuhabaha, but who's your Aizen?
That's a good question, man. We have to think on it. But yeah.
So I think he deservedly gets a place here. There's one other lesser known example that I would put here, and that is Adrian Tchaikovsky's Apt series, which is just such a vast world. It is so well thought out, and the history goes back to when these people learned magic from the giant insects that are kind of a conceptual totem of their various races. It is so good. It's basically insect-type people that have all kinds of different magical skills. And what I really appreciate is that technology in this world changes over the course of the story, and it has an impact on the world as well. It's not a static medieval world. On top of that, it's layered, and there are grounded politics with an empire looking to conquer and people resisting them, trying to knit together an alliance of city-states. But not everybody wants to be allied, and some people think they'll be able to turn aside the empire themselves, and there's all kinds of complexities like that.
So it's like Avatar, but for bugs? Okay.
I was going to say, there was some more detail there that I actually was like, oh, okay, we're getting something here. Like, okay, they learned the magic from the bugs. The technology advances through time linearly. Like, it does have effects on the story, so it's not like there are major innovations that just kind of come and go. There are these complexities between rebellion, the tyranny, the city-states in between, the different, like, we got a little bit more there that I can bite into, but otherwise your positive criticism has been rather lacking.
Yeah. Also,
Izanagi Veg posting up the wazoo, dear God, make points. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I'm noticing a bit of discrepancy here, where the only thing that I get a sense of in what she says is good world building is like thousands of years of history and also politics. And that is what effectively makes good world building. But she's also not going into as much detail about what that means. So like if she means other things other than that, I don't know because she's not really saying it. The only thing that I keep hearing over and over again is thousands of years and also politics. Or
I feel like
sometimes I also hear like currency or economics and things like that. And it's like,
I,
I don't give a shit about the economics of a world if it does not matter to the story. So why is this good world building? You have to tell that to me.
I
Yeah.
feel like this is like the I don't know if this is like the literary equivalent of that guy, the stereotype of the guy who talks about how he caught a fish this big. I feel like it's that. I feel like
I was
that's
gonna
what
say,
this kind of
if
is.
you retitled this about, first of all, I don't like the title now that I'm thinking about this. The world building hierarchy every writer needs to see. You don't need to see this. This is actually,
No, you don't.
this has started getting worse and worse as we've gone on. Weirdly enough, she was much more on the money when it came down to her negative references. But then
Yeah.
again, now those are in question too, because the positive references
Well,
haven't been
the
so hot.
specifics of the specific like examples for
She
the
was much
previous
more
ones
specific,
are
yeah.
equivalent. Are those ones are in doubt? Yes, but I think the broad criticisms of like why hypothetically they would be bad, like it makes sense contextually. Like it makes sense that like if your world is like so incredibly shallow that it's made blatantly just for the arbitrary whims of the writer, it's not integrated well into the story, then yeah, that would be bad world building conceptually, regardless of the examples.
I feel like
But like,
the way that you would want to go about this is epic world building or something like that, like large scale world building. I feel like you need to
yeah, world
specify
building is
because
like a spectrum.
yeah, what she needs to specify, because what she's holding above all of this is a grand coverage of time and space. Basically, the larger the better. By her, the larger, the longer, and the more detailed, the better. That is how she's rating world building, not necessarily its utility to the plot. And I feel like there is a vast difference between a good world building and what she is considering good world building. I feel like you need to re-specify what you are basically tiering here, because this is not a tier about world building. It is too specific what you're leaning towards, your criteria.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very frustrating all
It's
around.
also very tiring.
I think Adrian Tchaikovsky can deservedly take a position here, along with Tolkien, Erickson, and Martin. And those are my goats, except for two more, which I'll tell you about in the member scroll. And now, while the epic members of the channel scroll past, the incredible humans who changed my world by making these videos possible, let me talk about two people that I could
I blame
not
all
rank.
of you for this.
So here's the thing. One of these people is my absolute favorite, and the other is either in my top 10 or close to my top 10 in authors. And those two are Jacqueline Carey and Ursula K. Le Guin. The reason I haven't mentioned them is because it's hard for me to rank their world building separate from how much I love their stories, their themes, and everything about them.
I actually have
Ursula K.
doubts that you're able to separate your love of the authors
Oh,
and the
Earthsea.
world building. Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Earthsea series. I have
Yeah,
not
yeah,
read.
yeah. I knew that one of those names sounded familiar.
Yeah, I just hear a lot of people like just gushing about Ursula K. Le Guin stuff, and the more that I hear about something, the less interested I am in actually checking them out. So, like, I haven't, but I don't know.
I find it
I just keep
amazing
hearing things.
that she can't separate it here when it's like, well, no, this is what we talk about when it comes down to good world building. If you cannot separate the setting of the story from the story itself, I think you've succeeded. in terms of the
Yeah.
telling your story. I think you have done an excellent job. You can't just necessarily throw it any place. In fact, that's one of the things that I both love and hate about fan fiction is like how easily can you translate like the story into a slice of life coffee shop AU. Or alternatively, if you're in a coffee shop AU type story, like a light, how quick easily can you transfer that into a grimdark? And while that's not a like tell of a good or bad, it does tell you something about the nature and importance of the world building, how much you have to bend over backwards to make certain tropes and plot beats still technically work or function. There's a lot more
No.
complicated to that, but like I find it interesting at least when it comes to gauging this kind of stuff.
No, I would disagree with that because you are forgetting the fundamental fact that not everyone is like you who wants to try and be as accurate to the source material as possible. The majority of people who do coffee shop AUs for their epic fantasy favorite show are completely destroying
Oh
everything
yeah,
that
no,
they actually
absolutely.
enjoy about the story in the
I
first place, right down to the characters.
I should say, in my subjective opinion. No, I
That's
will
not
say,
gonna save you,
yeah,
Raymond.
I know, I
That is
know.
that is your red flag coming up for
Uh,
yourself this time.
but no,
Yeah.
I will say, like,
Got it.
from my mindset, if you look to try and preserve as much of the story as possible, but transition its setting into something else, that is what tells you how solid the world building is and how vitally entwined it is with the narrative of the characters. Madoka Magica comes to mind. Mitaki Hara is a whole vibe, and you can shift and change things around, but the whole world building of the witches is something that is very difficult to extract from it. Freaking Forged Within Flames, my original novel that I basically transferred from a fanfic. There were a lot of struggles I had, and I didn't think I succeeded all that well. It's one of the reasons I'm not the proudest of it. Is like transitioning a lot of the trauma and a lot of the darker themes and moments into a real life context is a struggle. It's an absolute struggle. And it's one of those things that made me really appreciate how tightly interwoven Madoka Magica is with its actual setting. It's just one of those things that like I find to be an interesting test when you want to actually do that. And of course, most people that make those things are just there because they're trying to fulfill some sort of wish fulfillment. But I find it as a fun challenge when you try to be like as true to the story as possible while transitioning it.
Mhm.
All right, let's see what other people she has to add.
Again's Earthsea series, the world building is slight. It is minimalist in extreme. She was, in fact, a minimalist writer, so she did not believe in spending a lot of words to tell a
Oh,
story.
someone raised, I mentioned earlier, would Madoka Magica be a good example of the female magic user topic you were talking about? No. Because in
No.
Madoka Magica's world, while it's implied that you theoretically could get, older people being contracted to be magical girls and also men being contracted to be magical people, it's very much focused on that the incubators really only go after young girls because of how powerful they are when it comes down to contracting and how exploitable they ultimately are. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of a whole theme of the story in that. So it wouldn't be a good focus because the only people that are getting the magic are the young girls.
Yeah, and like I've
Mm.
mentioned this to Raymond, and for some reason he was kind of uncomfortable with the idea that I was proposing, but when he was showing me Madoka for the first time, I noted how it was basically a metaphor for how little girls can be abused by older people around them in various different ways. Like if you just say that Kyubey is actually a metaphor for like your uncle or your church pastor or whatever, and someone that you can trust because they're cute or they're cuddly or they're someone inherently that you trust. but that person can still hurt you and can still make you fall into some really scary things that you have no control or no power or even understanding of. So like it's a metaphor for abuse that people go through.
I was gonna say, I think my main cringe against that. I mean, there were probably other things back then. I don't remember exactly yet, but like I think the main thing is I focus very much on how heavily it's a study on things like mental health, depression, and such, where that's one facet added onto it, and so like making it and it is true how important that is,
Well,
but it's also
I was specifically talking about the contracts themselves.
Yeah.
And the Cubes. And like the girls would not be in as bad of a state as they are if it wasn't for Cube.
Yeah,
They
no.
would still have their mental health issues, but it is compounded with the abuse that they have with Cube, and sometimes made worse because of Cube. It preys upon them because they already have these issues.
Yeah, no, like I think part of it was I already have in the back of my mind the Faustian context. Like that's mostly the framing that I had in my brain of you're making a deal with the devil. You basically helped reframe that, and I'm not disagreeing with it now. I think you actually are very much accurate on that. It's just like I'm trying to figure out why I was like resistant or uncomfortable with it back then. I was stupid. I was so stupid. Don't hurt me, man. Don't. Sayaka didn't deserve any of that, man. She deserves to be
like,
happy.
I think for that, maybe it was just like the shock of an opinion that was so outside of your sphere of knowledge, being in the fandom for so long and being so insular to that having an outsider's perspective on it maybe threw you for a loop.
It's also possible that it's one of those like it's so obvious that I don't even think about it type deals. Like there's that where it's like I walk right past it because like, oh yeah, no, that's obviously like someone taking advantage of someone. Okay. And it's like you drag me back. Like, wait a minute, there's more to talk about here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Which is strange, I guess, because I've only seen like the first 2 episodes of Madoka, 2 or 3 episodes of Madoka so far.
If you had watched 3 episodes of Madoka, you wouldn't have stopped watching Madoka.
Listen, I'm as what's the word? I mean, as Twilight said earlier, I'm not you, so I don't know what to tell you, man. Like
I'm joking.
I have other. I gotcha. But like, what I'm saying is that like, even it's interesting you said that because like, I don't know, judging from what I have seen of the show, that's part of the takeaway that I had gotten is sort of like the sub theme of it. I don't know how widespread the theme of it was, and maybe part of it,
that's like
why I had it was because like, oh, that's like the social osmosis going into it.
It's because
that
like
was something that I kind of.
I think part of it is also it's like it's so patently obvious that this fucking rat is like so untrustworthy. It's like it's one of the most blatant things. Meanwhile, there are other more what I find technically more complicated things working under the surface. But it's like because it's so blatant that you shouldn't trust Cube. It's like I don't even think about it. It's like oh no. But like Twi did help me think more deeply about it. In terms of like the context. So it did help. It does help to have an outsider's perspective like we did last week with Halo, and you like gave us your less critical, or you're not less critical, you're less familiar, that's the word I'm looking for. I'm starting to break down again.
Okay, yeah, my newbie take on fucking Halo, yeah.
Well, yeah, you and Twi, because Twi didn't see things like she had never played the game, so she was seeing things for the first time.
Yeah. And I think with like you saying that like, oh, well, it's obvious that this creature is a bad thing. I think that also lends into the idea of like wider societal abuse of the girls too, because again, it goes into blaming the victim almost.
Yes, though in fairness, like my statements about Cube are from the step back of like, it's obvious to me, the viewer, but I definitely recognize why the girls themselves. And there's one of the reasons like you bringing that out is interesting, is that like I did recognize the fact that in universe the girls trusting him for a myriad of different reasons makes sense. I never married that with the dissonance that my brain had, that like I obviously could tell that there was something fucking shady going on.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think that is interesting. Is that hindsight talking, Raymond? Yeah, a lot of it is hindsight. Guys, it's almost as if reflecting on your past is kind of important. And if you don't
Yeah.
reflect on your past, you're never going to grow.
Yeah, like and I'm not trying to say this to like make you or anyone else who may not have seen it or talked about it this way feel bad or anything like that. It's just interesting that like obviously when you watch the episodes there is Cube is framed on screen in a very creepy light, but that's not necessarily how the girls would have seen him. So there was intentionally that cognitive dissonance there.
I mean, it's like people thinking that Madoka Magica is a dark show only after episode 3, which to me wasn't. No, that's the thing, is like episode 3 brought it back around because of like, I have seen darker tinged lighthearted shows. Like they use a dark color scheme, or not color scheme. They use a lot of dark ambiance, but they're not that emotionally. But Madoka Magica's pretty upfront that it is not pulling its punches. It's got some fucked up shit going on in the background, and then it shows you when it's like, okay, now we're bringing it to the foreground. It's like, oh,
Yeah, it definitely has had that sort of like atmosphere to it, just going into it.
I just want to say, I love how Azure Phoenix says, "Now I'm built different, always been number 1," while they're technically number 3 right now.
ooh, ooh, God, ooh, what you say? That you only meant well. Well, of course you did. Ooh, what you say?
What you say?
I can't believe we just saw a murder live on stream. I would want to talk about Madoka, but I don't want to spoil anything. Yeah, no, I think Kaiser really should. It'd be interesting to get it. Like, Kaiser, now is like the perfect time to get into it because that movie is right around the corner.
I wouldn't mind. Yeah,
Story, which is why her story.
How long are you up? Is the season again?
It's 12 episode season, and then you got one movie. Oh, maybe 13 episodes.
Yeah.
It's very short.
Yeah, right now I'm
I love
the
Well,
right now I'm sort of just binging the fucking Star Wars Visions Ninth Jedi thing, because I thought I liked the art style, so I was like, okay, let's check this out. It's made by Production IG. I was like, all right, let's see how they do this. It's pretty decent. Pretty
you know
alright.
they did the cutscenes for Ace Combat 3 Production IG.
Oh yeah, I think
Ace Combat 3 is
you
really
told
good.
me-
Everyone
you-
go play Ace
I
Combat
think
3.
you said something about that before.
But I
don't
was
know.
gonna say, like, I remember when Saito was talking about, oh yeah, that movie's coming out in like a month or two. I should see what I have to catch up on. I finished Rebellion last. I gotta see if I have to catch up on anything else. And I sat there, I was like, okay, so here's everything you've missed. And I put ... Okay, you're caught up. Literally, we have had nothing in the main continuity since Rebellion 13 years ago. So God, it's been 13 years. Oh.
Well, he could always watch Magia Record.
He could, but it's like he was asking more so for what he needs to catch up on for the movie, and I'm like, I don't think they're going to require Magia Record knowledge for I mean, you can still watch it, it's still good.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see.
When is it coming out again? The new one?
Oh, is it October? It might be November. Let's see.
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Well,
It's fine.
Fergus Nacht Rising.
Anyway, we
Yes.
should probably finish the
These
video.
are pretty short. You glide over the world. You touch
Oh.
loosely on it.
It comes out
But
at the end of
for
the year,
all
the
that,
month.
It is so
Okay.
beautifully put together. There's such
In
deep
Japan.
thought put into
Ma'am,
how these
the
interactions
prose
would work.
does not equal
It's
good
the
world
same with the
building.
left hand of darkness or the dispossessed. The world building seems deceptively light, but she puts so much thought into the cultural impact of the fantastical changes that she makes, that the fact that the world building is minimalist, that the world is small.
Did you slow down your voice or did you speed up your voice? I feel like she
No,
slowed herself
she
down.
she is doing the dramatic
No.
emphasis on each
It's
of her words.
I think it's the distortion that I'm hearing. I was like, what is that distortion?
Oh.
If I let's see, where's the playback speed? If I pop it to 1.25.
Doesn't matter because the story is conceptually so big. It felt as though I was just flying over this immense world of possibility, of weird new thoughts. So
That sounds better.
A little bit. There's a little bit of weirdness there, but yeah.
It's-
Maybe it was like maybe it's like a rendering issue.
It could be a rendering issue.
It could be.
It could be that she thought she was talking too fast, so she slowed it down.
It could be. It could be that she slowed it down so that her patrons would have more time on screen.
Well, this is the sound. I've been hearing this sound through the entire video. That's like sounded like the voice
Oh.
distortion. So I'm wondering if she's like slowed it down. Worst case scenario, she slowed it down to extend the video's length, which I don't think she even needed to do. So I don't think that's it. I think she just thought she was talking too fast, which been there.
Right.
I can't rank her. Technically, it's small world building. In reality, it's magnificent.
Damn,
and I
Christopher
love it.
Reeves
And then
sponsored
there's
this.
So-
video?
Jacqueline Carey, who writes historical
Ah!
fantasy. I've spoken of her
Okay,
before.
hang on,
She is
hang
my
on. We don't do that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Holy
What?
shit.
What'd
Okay,
she do?
so she basically said it is technically small world building and thus like implying that it should be lower on the tier list, but because she likes it so much, she is putting it on the higher tier list arbitrarily.
Oh no!
Yikes, ain't it? Well, I mean, Mask had to slip at some point, I guess.
How you feeling about that subjectivity assertment earlier, Twi? This is what
to
I
be fair to
feared.
her- like, to be fair to her, she did say that she found it difficult to place these books on the tier list. And it's like, yeah, probably because your tier list is highly flawed. That could be why.
Yeah, you need to have some kind of metric that you didn't actually. That's maybe what's really killing me is she didn't establish what metric she was basing any of this on. Like she basically went through the different tiers. She didn't say, okay, here's what I'm basing on consistency. I'm basing on how well it's interweaved within the actual narrative. I'm basing it upon the number of elements that go into it that are explained in a substantial amount of like she didn't go into like what composes the criteria that she is gauging these books upon. She's just saying that this is in this tier because of X. And that's like, it now clicked with me. It's like, Kaiser, you want to say the classic phrase?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Define your terms.
Oh, yes, we have to define our terms or people die.
Yeah, she didn't. People are dead. Millions are dead. I'm sorry, woman. You're responsible for millions dying.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, you're a
I'm
mass
sorry.
murderer.
Reality, it's
Specifically, and you
magnificent,
know what?
and I
She
love
must be
it.
she must be using magic. Okay, that's why all those children are killed.
But poorly explained
Tier
magic.
2 magic. Yeah, tier 2 magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tier 2.
And then
magic,
there's
yes.
Jacqueline Carey, who writes historical
No, wait, that's
fantasy.
tier 1,
I've
right?
spoken of her before. She is my favorite author. She will
Yeah.
probably be my favorite author until the day I die. I read Cashil's Dart at a very vulnerable and awkward period in my life, and it was the first time that I saw a female bisexual character depicted as the hero in fantasy. At that time in my life, it was very validating that there was an author who was willing to put somebody like me as a hero in a fantasy story. The world of Terre d'Ange will always be attractive to me for that reason. And it's very hard for me to separate my love for the books and what they mean to me personally and to give any kind of unbiased opinion on them. That is
Well-
why when I do these ranking videos, I very rarely talk about Terre d'Ange or Cashil's Dart, because I cannot give an unbiased opinion on these books.
You didn't give an unbiased opinion of the other ones.
You didn't know. And like,
No.
here's the thing. You're
Billy
talking
Donuts.
about the strength of the world building for the stories. So that should be separated inherently from the quality or your enjoyability of the story. So it does not matter how much you love the book if the world building is not all that strong. And that does not mean inherently that the book is bad simply because it does not have the strongest of world building.
Oh,
Like you said that at the beginning of the video. I'm pretty sure.
Qui-Gon, how's everyone think of a certain scientific railgun? I hear there's Yuri in it, but I have yet to get around to it, unfortunately. So that's all I've got.
It's never going to happen.
This is just
I
really...
deeply love Terre d'Ange. I deeply love the Cashil books, all of them. The world building
I'm happy
is
for
really
you.
good. It
I'm
does
so
well
glad.
integrated, culturally nuanced world building with good historical research and all of those things required of the genre. But don't ask me to give an actual unbiased opinion on the technical writing of it.
I
just
wouldn't
going
ask you to
say
give me
it's
an unbiased
fantastic,
opinion
and
of
if you
anything
say
at
it's
this
not,
rate.
you're
I don't
wrong.
trust it.
You're never going to shift me off that opinion. So there you go. There are my two absolute goats. The one I couldn't exactly judge because her themes are so wide, and the one I don't trust myself to judge because I know my bias. And on that note, if you made it this far into the video, leave me your goat in the comments. And while you're there,
there
with
we
all the
go. We are done with the video.
No, I like my goat. I'm keeping my goat. Okay? I keep him in my backyard. He's got all the grass he wants to eat. All right? I'm not giving you my goat. God,
You're not allowed to
people
have my goat.
people
You don't deserve
asking
my
me
goat.
for my goats.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
Damn.
This
Well,
was a
that's it.
really unfortunate video. Like I was
Yeah.
in her corner for a bit of it, but
They
then
were
like
the chosen one.
really
Yeah,
hidden
like,
when we started knowing what she was talking about.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. And kind of the the danger of just having these broad stroke opinions of stories that you may not know very well or that you have not read in quite a while and then make definitive statements about them. And it's like, yes, these are the tier lists is your opinion, but also we can still pick apart your opinion on the validity of how strong those opinions are. And also based off of the choices that you made as examples for your tiers, whether or not those books deserve to be in those tiers based off of how you described them. And starting from like, was it tier 3 on was when we started to like really have problems. And
Tier
like
4 was
I
what
said
really fell
before-
apart because we knew more about Harry Potter and Hunger
Yeah.
Games than she did.
Yeah.
Well, like I had a little bit of problem with like tier 1 and 2 because I thought that they were way too similar to each other, and I didn't think that there was enough to distinguish them other than like technicalities. But yeah, it was tier 4 that really started making it fall apart.
Yeah.
I've come like I really do. I get frustrated when I can't like have a double access when I'm like talking about certain things. Like I've come to really like when I'm talking about like video games, for example, I have an access for the quality of the gameplay and I have an access for the quality of the story, if that's applicable. If it's not applicable, then maybe something like basically I like, because very rarely will you ever find anything that is perfect across the board, and you will struggle to find things that like mesh very well in that. Like you got to basically keep specifying like where these things excel or not. It just feels like when you talk about world building, you got to take it in isolation and you got to actually name your terms. So is it because of how well it actually affects the story, or is it because it doesn't affect the story enough? Is it because it's not satisfactorily well stable, or is it because it's so intricate and detailed, but does stability matter at that point? Like you got to ask those questions, and I didn't see
Does the
just any of that.
context of and how much does the context of the story actually matter?
Also, Twy out
Yeah.
here just shooting Phoenix here.
Oh my
What?
god. What?
We got a Santa meme from Omega Rob about you taking Phoenix, the other Phoenix, out back as her Phoenix.
That is wild, man. But like, yeah, just the video after a while just became more and more vapid and less descriptive, and this is why being more like not even just putting aside the criteria of her list being inherently flawed. I think again this video could benefit from a lot more explaining like specific details of why these works are so well done, or why the expanding world building was a benefit to it, rather than just like window dressing or like a gimmick within the story's world. I think in terms of that, it not only adds to the video's runtime, which gives you more revenue, which granted it's a little hard to make, but then again you're kind of sitting on a couch, so I don't know, there's not much really edit there after a certain point. But like even putting that to the side, it gives better credit to the things that you like. Like I think there is something satisfying about the way that people are able to identify, you know what, I love this thing. I never thought of viewing it that way until you put it that way. And that's one of the most rewarding feelings as their creator ever since like making the world tour video. I know I note that, but I'm very proud of it. And I think part of it, and granted, that's a video talking about one specific subject. But if you even go into like a tiny bit as much with each of the examples of the stories that you think are really good, I think this video would be absolutely better. It probably wouldn't still work because we would have to work on the list. But everything else, I mean, it's a good starting point. I could say that much.
Yeah.
It needs more. It's really what this needs. It needs more.
I think it needs
Yeah.
to be-
This video needs more world building.
Actually, rather than that, I think that this needs to be more consistent.
Yes.
Because
That
I
too,
think
yeah.
that this lady got too wrapped up in the grandiosity of certain world building in books that she started to really ignore what was important about world building in the first place. So she was talking about how flimsy the world building was in the first couple of tiers. And then she started talking about how the world building is more solid, but you can still poke more holes in it because she was more starting to focus on the realism aspect of it, and she started going off into the weeds about um how in order for world building to actually be good in a story, you need to have a whole bunch of extra things in it that is not necessary to the world, but will make you have this inflated feeling that it is deeper than it actually is. So she is asking she's effectively a person who is asking for a lot of CGI sparkles and glowing stuff onto her fight scenes in order to make it look prettier. That is the equivalent here for the world building.
Yeah.
And it's like that's none of that is necessary. Like sure, it's nice, but what does it do ultimately to the story? Or what does it do um for your enjoyment other than to give you a bit of a dopamine hit? Um what is it doing there ultimately in the story, and why is it there? Why is it present? What is it doing for the characters and for their stakes in the story? Things like that. And how strong is the world in relation to all of that? So like how effective is is the author able to convey so many world building things in the story while still keeping it relevant to the characters and what is going on in the world as it is right now?
Right.
Yeah.
But then she was also talking about how like this one book is good because it has extra things outside of the book that make the world building deeper. But then
Yeah.
this other book is not very good because only the one book doesn't have a whole lot of things, ignoring the other books in the series that expand on it. So it's very arbitrary when she's saying that this book has weaker world building when this book has stronger world building because I fucking said so.
Yeah.
So it's very frustrating in that
So
sense of like she is cherry picking which worlds are stronger to her because of this, that, or the other, but also saying that this, that, or the other doesn't work for this story because it either does or does not have this thing that the other book has or does not have.
It
yeah.
really, like I said, you got to define your terms, man. That's
It,
it. Just I feel like we started this entire thing off with zero gauge of what she's talking about when you like she should have even started
yeah,
off
it
like what
becomes
is world building?
yeah, that should have been part of it. But like, yeah, this became an opinion piece derogatory, where it just became sort of like an endless stream of consciousness of things that I like, not explaining accurately or in a compelling fashion why you think these things are good.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing wrong with just expressing your opinion, obviously. I mean, we're doing it all right now. But it's
Yep.
more but it's about how well-founded and consistent, that opinion actually is.
Yeah. Also, I want to say very quickly, the Mighty Blast Force, happy belated birthday.
Oh, happy
Hey, happy
birthday!
birthday, dog.
Hope you have a good one, man. Ew.
Alrighty. Well,
How do I
guess
draw
that's everything.
Converse? Sorry, I'm drawing Scene Kid Larry now.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I don't know why. I just suddenly I'm going to turn him emo. So I'm giving him a Converse. Do you guys have anything you want to advertise?
Nothing very much for me. I'm gonna try to put out a video before I have to go back to the grind of university to hopefully get my master's. Other than that, I'm thankful for everybody who liked the video of about X-Men 97. If you want me to make more stuff like that, feel free to comment, like, all that good stuff.
I
Okay.
was going to stream on Monday, but then I ended up sleeping instead. I think that it's like belated travel tiredness.
Lag.
'Cause- yeah, lag because my in real life friend also was feeling that as well on the same day. So like we were both kind of feeling it. But I'm going to try and stream on Thursday and then I think after that, I'm gonna be going home, and then I can start getting in on like hunkering down on my work in progress. I'll do more streaming, and I'll work on my all of the things that I need to work on. I also need to I need to see how Noel is doing because I haven't been bugging her about watching Digimon because she's getting late into her project.
Yep. Welcome to Projectopia, everyone. This is where you just get completely tied up.
Project Tony.
Yep. I hope you liked having a social life for as long as you did.
Yeah.
Well, it was nice while it lasted.
There we go. See, the emo kid. I don't know why I. I love doodling. I've
I
you
can't
know,
pull up the stream because I gotta charge my phone. But
here I'll post it in Team JYCT. One moment. There you go. No, that's the wrong one. Why did it not copy? What the hell? Copy
Yeah, it's the
to
same thing,
clipboard.
yeah.
Paste. There we
yes, we all know that meme was funny, Raymond.
go. You say immediately laughing. Dude, you'll traumatize chat. Wait. Dojin is cramming my hero into his oh god, don't you traumatized me with preparation, deliberation, consequence bullshit. Oh god. First thing we got.
That's
You're
your
going through a lot
personal
of past ones.
9/11.
You guys' discussion was really good. Thank you, man. I hope you enjoyed. I love
thank you.
seeing people that have made their way back up here. Love your doodling. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
It's one of those things as a kid, like I missed doodling in school, and now it's like, oh man, I can never doodle. It's like, oh, I can doodle during stream. I can just doodle. But yeah, you guys have been a wonderful audience. I guess the only thing I have to say is bad fan fiction night this Friday. I look forward to the fact that we have a new starting soon screen that I'm going to be showing off. I'm very excited about it. Then we also have The Hunger of Mahar Voln this Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be the end of the arc, hopefully. I don't think we're going to continue past that. But we will hopefully be able to have I have a lot of people show up to kind of see as we round out. It's kind of an epilogue. There's not going to be a lot of combat. It's going to be mostly a lot of character interaction stuff, which hopefully I think people will enjoy. But yeah, with all that said, thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you all had a wonderful time, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.
See y'all.